Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Rachel Hoff, Policy Director at the Ronald Reagan Institute.
If everyone can take their seats, we'll begin.
Are we supposed to sit down and be quiet?
Yes, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Yes,
Well, thank you all very much for joining us at the Reagan Institute today for our National Security Innovation-Based Summit. My name is Rachel Hoff. I'm the Policy Director here at the Reagan Institute. This event is in some sense the culmination of nearly 10 years of work. From the very beginning of the Reagan National Defense Forum, our stage at the Reagan Library in California has featured conversations anchored around innovation and emerging technologies as they relate to the national security space. One of the very first RNDF panels was entitled, Rethinking the Industrial Base, How Can the Pentagon Capitalize on and Incentivize Innovation? That was, of course, long before the term National Security Innovation Base existed. But in my view, it was credit to the vision of our Reagan Institute director, Roger Zackheim, who started RNDF along with my colleague Bob Cochran, and had the foresight to focus on these important issues that remain central to the debate today from our earliest days. In more recent years, the Reagan National Defense Forum stage always features prominent conversations around technology and innovation. And the RNDF audience has evolved along with it to reflect the growing diversity of the ecosystem we focus on today. It was then about 5 years ago that Roger drummed up another idea to convene a task force to delve in more depth to explore this topic and develop a set of findings and recommendations. I was honored to manage that task force along with a great team of people, many of whom have joined us today, to lead the publication of that report in 2019. And those reports are available just outside the room and for our online audience on our website. While some of the recommendations from that report have found their way into law and achieved impact and been adopted, many remain as relevant today as they did 3 years ago when we published that report. And that's exactly why we're convening this summit. Today's event serves as the launch of the Institute's next major policy product, a report card, also available outside if you didn't grab one on the way in, and on our website at reaganfoundation.org/NSIB. Following on the work of the 2019 task force, we identified a critical gap in this conversation. There was really no tool or no mechanism to measure this ecosystem itself. To track the impact of policy reforms, interventions, resources that have been abundant in recent years, and to identify priority areas for future resources and reforms. So this first of its kind report card is designed to do just that. We'll hope it will serve for you all also as an innovative policy tool to measure the effectiveness, productivity, and resilience of our nation's innovation ecosystem as well, and also to provide some recommendations for improvement. You'll hear more on the report card later this morning. But inasmuch as this summit is the culmination of a lot of work at the Reagan Institute, it's also in many ways representing a beginning. This will be the first of what will become an annual National Security Innovation-Based Summit here at the Institute. And our participants and speakers today reflect the breadth and the diversity of this dynamic ecosystem, to include administration officials from across the interagency, members of Congress, representatives from our most dynamic industry and innovative and technology companies, as well as the investment community, academia, and America's allies and partners. Today we'll champion successes, we'll highlight barriers, and we'll discuss necessary reforms. So in closing, let me thank you again for joining us for today's inaugural National Security Innovation-Based Summit. We hope it will become an important convening that will draw many of you and others back in the future. And to kick off our event this morning, I'm honored to introduce Senator Jim Talent. Senator Talent co-chaired that 2019 task force of ours, along with former Deputy Secretary of Defense Bob Work. Senator Talent's known as an innovative and forward-thinking policy thinker. And so from his time as elected official to one as a thought leader, we're grateful for his leadership and his status as a policy innovator. So please join me in welcoming Senator Talent to the stage.
Here. I think we have that in common, do we not? And I'm just going to take a few minutes and give you a little more detail about how we got from there, the report card, which Bob Work and I are pretty proud of, not the report card, the task force report, which is right here and you can pick up outside. It's deliberately small and thin because we wanted people not to be frightened away from attempting to read it, and I think it's very accessible. But I want to explain how we got from there to this report card. So when the Institute, the Center for Peace Through Strength, asked former Deputy Secretary Work and me to manage this task force, we had a great group of people assembled from across all segments of the innovation base, and we thought, you know, the first thing we really have to do is to attempt to refine the definition that was that was in the then National Defense Strategy of what the National Security Innovation Base actually is. Because you can't recommend changes to the NSIB to make it more effective unless you first get an idea of what it is that you're talking about. And so that our whole first session, and some of the people here were on that task force, you'll remember, was devoted to that task, just defining what it is that we were trying to improve. It turned out, I think, and I think Secretary Work would say this as well, to be the most difficult session that we had. Also, I think, probably the most rewarding, because we all struggled to get our arms around the definition, and in doing that came to understand it better. The definition needed to be broad enough to cover all the various elements in the NSIB, but concrete enough to be useful for the purposes of making recommendation, or fit for purpose, as our British friends like to say. And so we finally decided the best way to describe the NSIB was, as you often hear it described, and this was not original with us, an ecosystem of systems with key agents across the U.S. government, the defense primes, the tech sector, higher academy, venture capital, and the commercial industrial base, and that it included similar systems in countries that were reliable allies and partners of the United States. Everybody really involved, or all the different systems involved in turning ideas into innovations and discoveries into technologies and products that could advance the interests of American national security. Thinking of the NSIB that way, it was easier to see the major challenges that were facing the government in trying to improve it and make it more productive for national security. So Secretary Work and I like to think of them as the biggest ones of those as the three difficulties. So the first was how to set priorities, how to set a clear, consistent, and comprehensive demand signal to the rest of the ecosystem that they could count on in responding to requests for help from the government. And this is difficult because, first of all, when you are innovating, you are trying to create products and discoveries that you will need in the future, and the future is difficult to predict, particularly in the area of foreign policy. But it's also difficult because there are so many different agencies that participate in national security, and they often prioritize different things. And the only real centralizing node in the executive branch is the Office of the President, which has limited bandwidth. And so the idea was, how do you get the agencies to establish common priorities? And that's not even talking about the decentralized committee structure of the Congress. And Congressman Thornberry is going to be on the first panel, and he can discuss how frustrating those can be. One of our recommendations was related to the priorities. If you go and look, it was the creation of a National Security Innovation Committee within the executive branch, which would have members from all the different agencies that were dealing with national security in an effort, among other things, to come up with common priorities. The second difficulty was how to coordinate the non-government parts of the NSIB ecosystem without straitjacking them. How to get the segments to work together towards common priorities without coercing them so that they resist or they simply decline to participate. How do you get the benefits of synergy without sacrificing the dynamism and independent initiative that is the chief strength of our system relative to our adversaries? And so this was the area where actually most of our recommendations were made. We wanted to try and help the government align incentives. You're going to hear a lot about aligning incentives today so that the various segments of the ecosystem would be drawn to work together towards common goals, would want to do that. And then the third difficulty is probably the most challenging. It's how to measure progress or lack of progress in dealing with the first two difficulties. In other words, once you know what the innovations are that you want to prioritize and you begin enacting policies designed to align incentives, how do you know whether the ecosystem is moving in the direction that you want? The difficulties, sure, you have to measure outputs, but you also have to measure inputs because each segment in the ecosystem is itself like a chain, and then the chains are connected together. So all the links in a chain can be strong except one, and the chain will break just as if none of the links are strong. So measuring output will tell you if you're getting what you want, but it won't tell you what you need to fix if you're not getting what you want. So you have to dive into the inner parts of the system. You have to come up with criteria for evaluating them. You have to come up with indicators that indicate whether the criteria are being advanced, and you have to be able to come up with like assessment questions, the proper assessment questions, in order to determine whether the indicators are where you want them to be. And it's that third difficulty, probably the biggest one, that we decided to challenge. The Center for Peace Through Strength decided to take on and address. Hence the report card that you're going to get today. All I'll say, and you're going to hear more about this, is that in order to do the report card, we assembled a team of advisors from every segment of the NSIB, many of whom had served on the original task force. We began in real earnest last summer, building the framework for the report card. We met with the advisory board on a number of occasions, in particular to decide on the indicators we would use to guide our assessment questions and our criteria for evaluation. I participated in those, and I can assure you that the members of the advisory board did not hesitate to offer constructive criticism as we were developing the report card. And then we worked through the rest of last year, came up with a draft report card at the beginning of this year, ran that by the advisory system, the advisory team again, and the result is what you're going to hear about today. So all that's really left for me to do before I yield to, I think Rachel and Eric for a better overview than I've given you, is the thank yous. I want to thank, on behalf of the center, Dale Swartz and the team at McKinsey & Company. They served as our knowledge partners and built the fact base for the report card. They showed inexhaustible patience in dealing with those of us on the advisory committee. I do thank the advisory board for their criticisms, their suggestions, and their patience in dealing with the center as we work through this project. Eric Snellgrove deserves a lot of credit, and you're going to see him in a minute. He's our prime subject matter expert supporting our assessments. I also want to thank the members of the original task force for your participation, and many of you have continued to work with us as we try and advance in this area. I want to offer special thanks to the members of Congress who took the time to serve on that task force. It's unusual to get sitting members to do that. I can't say I ever did it, and it was very kind of them. It included Congressman Mike Gallagher and Andy Kim and Stephanie Murphy. I have to thank Bob Work. You all know that his commitment to national security innovation, both in and out of office, is largely responsible for making it the priority it is within the United States government. And finally, I want to thank Rachel Hoff, without whose relentless intelligence and tireless work, this project would still be a gleam in Roger Zackheim's eye. So I will yield at this point to Rachel and Eric.
Members here as well. Eric and I are going to take a few minutes just to run through an overview of the report card with you now in a little bit more depth. The report cards are available in these white folders just outside in the lobby, spiral bound for all of you to take back to your desks. Our goal with the report card was to really lay a concrete foundation for today's conversations, to really anchor the conversations in a hard assessment of where we are, where we've been, where we need to go. Beyond this summit, of course, we hope that this informs the work that you do across this space as well, and that it's useful to our virtual audience. I have a clicker. Let me start with a brief explanation of the methodology on the report card itself. So we started by identifying a key set of indicators. What's really driving the health, the resilience of this national security innovation based ecosystem, and also the government's ability to leverage that ecosystem toward its broader national security goals. Under each indicator, we developed a set of assessment questions and associated each assessment question with a number of criteria upon which to evaluate each overall indicator. We sourced a broad fact base, thanks in large part to our knowledge partners at McKinsey, as the Senator mentioned. The fact base informs a set of both qualitative and quantitative metrics that are used to measure all of our criteria. Each then receives its individual letter grade, and that informs the letter grade for the overall indicator. Oh, sorry. A word on grading. We tried to be tough but fair in our grading. We're eager to hear your assessments during Q&A or over lunch as well in the reception. A's were really meant to identify areas where the United States is truly best in class. Whether we're doing well compared with our competitors, doing great compared with our competitors, or even compared with the power of our own potential as America, where we're truly distinctive. B's, it's important to qualify and clarify in a room of overachievers, B's are good grades. B's are where we see sources of strength across key aspects of this ecosystem. And yet there's some room for improvement compared to either, again, where our competitors are or where we ourselves need to be. With C's, we identified particular vulnerabilities or inconsistencies that need significant improvement. With D's, we're looking at major vulnerabilities, really concerning aspects underlying the ecosystem itself. You'll see here in a minute, no F's assigned this year from the assessment team, but we reserve the right to do so in future years if things move in the wrong direction based on changes in the broader environment. And that's really meant to sort of represent the sort of fatal baseline of those weaknesses and vulnerabilities undermining our competitive edge and becoming catastrophic to US national security goals. Finally, each grade you'll see is associated with a particular trend line here in the bottom right. So this is meant to say, in recent years, say the last 5 years, there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of reforms, both on the Hill at the department, innovations in the private sector. So in recent years, where's our performance going? Are we trending up, trending down, or staying flat? In the coming years with the report card, we plan to do this on a regular basis. We'll be able to use this year's inaugural report card as a baseline and assess those trend lines based on the actual grades this year and then year on year as we go. So, what did we measure? We came up with a set of 10 key indicators that you see here on screen, divided into inputs and outputs. First, customer clarity. This is an assessment of how the US government functions as a customer in terms of providing the right demand signal to our partners in the private sector about how to innovate against our national security goals. Important to note here that this is a broad scope of US government to include interagency across the executive branch, not just DoD, and importantly, Congress as well. Final note on this, it's an important one, we have a whole panel on it. Following through on those stated objectives. So not just walking the walk, or not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. Number 2, innovation capital. Here we looked at a broad set of both public and private financial capital, as well as some non-financial assets and infrastructure. Not just the availability of that capital, but also the accessibility of that capital. The third indicator, private sector innovation base, is meant to assess a broad set of innovators from traditional defense company to startup dual-use tech companies in this space, how competitive those companies are on a global scale, and also how resilient that ecosystem is. Number 4, public civil innovation base, another broad scope here of the base of public-oriented research institutions, from government labs to FFRDCs and UARCs, and to include the university infrastructure and academia as important research partners in this space. 5th, government alignment measures interagency coordination among the federal government, but also importantly, coordination between federal and state and local governments toward our national security goals. International alliances and partnerships, how well are we integrating with the innovation bases of our trusted friends around the world? And that closes out our inputs. The outputs are a set of 3, what we would look at not as drivers, but as what we would expect to see in a healthy NSIB ecosystem. So first, innovation leadership. Simply put, we'd want to see first-in-class overall quality of US research and knowledge on a global scale. Defense modernization, how effectively are we translating innovations into capabilities, and are we doing so at the speed of relevance? And finally, pull through for broader national priorities. Here we're looking for kind of the multiplier effect. So where our NSIB efforts are lending themselves to positive externalities across our broader economy and also overall government effectiveness. So with that and those kind of key terms defined, let me turn it over to Eric Snellgrove to run through what you've all been waiting for, the grades themselves.
Yes. Thank you, Rachel. I will now briefly review the report card grades for the 10 indicators, and then we'll briefly display some of the signature recommendations that will be discussed throughout the day. Beginning with customer clarity, one of the lowest overall scores of a D due to a continued lack of consistency with rhetoric about the need to be innovative and make big bets and the actual follow-through. There are inconsistent tech priorities across the various services and agencies, and novel pathways remain small in scope, which blurs the NSIB demand signal for actual production and scaling. Additionally, the failure of Congress to pass on-time appropriations adds to additional delays and costs into an already strained defense budgeting and acquisition process that would benefit from increased flexibility. Mixed to poor outcomes on staffing, aligned tech priorities and roadmaps, trade-offs in a constrained resource environment, and unclear and slow procurement pathways are all vulnerabilities for the NSIB that will be discussed throughout the day. Number 2, innovation capital, which received a B-, is generally an area of strength. Significant public and private capital are available for NSIB innovation priorities. However, there is room to more efficiently deploy capital against national security breakthrough innovation priorities at key stages of a company's life cycle, while simultaneously exploring other financial incentives and mechanisms for defense and dual-use startups to accelerate and then scale their capabilities. We will have a separate panel on this indicator discuss in greater detail later today, and obviously very timely given the events over the weekend. For private sector innovation base, which received a B, is also an area of strength. The report found that there exists sufficient breadth and depth in the NSIB to spur the innovative outcomes required, with the number of overall participants and new entrants increasing. However, some key defense technologies still have limited concentrations due to consolidation, supply chain limitations, and industrial-based policy and incentives. Overall, the NSIB has sufficient economic dynamism to respond to shocks and global competition, but low margins and supply chain constraints do drag on the NSIB. Number 4, public civil innovation base, received a B-. Overall, our constellation of public labs and research institutions remains a clear competitive advantage. There is sufficient funding for public sources of innovation, including government and defense laboratories, federally funded research and development centers, and our premier universities. Collaboration with these innovation centers remains robust, but technology transfer and measuring their output remains an area for continued improvement. There are opportunities to improve the efficiency of the nearly $150 billion in NSIB-related investments across these institutions with greater oversight to ensure their contributions are aligned against specific technology areas where the private sector lacks the required infrastructure, expertise, or incentives to lead. Number 5, government alignment. This indicator received a C, and it is an area where we would benefit from recommended improvements. While some marquee programs, such as the CHIPS Act, have spurred federal, state, and local coordination to support innovation priorities, this remains the exception to the rule. The NSIB is geographically diversified, with 47 out of 50 states receiving over $1 billion in DoD contracts. However, the ability to amplify this buying power with greater state and local coordination is lacking, nor is it clear within the defense innovation ecosystem who has responsibility for this role. Aligning incentives, coordinating activities, and sharing best practices for both informal and formal NSIB support across the federal, state, and local governments are activities that are not clearly defined between the various organizations, whether that is the DoD's Office of Local Defense Community Cooperation, the PECS accelerators, formerly known as the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, or the National Security Innovation Network. Number 6, international partnerships and alliances received a C- after we assessed how the U.S. government is balancing the need for greater technology sharing with our allies and partners, while simultaneously managing the protection of intellectual property, export controls, foreign investment, and the security of our research and weapons systems. While trending positively and pleased to see the announcement yesterday on greater technology sharing with Australia, the number of science and technology agreements between the United States and foreign partners is at a near 10-year low. International partnerships should also be viewed as an opportunity to address the vulnerabilities within our own defense industrial base, to include enhancing U.S. cooperation with allies to address our global supply chain constraints and domestic manufacturing capacity limitations. And while strategic technology alliances play an important role in research and development cooperation, the DoD must also embrace and expand grassroots, service-driven initiatives such as the Navy's Task Force 59 in the Middle East. Finally, on the topic of technology protection, scrutiny of foreign investments is increasing as measured by the number of CFIUS reviews, but a small share of exports to China are subject to these controls. Chinese investment into startups remains high, and digital protections are insufficient, resulting in significant intellectual property theft. And finally, the last input indicator on this slide, talent base, is one of the lowest scoring grades on the report card, which received a D+. As Rachel stated, this indicator explored both domestic talent in STEM and skilled trades, and also how well the U.S. leads in attracting and retaining foreign talent for national security missions. Domestically, the U.S. talent pipeline is strained, and U.S. students underperform peers in NSIB critical capabilities. The defense workforce does not fully engage the best of U.S. talent, including the proportion of women in the workforce. The overall workforce is aging and under-indexed in proficiency in priority technology areas. The foreign talent pipeline is also facing challenges, with a lack of diversity that presents significant vulnerabilities, lengthy pathways for visas, and competitor programs that are exploiting these weaknesses to draw talent away from the United States. On the other hand, once foreign talent is engaged in the NSIB, the U.S. excels at retaining it, which makes the value proposition that much greater if we can address the issue on the front end to get them here and keep them here. Next slide.
They're up there.
Okay, great. Okay, now we're going to look at the 3 input indicators. First, America's overall innovation leadership remains a competitive advantage and is the highest grade of all indicators with an A-, but one that is at risk, and we cannot be complacent. The U.S. leads knowledge output based on these key indicators, including the number of global patents, and it continues to be a leader in critical technologies based off third-party assessments. However, strategic competitors such as China are gaining influence within international standards organizations and has surpassed the U.S. in percent of research papers in the most cited academic journals, which is an indicator of research influence and the quality of that research. The U.S. must be more proactive in communicating the risks of Chinese influence within standard-setting organizations when it threatens fair competition, impacts privacy consideration, or increases barriers to trade. Number 9, defense modernization, received a C grade. As Rachel stated, this indicator is measuring how well NSIB innovations are converted into actual U.S. national security capabilities and how effectively the U.S. has adapted its models and systems for actual acquisition. Fielded assets in critical technology areas demonstrate the pull-through of NSIB innovation, but readiness and interoperability lag expected progress. Novel acquisition pathways are growing in use, but large programs face process and oversight challenges, while smaller acquisition pathways face pull-through challenges and a lack of clear guidance within the department. While the DoD's use of prototype other transaction authorities is on the rise, the increase is slowing, and it remains to be seen if these will lead to important follow-on production awards in the fielding of new capabilities. And finally, indicator number 10, pull-through for broader national priorities, received a B-. Overall, the U.S. remains the global leader in NSIB relevant services and defense capabilities. The economy receives spillover benefits from these investments, including economic growth, productivity, return on investment, and increased employment. The human capital impact of the NSIB across the United States is profound, with the aerospace and defense sector employing over 2 million people in all 50 states, with average salaries 40% above the national average. This is a clear competitive advantage that we must harness. And now I'll briefly display some of the signature recommendations. Many of these will be addressed throughout the day, but they specifically target those indicators that scored lower, had specific deficiencies that we feel warranted a clearer plan of action, or positive trends that presented opportunities for the United States to double down on. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Eric. And our first panel session for the day will dive into kind of the broader themes from the report card itself. So please welcome to the stage Dale Schwartz from McKinsey & Company and our distinguished panelists.
While we do a little bit of a scene change here, just wanted to
Where do you want us?
wherever you'd like. We can line up right here. We have okay. The report card grades are out. Not necessarily the grades that those of us who are used to all A's in school certainly would expect. And so maybe from a starting perspective, we do a little bit of what may amount to a little bit of a parent-teacher conference here, right, to sort of discuss some of these. Action-packed day, of course, talking about some of the specific indicators going forward, and I couldn't be more pleased to have an amazing group of folks to kind of start the discussion on the specific grades, the indicators, and what some of it actually mean. Many of you all know sort of the esteemed panelists here. We've got the Honorable Doug Bush, who of course runs acquisition, logistics, and technology for the U.S. Army after a distinguished career on the legislative side, House Armed Services Committee and elsewhere. Former Congressman Mac Thornberry, who of course chaired the House Armed Services Committee for a number of years and is thinking about sort of driving many of these issues, and a member of the advisory board for this initiative. Raj Shah, who has worn many hats over the years, but of course is a technologist, a startup founder, investor, and used to run a little thing called Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, and is thinking, I think, a lot about Silicon Valley Bank and what that means these days, so we might ask him some of that. And then Sri Ramaswamy, who's actually a former colleague of mine, so great to see off doing amazing things, who's an architect of many of the growth and competitiveness initiatives at the Department of Commerce, right? And so as we think about this holistically from, what national security means in terms of sort of a broader set of outcomes, Sri brings sort of a great lens on that. So maybe we start a little bit with how should we think about a report card like this, what it means, and sort of how it how it can be sort of driven in a conversation. So maybe Mac, just to start with you, Congressman Thornberry, if you think about, like we said, sort of the grades are out there. You've got sort of these 10 indicators. I mean, question one is almost, why is this particularly important to think about now? And as you think about sort of as a policymaker, guide us a little bit on like how you would think about, using grades like this and what it would mean from your perspective.
Well, why is it important now? I think everybody agrees that innovation and technology is going to be the key driver between us and China, between democracy and authoritarian, and it's not just military, it's economic, it's societal. This innovation base is really going to help be a primary driver, I'd say, of our future. How does it help policymakers? I think it's incredibly valuable First, just because of the categories it lists. I think it wasn't until I became chairman that I started to focus on outside investment and talk to investors. Well, we don't vote on that in the defense authorization bill or appropriation, and yes, it's a key component of our national security innovation base, talent pipeline. So you can, just having those categories there, I think is a great tool. And secondly, what I'm really fond of is this differentiation between inputs and outputs. Because from my perspective, you see lots of churn, lots of new offices, lots of new spending, lots of new initiatives. But I don't think, in Congress at least, we were very good at monitoring, particularly measuring what came of all that stuff. And so just having that difference in, okay, these are the inputs, but this is what it means to the warfighter, that's what really counts. Last thing I'll just mention is I really like the cross-cutting initiatives that are part of this report, because there's a number of studies, a number of very helpful insights that are going on all around the country. I don't think there's a lot of disagreement about what our problems are, what we need to do better. But still, we're not making the progress that we should. And this, one of those cross-cutting initiatives, it's the incentives, it's the culture. And as Senator Talent pointed out, and I hope Doug doesn't get offended, it's not just the Pentagon, it's Congress too, that's part of this culture, part of the incentives and so forth, that we need to do better. So you just take all that together, and you may quibble with a grade here or there, I think all of us might, but as a tool, I think it's really helpful.
Great, that makes a ton of sense. Maybe Sri, just to start with you a little bit, because we'll cover a couple different grades and we'll cover a couple of these different cross-cutting themes. Maybe start with the thing that's highest on the list, right, which is innovation leadership overall, sort of this idea that it's an A- or thereabouts. As you think about architecting sort of a broader set of sort of policies, because we'll talk defense modernization, all that, but just kind of the role of sort of innovation in terms of driving sort of national security innovation, driving a broader set of sort of economic outcomes in the U.S. from a productivity perspective and overall. How should we kind of think about why this is important for that overall, kind of multiplier effect from an economic perspective?
I think, well, first of all, thank you guys for putting this thing out. I think it is helpful, to build on the Congressman's point, partly because it helps some of us who are in the belly of the beast. Right? It sort of convinces us that we're not crazy about fighting some of the battles that we're fighting. So for instance, on customer clarity, we've spent 2 years developing our strategy for the CHIPS Act, and sitting at Commerce, this is a supply side program. We've got loans, we've got grants, there's an investment tax credit. We don't have a demand signal, right? We cannot issue a demand signal, and so we need other agencies, including the Defense Department primarily, to issue that demand signal. And it's been a conversation, let's say, right? It's been an interesting conversation trying to figure out how you articulate the demand signal. I think on your question about the innovation leadership, look, I think there's a difference, between scientific innovation, which is what it sounds like this is focusing on, versus engineering innovation. And I would encourage folks to keep that in mind, because we're seeing that in real world. When you think about things like hard tech, deep tech, right? And we're seeing this now. We saw it in semiconductors. We're seeing it in the bioeconomy. We're seeing it with quantum. We're seeing it with even things like energy, right? When stuff leaves the lab and starts to get commercialized, you run into this wall where we seem to have lost the ability to engineer things, right? Engineering means you need a lot of capital in the real world. You need a lot of patience, right? This is all trial by error, learning by doing constantly, right? Take a new semiconductor fab. It takes 5 years for that thing to get going to peak utilization and actually become commercially viable. Nobody's supporting that stuff in the meantime. And so you talk about quibbling with certain grades, that's the one that I would potentially quibble with, is I don't know that I would give our innovation leadership an A-. I would give our scientific leadership definitely an A-, maybe even an A+. But I think our engineering capacity seems to be diminishing. And so one of the things from a productivity standpoint and economic growth standpoint, that's what starts to matter, right? And it's all about, how do I reverse engineer a decommissioned coal site to build a small modular reactor there? That's innovation. I need to figure out how to do this, right? How do I take, an EV battery plant and make sure that it comes to full yield as fast as I can before the Chinese get there, right? Like those are the kinds of things that we're struggling with. And I think that's where what we're looking at from a commerce standpoint is how do you get other sources of capital? How do you think about incentive structures that allow companies to make those long-term investments, knowing that the capital utilization will be low, knowing that there'll be risks along the way, and all this while you've got the Chinese sitting out there over-investing in capacity, driving down the margins, driving down the returns, creating those headwinds. Like how do you fend that off, right?
Yep.
I think that's the central problem that, from a commerce standpoint, we're trying to figure out how to solve.
Doug, you obviously are very well known for driving a bunch of very innovative acquisition processes and kind of trying to pull in quite a bit from sort of a commercial technology perspective and otherwise. How do you react to that, and particularly from thinking about this sort of core bringing and driving the innovation leadership, the engineering leadership and others into what you need to do from a defense modernization perspective?
Sure. So the first thing I liked about the report is I agree with its fundamental premise that the private sector's ability to innovate is intimately tied with America's national security success. It was critical to us winning the Cold War. We out-innovated the other side. We got to do it this time. So I think I like that it comes at it from that perspective, and I completely agree with that. And government has a role. Government can do a lot to shape where funding flows and pick winners and advance things, but the fundamental thing we still need is private sector innovation. And I'm seeing a lot of it. So I guess I have good and bad news. So the good news is when you get down into inside individual programs, we often see, in a lot of cases, good engineering, good work being done. It's often bigger companies leveraging smaller companies that doesn't always get noticed as much, but it's there. So in most cases, we find a way to work with our private sector to innovate. Where we struggle, I think, is that there's a bit of a crowd-out effect with funding for the big programs and the big initiatives, make it very hard to create room and funding space. And among, it's like I can just tell you, having done 2 budgets now inside the Pentagon, it's a Shark Tank. Mm-hmm. Everyone's competing for the same dollars, and all of the requirements are valid. So how do we, from a budgeting standpoint and managing the Pentagon, where we're putting money and moving money, one thing I took from the report was we have to do better in not letting that happen. We've got to deliberately create an innovation space and funding that every year we know, okay, this percent's got to go to that.
Yeah.
And it means stopping other things. So a friend of mine, a colleague I brought into the work with me, my principal deputy, Young Bang, he came from the private sector. And his description of how it's a fairly ruthless process for triaging what's working and what's not in kind of lab-type efforts, because you have to create funding for the new stuff. Mm-hmm. You can't just keep trying to innovate on the schedule indefinitely, which government R&D at times can fall into that practice.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
One of the things that the report card highlights is the fact that, different lists of sort of critical technology areas take sort of plus or minus 14. A significant minority of those actually have a pathway sort of to a program of record, right? And so this piece around making trade-offs, ultimately it ends up being sort of the MDAPs that get favored over some of the earlier stage stuff that gets pulled through. How do you think about that from sort of the trade-off perspective and what you're trying to drive?
Well, first of all, not everything should transition. Not everything works. Mm-hmm. Like I said, Shark Tank. And that's okay. That's competition among the innovators, and that's good. And not everybody gets a lollipop. However, it's incumbent on we in the services certainly, as we try to work this, you have to deliberately make the space. Now, one backstop has been Congress. Actually, Congress often does some of the hard work on pushing innovation and innovative solutions on the department. When we can't find a way to do it ourselves, and I think that's good. You need both branches working together, but the departments, we can do a better job on that on our own. And like was said, there's great efforts underway up at OSD, multiple new offices, previous administration and this one. I think there's a lot of energy. It's all pointing in the right direction, but we have to actually do it now and actually move the dial, which the report fairly says you really haven't seen a significant change yet.
Raj, we've talked a couple of times already about sort of incentives and this idea that there is a misalignment between sort of, like returns, for example, on sort of expectations from like a venture capital or a startup side versus, again, the sort of pipeline as you think down sort of contracts over time. As you counsel startups, you obviously run a VC firm now. How do you think through that with the folks who are thinking about sort of scaling and have obviously a lot of passion around getting technologies in the hand of the warfighter, given value of death and all that kind of stuff, right?
No, thanks, Dale, and tied to the report, it's glad to see that there's now metrics that we can measure, and unlike a lot of higher institutions, there's not a lot of grade inflation here. So if we think about, in my view, incentives, right, and we think about what both Doug and Chairman said of how important the private sector is. Economic security is national security, and the Pentagon and the DoD and the government are no longer the monopoly buyer, right? They're not the biggest fish. So how does both the first and second branches of our government incentivize the private sector and private capital to do what we want in terms of supporting national security? And so, my general view is that we're not going to buy ourselves out of this problem, given the fiscal constraints that we're going to have over the next decade. And so it's really going to be about efficiency and optimization of the budgets that we do have. So in the report, it talks about R&D spend by our traditional industrial base, which is very, very important. It's 3% currently R&D towards technology versus about 15% or more in the private sector. Again, what are the incentives that the government could do to increase that? What are incentives to have our talent base stay here, right? In the report, it talks about 60% of STEM grad students are from India and China. The vast majority of them struggle to find ways to stay here. What can we do to incent them and allow them? And same with the private capital. What are ways that the government could say we want to promote our winners and have them really focus in on government national security problems to survive? And again, the report shows the average cyber contract is about $1 million of capital, and the average follow-on after that is $600K, right? So we can measure that, perhaps that's not enough, and we can focus efforts to improve that.
What do you? One of the suggested recommendations is this idea of making bigger bets, right, in specific areas. I think space, autonomy, and some other areas are highlighted. How do you think about that in terms of what a big bet actually looks like from a demand signal perspective? Like, what are the specific pieces you would be kind of looking for to drive that much more toward this idea of clearly they're sort of winners, as Doug talked about?
I would say my recommendation to the Pentagon and other government agencies is twofold. One, be more demanding, and I'll explain what that means. And two, have a level playing field. So by the first one, be very clear about what it is you want, and have a set of rules that will select the best answer, right? The best technology, and be demanding, right? There's no free pass. But it should be, the competition should be based on which technology or innovation delivers, not on who's got the best bid and proposal team and government lobbyists, right? And so if you change that, I think you'll get the outcomes that you want.
Yeah. One of the other indicators that scored quite a bit on the lower side is obviously talent, right? And of course, structurally, there's a skills gap in the U.S. in terms of like key skilled labor areas. If you think about the driving need for sort of software talent, for example, in a lot of sort of the digitally oriented programs that Doug, you and others are driving quite a bit. This is a key area. I mean, maybe Doug, just for you as a starting point, as you think about filling sort of the key technical talent areas, some of the things that you all are trying to do, really just sort of get folks in the door, sort of drive this overall sort of STEM and otherwise talent base. In the absence of solving a bunch of broader demographic questions and things like that, what are the things that you all are doing in kind of the near term to try to address this?
Sure. So one particular area of focus has been software talent. Mm-hmm. So just broadly speaking, since I arrived, major goals just over my time there, update the Army to roughly 2022 practices for acquiring software. And what we quickly run into there is not just changing policies. You have to have the people who know how to do it on the government side. So that's both hiring in talent. So we've been able to, for example, bring in some recent senior leadership from the private sector. So not your traditional government hires. And it makes a huge difference. They just bring a different frame of mind than how a government person thinks after doing it the government way for 20 years in software. The second thing is using new authorities from Congress, and this has been absolutely critical. The middle tier acquisition pathway gets a lot of discussion. Actually, the software pathway is in some ways more radical when you think about how the department acquires things. And when I got there, we had 6. I think we're up to 12, and it's rising now, programs using this new pathway. If you show you can do it in a modern way, you attract talent that wants to be in on the latest thing. I mean, the value of service is there for government folks. The mission matters. In my case, you're trying to equip the best soldiers in the world with the very best stuff. I mean, that's a great mission. But if we ourselves modernize, I think we'll attract the talent. Subpoint to that is, though, our systems for bringing in talent, you still have to incentivize people to stay. I think one great thing that Congress did was the cyber accepted service. Certainly helps us on the cyber side retain talent. I've mused about something like that for software skills in terms of software development, because I see that we clearly need it, and for us to afford to retain that talent, it is a competition and you have to pay enough. So, software right now is, I think, the Army's #1 focus on kind of upskilling our workforce.
Yeah. Maybe Sri, same question for you as you're thinking about sort of the workforce development pieces and all that Commerce is trying to drive. I know this is something that's very top of mind for you. So how are you thinking about working through this?
I mean, I can certainly speak to the private sector engagement of this particular question. I think, maybe leaving the software piece aside, in the other groups of workforce, I think the commercial sector has the same problem in many ways as the defense sector. So if you think about, and there are these 2 different groups of talent that we worry about, right? One is the engineers, right, the material scientists and the engineers, the process engineers, all of those sorts of folks, the PhDs, in those sorts of places. And the other one is just, we talk about this all the time, right? Welding, pipe fitting, the trade skills, which we've been talking about this, at least I've been talking about it for 15 years, right? And people have talked about it for much longer than that, and yet we haven't been able to crack that nut. And even the companies we're seeing are struggling with it. And I think one of the things that we are trying to do here at Commerce is to try to do a better benchmarking within the private sector. And so when we talk to these companies, for instance, who are thinking about the CHIPS Act, many of these companies are very large. They have multiple locations in the US. They work with a variety of universities and community colleges and trade schools, but they don't necessarily benchmark internally themselves. And we ask them, what type of program, among all the programs that you work with, which one gives you the most productive workers 6 months into the job? And they won't be able to tell you that, right? And so that's part of the benchmarking is, okay, you got to figure out, which programs are the most efficient at giving you the best workers. And then you also have to figure out which programs are the most efficient at taking a large and diverse intake and making sure they're coming out, well deployed. And so that's part of what we're trying to figure out is how do you make sure that the private sector is, has the incentives to do that kind of benchmarking, to create that sort of a marketplace where you actually have people know what works and are able to quantifiably assess what works and be able to scale that up.
Mac, one of the, I think, things that came up repeatedly in the discussions in developing the report card was capacity for and comfort for taking risk associated with core tenet from an innovation perspective. So there's this idea that we need to go faster, we need to be bolder from a true step change level, right? This is, there's obviously some things from an incremental perspective you should do, but some of the things we're talking about are structural things that are going to require a fundamentally different way of thinking about this, right? And part of this is, in some areas, 100% mission success makes sense. In some areas, going faster and being bolder actually, means comfort with sort of capacity to fail, right? And as you think about sort of that drive towards speed and sort of the trade-off from a risk perspective, what are the things that you would potentially like to see changed culturally or otherwise in terms of the conversation around Washington on some of this? Because there's a little bit of a disconnect, right, between, how Silicon Valley talks about this, for example, and how you see this on the DC side. What's your take?
No, there's no question. There is a cultural challenge at being able to take a risk. I kept threatening when I was chairman, and my crack staff would never let me do it, to hold a hearing just with program managers whose programs had shown what does not work. And instead, what happens is we will have a hearing and rake somebody over the coals for their program failing, continuing to pour money into it and wasting money. But if you try things and learn what does not work and do it fast, that's great. That's increasing your knowledge of learning. And yet, I'll just say Capitol Hill is one of the deterrents to that, because you're afraid of getting called up or being called out in the press or something. So it's that whole mindset of trying things, learning what does and does not work, and moving on. I do think, and I'll venture off into dangerous territory here, we need to do our funding a little differently so that there is a pool of money for a particular purpose. For example, the National Security Commission on AI recommended a pool of money for AI applications, and you can move fast. You can try a number of things. You see, that's not working, this will work, and you move your money over here without going and asking Mother May I 2 years in advance before you make those adjustments. So there's got to be parameters around it, but I'd like to give Doug some pots of money for a purpose, and then let him make the adjustments as the technology is developed.
That would be amazing, sir.
Theo, can I add
Yeah,
something
please.
that the chairman had? I 100% agree. And I almost want to change the conversation of what is risk, right? So I want to challenge the presumption that doing things in the way a startup would, or this fast iteration, creates more risk. I would actually argue it creates less risk, particularly in software. If you look at the DoD's history in building large software programs, the vast majority do not deliver the capability and are all over budget. But we think that's the lower risky pathway rather than an iterative approach where the things that work you double down on. And I would submit that the current system, all it's doing is transferring the risk, and it transfers the risk from cubicles from the Pentagon to our warfighters in the field. And that's not the risk trade-off we should take.
Yeah. We're going to open up to questions in a minute, so start thinking about what you want to grill our panelists on. But maybe just one question for the group, and we'll go a little bit down the line if that's okay. There's 10 different indicators. Obviously, there's a range of grades, as we talked about, everything from that A in innovation leadership to the D on customer clarity and on talent base. As you look at that, what is the one indicator that you are sort of the most focused on that you would hope that we raise the grade or really sort of double down on, so that when this report card is run in say 2 years, you think you can there's sort of a material sort of change from an outcome perspective? I don't know, maybe Doug, start with you.
Sure. So there's one, and we're actually working inside the Army on having better measurements of this, and that's technology transitions from, this is value death. This is starting with a company that's innovative and actually having it pulled through all the way to procurement contracts. First thing we have to do there is see ourselves, and we're working on that. We brought in my new deputy assistant who's working on technology transition, Mr. Willie Nelson. He is an innovator. He's an engineer. It's not no offense to scientists, but not quite your traditional scientist. He's I have him focused on that. That's his number one job, and I think he's off to a great start. And so our ability to get things over the line, and really there's two ways we're looking at it. One is the traditional method, which is something comes out of a government lab, but you've actually budgeted for it and you have a handoff to a program manager. It moves into a system. So we get no credit for it. We do a lot of that in the classified space, so that's okay. I'll take no credit there. But it needs to be the normal thing. It should not just exist in this special classified world. The second thing, and this gets to what the chairman was referring to, is the ability to take advantage of unexpected things. So you can plan, okay, the lab is working on something 3 years from now, hopefully to be at the right tech level. But then you also get your things from the private sector that come in unexpected, that you can't plan 3 years in advance, and that's good. And we do have to have a way to try to catch those things and not let them fall. It does get back to some of what the chairman was saying about having more flexible accounts. That's a running conversation with the Hill. I'm going to have it again. Ultimately, the authorizing and appropriations committees have to be okay with that, and their members do. But they've done it before in certain areas. So I think the aperture is there. We just have to show we've got ways to track it and provide them with information on what we're doing. And I think the precedents are there. We just need to take a run at select areas. AI could be a great one. And then show some success. And then maybe that would open the door to it being a model, not just a one-off that happens every now and then.
Can I just emphasize, when in the early days of Iraq and Afghanistan, when we were losing limbs and all that stuff, we created the Joint IED Task Force, and they had a pool of money, and they could move fast to solve this problem. We had a sense of urgency then. We need a sense of urgency now to deal with these issues. I would say the most important metric, or the one I would highlight, as I've already betrayed, it's an output and it's defense modernization. Because we can talk about all this stuff, do all this stuff, but if it doesn't translate into capability for the warfighter, then it doesn't really matter very much. And I would even go so far as to say morally, our country has a responsibility to provide the warfighters with the best tools, the best technology that our whole country, not just the government, but our whole country can provide. And so it's that metric of that output, what's the result of all this churn and money and stuff, to me, that's the most important.
And on that one, as a reminder to folks, defense modernization intentionally was defined fairly holistically, right? So on the capability side, you're talking platforms, you're talking interoperability, right? You're talking sort of capabilities of the folks who are operating them from a sort of skilling perspective. And then it was the ability and capacity to operate within and innovate on sort of new pathways for acquisition, right? So the two pieces were in there. Raj?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of important ones, so it's hard to choose one. But if I had to, so in my day job as a venture capitalist, early stage, the number one thing we look for is teams. Who are the people behind the innovation and talent? So to me, talent's the largest one. How do we encourage the great engineers and scientists we have in this country to think about national security, come spend time in government, build companies focused on that, and then how do we continue to cull the best talent from around the world to solve these problems? So that'd be the top one.
Just to follow up on that, because there's a perception often that the best technologists and engineers and others in the United States don't necessarily want to work on national security challenges, right? They would sort of prefer to do, other things like, cat filters on, various things and things like that. Is that your experience?
My experience is exactly opposite. I think young, talented people in our country, they want meaning. They want to work on things that are important. And there's no more important project than protecting democracy and peace. So they want to work on it. They need to find a way to work on it that makes sense economically as well. But there's a ready and willing force.
Yeah.
I would certainly agree with that. I think there's a sense of mission. I think it's up to us to figure out how to tap it. I think as far as indicators go, look, I'm glad you guys put customer clarity at number one. I've been in this role for 2 years, my first time in government. I came to commerce because it was pitched as this place where we're going to envision a more muscular commerce department that works with the Defense Department, national security meeting economic security. And one of the things I've seen, to my surprise a little bit, is how much people underestimate the role of the Defense Department in issuing the demand signal. It is true, right? The Defense Department does not do high volume purchases, but when you talk about emerging technologies that are approaching the real world, you don't need high volume purchases to drive the risk down at that stage. You need a low volume purchase that is willing to pay a higher price point and that is willing to work with the supplier to go through that iteration and the testing and make sure that it's meeting mission requirements, right? That is a huge role that the Defense Department can play. That's what the DoD played back when the microelectronics industry was nascent, right? We don't need, like I said, we don't need the high volume, but somehow if we can solve that customer clarity problem, you will be solving not just for Pentagon acquisition, but you'll be solving for a wider economic security problem as well.
That's great. All right, we'd love to get the audience in on the conversation at this point. There are microphones, I think, on other sides, so please wait to be called on. But yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Brian McGrath, and I'd like to talk about that gaudy A- for a second. Was political innovation leadership and policy innovation leadership and bureaucratic innovation leadership taken out of that and put into the other grades to achieve that gaudy A-? Because I understand that engineers and the scientists may be up in the A-, A+, but those other areas probably wouldn't earn that grade.
So, I mean, from the perspective of sort of what's in what indicator, certainly. I mean, it's ultimately sort of, technological leadership that's driving a lot of that. But this, I guess, kind of broadly gets back to this point on customer clarity, the piece around sort of policy coordination. We haven't really talked about government alignment, and one of the pieces in there that is sort of a cross-cutting theme that, INSIB actors sort of lack sufficient coordination toward common goals is sort of a finding across the board. So I don't know if anybody would like to kind of react to that as whether that sort of resonates or not.
Well, just offer, the Army's a big place.
Yeah.
Okay, and I would love it to be all perfectly coordinated and doing exactly the same thing and marching exactly the right direction all the time. Pretty hard. And also, it's not that, we don't do our best to do that, but I think, approaching, the Army, if we were a company, we would be one of the biggest companies in the world all by ourselves. So I think a little patience with some dissonance at times is helpful. I think it's incumbent, though, on us to make it easier to figure out if you're talking to actually the right person. So I've met with companies who've said, well, we're working with the Army, and I always have to ask who exactly, almost like a name. And sometimes they will be working with someone who's part of the system, but not the key part. And that's our fault for not communicating better how to get into the Army, in my case, and where the discretion really lies and where the key elements are. So I think it's fair that if they were applying that grading scale to the government side, it probably wouldn't be an A-. But it's an area we're very aware of. Working better, modern communications and internet make it much easier to do this. We should be able to do this better. It's a small thing, but for example, we're trying to centralize all of our cyber activity inputs through a single website, just for starters, just so people have one place to go. That's a small thing, but it's the kind of thing we need to do across the board.
I can maybe add a little bit to that too. Look, it's hard to coordinate. Okay, so I think what we've seen so far is every program has its own life. Something gets passed on the Hill, there's a budget assigned to it, an agency picks it up, builds an office around it, hires people for it. There's a funding notice or an RFI or something that goes out, and it gets its own momentum. And along comes another program, and now you're trying to get that first program and say, hold on a minute, you need to change the way you're doing certain things because I need you to coordinate, and it's hard to do that, right? And in the absence of an institutional capacity to coordinate, it's left to individuals, individual program managers, individual agency folks to reach out, to use their personal connections and do it, and yeah, they do it. But the broader question is, how do you create an institutional capacity whose mandate is to coordinate and is actually monitored and evaluated on how programs are coordinating, and we don't have that. And the Senator talks about the fact that we don't have it on the Hill either, right? So I don't know how to solve that problem, but it is something we're seeing here, that we kind of seen this on the ground.
Ellen?
Thank you, everyone, for doing this panel. Doug, I was really energized to hear you talk about the software pathway. And I'm very interested to hear from all of you how you think this authority, the BA-8, could be used to a broader extent. It occurs to me that education and encouragement by leadership and from leadership is really important, because there are more programs now that don't have to worry about the color of money, whether it be RDT&E, procurement, or sustainment, yet the pickup on this authority is relatively slow. And whereas most of our significant systems today are hardware enabled, yet software defined, that software will be very, very important. So what can we do as a community to encourage both the Hill as well as the building to make better use of that?
Yeah, I mean, Doug, you're certainly well placed, and Raj, I suspect folks want to hear from you too on this one.
So I can start. I mean, VA8 is a subcolor of money inside R&D that was created by Congress's trial to just try to break down this barrier we have in the department. Private sector doesn't do software like this. They don't do development, procurement, and worse, sustainment with 3 different colors of money. Nobody does that. So it was an attempt at that. I think we've had some success there. I think the Hill is still waiting. The conversations I've had have been, okay, we need to see some success before we grow this too much more. But here's some good news within that. I think we're finding ways where we're trying to do is if we still have to live with different colors of money, at least have it controlled by one entity. So in the Army, for example, we had in the past this somewhat artificial barrier between developing it and procuring it and then what we called sustainment, which in the private sector would be just, upgrades and keeping it working and improving it. We are now bringing that authority back under one place. Different colors of money remain, but authority over using that money is now going to all be centralized in the programs again for new software programs. So that's a half step toward what you're talking about, but I think an important one because just need the work to get done. If we can find a way to do it within existing confines, the Hill would like that. But a BA8 expansion is one of the several conversations I want to have with members and staff this year about how we're doing.
Sorry, just wait for the mic one second. Thank you.
I'd like to comment. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, I'd like to comment on the foreign talent issue. The State Department and the consular sections in our embassies abroad are a shambles when it comes to processing, H-1B visas and other visas. And we're losing a lot of world-class talent from India, from China, and from many other countries because the process is so cumbersome, so long, and then some of the people who come here have to get a security clearance after they come here to work for a DoD subcontractor. So what's happening is a lot of people that could be the next Albert Einstein, are not showing up in the United States. And the People's Republic of China has noticed this because I'm familiar with one country, and they give people who want to study STEM and artificial intelligence in China visas in less than a month. And I just wanted to say that this is a big pipeline problem that needs to be solved and solved quickly.
Go ahead.
I mean, the comment I would make is, as we think about our national security innovation base in America, we should play to our strengths. And this is a competition that we are well poised to win. America's just a better place to live in than China, right? Authoritarianisms versus democracy, there's not a lot of debate out there. So this is one of our inherent strengths, and we should take advantage of it.
And I'd just add, it shouldn't be that hard politically to at least make incremental progress in this area. You're not going to solve all the immigration problems in a single bound, but we tried, if you'll remember, in NDAA a couple years ago, just to allow a handful of people with very high skills and top degrees to come in under a kind of a special exception. And nobody really disagreed with the argument. It was more a jurisdictional thing that meant we couldn't get it into the defense authorization bill. My point is, you get heads nodding when you say it's stupid for us to help educate people in PhDs in chemistry and computer science and then say you can't stay in the country. You've got to go back home. And so at least some incremental progress should be possible even with the difficulties surrounding the broader immigration debate.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Matt Waters from McKinsey. My question is for Doug Bush. I'm thinking about kind of the alignment between the labs and the programs of records and thinking about the role of RICTO and curious how kind of you see programs like that being kind of an innovative pioneer, or if those are kind of not the solution, how you would elaborate on that.
So I think the fundamental thing still remains. You've got to, whoever's doing the, the R&D or the prototyping, you still have to connect to make sure there's a path to a program. So, I mean, you got to do the work. You got to do that regardless of where it is, whether it's in a more traditional government lab setting or at a prototyping activity like RICTO. So I think, and we've run into that. So, starting a prototype program has never been easier. This is a good thing. It's still difficult to just carve out the money to take those prototypes and put them into production because, again, when you get to that stage, you're now competing with everything else, fighting for those limited production dollars. So I think, again, though, leadership, what I've seen is leadership matters here. If it's important to the Army, the senior leaders will make sure things do transition. And we got a number of those underway, several big ones from RICTO, our hypersonics program, our new ground-based cruise missile program. I mean, those are templates to me, and hopefully behind them comes some directed energy work being done there. I think it's occasionally good, though, to create a new organization just when you need to just try doing things a new way, it's a healthy thing. So, but what you don't want over time is it to just become just like everybody else. So it's a balance, and everything needs reform. So kind of, RICTO 2.0 will probably look a little bit different, work on different things, but that's okay. You want that. Work in progress. Not a great answer, sorry.
I see Mike Brown over there.
Yeah, Mike Brown. I very much agree, Chairman Thornberry, with your comment that the most important metric on output is defense modernization. And we all know we're in a tech race with China and speed matters. I wonder if it would be helpful for us to differentiate what capabilities we're investing in that come to fruition, meaning getting fielded in warfighters' hands in the next, pick it, 2, 3, 4 years, versus the average of what it takes new capability to come in the department, which is, we've seen studies 9 to 26 years, so decades. But we rarely make that distinction. So do you agree with that it would be helpful to differentiate when something's coming to transition? And if so, what should we do that kind of starts to get us thinking about that and maybe encourage some balance? My perspective without an in-depth look at that is most of what we spend the R&D on is the larger programs that are coming in decades.
Yeah, I think there's a fair amount of concern about that, actually, that we're putting a lot of R&D money into things that won't pay off for a long time. And if you listen to what the Chinese leaders say, we may not have that period, certainly if we want to deter them, and we do, from aggressive sorts of action. So I do worry that there's a disconnect here. And I also worry at the thing that Doug highlighted. So you've got this innovation going here, but we don't really have a pathway to get it fielded in any scale. And so there's this gap, and that also adds to that time lag that you're talking about. So I think both of those things we really have to do better on. Last thing I'll mention is I'm persuaded Bill Greenwald, I'll have to confess, used to work on the Senate side, but he's all right anyway. But he did a study that looked at aircraft production, commercial versus aircraft production government, and the time lag on how long it took to get new airplanes in the air and so forth. And the difference ought to wake us all up. Same industry, trying to advance, big difference. We've certainly got to do better.
Doug, I'm interested in your take on that.
I was hoping to duck that one. Yeah, so some things should take a while. All right, at least, not everything is rapid turn, but we've got to be able to do both and know when to, move away from something. So one challenge of anyone who's worked in the department is when do you stop doing something? It's pretty hard for the department to do. It's hard for Congress to do, especially if it's a significant program and you've got investments in it and there's a workforce, et cetera. So I think the key there is the department can't be on an island. We have to work, I think, very closely with Congress, for example. If we're going to change direction on something important, to reinvest in something else, you can't just hit Congress with that with no preamble and no, hey, I hope you're okay with this approach. You got to do it collaboratively. Have the conversations with the right members and the right staffs. And I think often we get a lot of leeway, actually, when you make your case reasonably. So number one, that's important, because doing new stuff faster, sometimes you got to stop doing something else that's just not working out. The second part is, it's been talked about a million times. There's a whole commission on it, but yeah, I mean, the cycle of this is the way we do funding, of course, inhibits that to some degree. And I think there's openness to relooking how we do that in cycle. But some of the hardest words to the Department of Defense I've heard since in my brief time there have been, this is an in-cycle change. That means in between appropriations. There's tools, they're kind of hard. So we need to continue to work with Congress, make the case that we need that kind of flexibility, and then earn the right to keep it.
There's probably time for one more question, if anybody's got, yeah.
Okay, I'll project. From the Federation of American Scientists. So I want to go back to one of the points that you raised, both Raj and Chairman, about the foreign talent piece. But there's another aspect to that on the research security side, where the whole announcement of the China Initiative in November 2018, and a lot of research security measures that Congress has taken. That debate continues to evolve. In fact, now, probably the debate has shifted to a point where some are openly calling for whether we should even have these Chinese students in the U.S. in the first place. Would you have what are your thoughts on that? If you would elaborate.
Sure. And I think as I go back to even think about talent, the one thing I'd say for sometimes you go to these meetings here in D.C. on the challenges, and everything is so gloom and doom. I feel like both my time in government and now in the Valley, the best days are when you go out and meet young folks doing the work, right? Young folks in uniform or entrepreneurs, that's very, very motivating. But to your point, look, there's always a challenge from a counterintelligence standpoint, because our foreign adversaries will use these mechanisms to inject compromised situations. But that's a known science. We know how to do counterintel. We have whole agencies that know how to do that. So I think there can be an appropriate balance between adequate counterintelligence to protect our secrets, yet being an opening, welcoming place. And again, I'd go back to, that this is a great place to come. And so you're going to bring families, and people are going to stay here for long periods of time. So it's a little bit of a different dynamic than a short-term exchange.
Well, that's probably a good place to end. We're at time. Thank you so much to our panelists. Roger, keep me honest. I think we've got a short break now for about 15 minutes until 10:25, at which point we're going to come back and talk customer clarity a little bit more. Thank you all.
Nice job.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Improving Customer Clarity. Please welcome to the stage moderator Courtney Kuby and our distinguished panelists.
Well, thank you. I'll let you grab your seats while we get started. So far this morning, the panels here have really delved into this report card, the National Security Innovation-Based Report Card. But this panel, we're going to look at what was the lowest scoring indicator, and that's customer clarity. It scored a D. What would have gotten you a signature from the parents back in school, but so we're going to talk a little bit more about it here. And we're lucky here today because we have a panel of people who can talk about it from both sides. We can get the perspective from the hallways of the Pentagon, the hallways of Congress, and then the customer side as well of this issue that clearly needs to be addressed. I want to start, Congressman Rob Wittman. You are the Vice Chairman of the House Armed Services Committee. You're also the Chair of the Tactical Land and Air Forces Subcommittee, which I'm sure our audience knows, focuses on systems and equipments, but also for all the services, and also it touches on the procurement issue for the services. So I just want to start with a broad question.
Sure.
Is the U.S. government a good customer?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Where it's not a good customer is sending a constant demand signal. And certainty is what business need. Businesses need that certainty because then when they plan to make investments, to put on a workforce, to be able to look in the long term, they need that certainty. Where the government is a bad customer, I think begins with Congress. You cannot be consistent in the things that we need to do for our nation's defense by year after year after year putting forth continuing resolutions. You just can't do that. And then finally, when an appropriation bill goes through, many times you have 6 months, 7 months, 8 months to spend 12 months worth of money. It's very inefficient to be able to get that out of the door. And then what happens is that becomes the annual roller coaster ride. And for a lot of businesses, they look at it and go, you know, I'd love to do business with the Department of Defense, but I'm not going to get on the roller coaster because I can't run a business like that. So in that sense, the government's not a good customer. In the other sense, on the scale of what the government does and the things the government needs, it could be a good customer because many of these companies, especially startups and emerging technologies, look at what they have and they say, hey, there's a place for what we produce in the government. On the other side, sometimes it's almost impossible to navigate. So if you don't have somebody that helps you say, is there a requirement? How do I actually get my foot in the door? How do I get this in the hands of soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen to determine, will this work in the ways that I think it will work for the military? That also has to be simplified. So the opportunity for folks is a good one. The mechanisms, both on acquisition within the Pentagon, need to modernize, need to operate at the speed of relevance, and Congress needs to stop this roller coaster ride of CRs in order to make sure that the Pentagon and the private sector has that constant demand signal.
Ellen Lord, you served as the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. I'm reading that because I don't want to get that title wrong. But basically,
just say A&D.
Yeah, or A&D. I'm sure that everyone here again knows that that's involves the policies and processes involved with the Pentagon's acquisition and contracts and logistics and the defense industrial base. But you also served as the Vice Chairwoman of the National Defense Industrial Association. So I want you to pick up on something that Congressman Wittman just said. What's the disparity when you're dealing with the U.S. government if you are a large contractor, defense contractor, who's used to dealing with the government as a customer versus some of these smaller ones that are more of a startup or that have sort of this more emerging technology that they're trying to sell to the government? What is the disparity there, and how do you think that could be addressed?
So there's an enormous disparity there because the large primes, for instance, have structured themselves around their customers so that they have the infrastructure, if you will, to understand how the department's put together, who actually has decision authority, who has budget authority, how to conduct a campaign, if you will, in D.C. with all of the different stakeholders, because everything in D.C. is a campaign. Whereas if you're a small company, it is very unclear how you approach. And I'll tell you, even having been in industry for 33 years before coming into government and being with a mid-tier, I knew when I came in very unexpectedly to government that I didn't know very well how it worked. Well, I got inside and I realized I knew next to nothing because we had wasted an incredible amount of time talking to people who did not have the decision authority. Now, on the flip side, the upside is much greater for smalls because even if you get just a modest contract with the department, you are then branded as being a DoD supplier, which is enormous if you're trying to raise capital, hire employees, and so forth. And again, the breadth and depth of what you can do is amazing. Now, typically people don't know what the easy lane is to get into the department, but there is actually an industrial policy team within the Undersecretary of Acquisition and Sustainment group that can help with that. They actually have a placemat, if you will, that was developed several years ago as to all the steps you have to take. So there are ways to do it. But it's challenging, and often if you're a small, kind of my final comment is you can only afford so much overhead and G&A to go and pitch from a business development point of view, develop proposals, which can be rather onerous as well. So you have to make that critical decision, in my mind, of where do you go it alone so that you are the prime, and where do you do smart partnering with someone who has the contract vehicles who needs your technology. Because often it is more difficult to find a contract within DoD to move your application forward than it is to get the money.
Eric Fanning, you are the Aerospace Industries Association President and CEO. You were also Secretary of the Army, Acting Secretary of the Air Force, other senior positions in the Navy, OSD, budgets, planning, personnel, weapon system acquisition. Couldn't get hired by Space Force? Is that what it was? You got everyone else? Okay. All right, we'll give you that. All right, still at Space Force. It's to come on his resume. You told a recent congressional hearing that there was an uneven or uncertain demand signal that was, and it impacted surging weapons and it impacted efforts at stockpiling weapons. Can you explain a little bit about what that means and any ideas that you have for addressing that?
Sure. First, I'd start by saying that the Defense Industrial Base, the National Security Innovation Base, which is a term I like better, is not monolithic. And I think oftentimes people treat it as one entity. It's an ecosystem. Every part of it is important. It's like taking insects out of the natural ecosystem. Big companies, mid-tier companies, small companies, companies that don't consider themselves necessarily defense companies but can contribute to national security. They're all important. And what we're seeing though is for national security, there's a customer. And it sets the contours of the industrial base that supports it. And so we have never needed the weapons, munitions in particular, at such rates as we are needing them now, both to support Ukraine, to think about Taiwan, but to make sure our own stockpiles are sufficient. And it's a hard thing to crank up overnight when the customer has been buying a certain way, by necessity, really, because it's very expensive to have surge capacity or to have bulging warehouses, stockpiles. But when you've been buying a certain way for 20 years, the industrial base builds around that. It's infrastructure, it's workforce, it's supply chain, all the way down to original materials. And so to crank that up overnight is a difficult thing to do. And I think when the war started, everyone was sort of pointing fingers when in fact we got to where we are for a number of reasons. And part of it is, we talk about the top line for the Department of Defense, but I think you got to start with what you're asking the Department of Defense to do, and are we resourcing it properly? Because every year is a trade-off. The Congressman goes through it. Ellen Lord went through it when she was in government. I did when I was in government as well. And certain things are easier to trade off than other things. And that's where we find ourselves now. Is you start with what are we asking the department to do internationally, and how do we support that and make sure that we have some capacity, because we budget for, we posture for, we warehouse for peace in a way without thinking about what has to happen if we have a long duration conflict.
So one thing that I've been struck by with Ukraine is that, while there's so much focus in the defense industrial base and the national security industrial base on emerging technology, is that Ukraine has actually shown that older technology actually still is important. So tanks, right? Yeah, tanks, trench warfare. I'm sure there's a lot of people in this room who like to hear that older technology is still important too. But it really has shown that at the end of the day, you still need that. But that What's also become clear is that there is a very real bottleneck that exists when you're having to surge equipment forward. So I want to ask each of you, I'll start with you, Congressman Whitman, where is that bottleneck? Where do you see that it's held up to be able to surge equipment?
Sure. Well, the bottleneck to me is process related. So as you're looking to be able to surge or to adapt quickly to circumstances that change, our systems, especially the Pentagon, isn't very agile. And it's not set up to act at the speed of what I call relevance, and use that term from the past. But I think what needs to happen today is we need to understand, how can we make changes to that acquisition system? And I see Mac Thornberry is here. Mac, through a number of years as both ranking member and chairman of the committee, made it his purpose to make sure we did acquisition reforms. So about 5 years, every year there were significant acquisition reforms that took place. What happens many times, though, is those tools are there, but many times they don't get used. So the question then becomes, how do we make sure those tools are used? How do we make sure, too, that we understand how to look forward? One thing we know about what happens in looking at things like the 5-year defense plan or the POM, most times we get it wrong. You try to look in the future and all of a sudden we go a little bit in the wrong direction. And the problem with the Pentagon is it's very difficult to then redirect at the speed of relevance. So then you go off in this direction and then you have to turn the aircraft carrier in order to get it back on track. What we have to be able to do is to change the process so that it's more driven by immediate needs, and it's more driven too at levels closer to the warfighter. So, and we've done some of that. We've been able to lower thresholds or raise thresholds to where people can purchase without having to go through OSD or OSD CAPE. Those things are incredibly important. The thing too that we need to look at is there are certain elements within the military where they can purchase very quickly, they can adapt to circumstances. The great example is special operations. Special operators, because they're a small community, they're going to look at it, they're going to test it out, they're going to try it, and guess what? They're going to have it in hand in a short period of time. The Marine Corps also is pretty adept at doing that because they're a smaller organization. What we have to be able to do is to adapt the lessons learned from special operations and from the Marine Corps about how to do acquisition quickly, about how to adapt to changing circumstances so that we make sure we have in hand what we need. We cannot go through the process that we've seen that, again, it's dictated by peacetime, but think about it. In March was year 20. It was actually year 22. Year 20 from the time F-35 started on a piece of paper to now production. And we're not even in full-level production yet. So think about that. You cannot take that long to be able to modernize those systems. And that's just one example. But we have to be able to use models that are already there about doing acquisition quickly, being able to adapt to circumstances that are occurring now so that we can be ready for what occurs in the future. And we have to be better at predicting the future and not go all in one direction. So to say, listen, the future may hold a couple of different things. Let's span where we're going instead of very narrowly focusing where we're going.
Do you agree? And is the government capable of being flexible in that way?
Yes, I agree. However, I think it's larger than acquisition. Acquisition is a challenge, but in fact, our entire system of how the Department of Defense gets money, works with OMB, works with the executive branch, works with Congress, is a very complex system called the Planning, Programming, Budgeting, and Execution System. And it just so happens there's a congressional commission. Eric and I are one of 14 commissioners. Arun's here. I see Jonathan Burke is here as well. And we're tasked with looking at how you make those changes. And I think the root cause of our ability, Raj is also on the commission, still back there. Sorry, Raj.
Trying to hide.
Looking for you. A very important commissioner.
Yeah.
So bottom line is the whole process was set up 60 years ago when we thought we could predict the future, when the Department of Defense did the most of the innovation. Now the commercial sector does most of the innovation. And so how do we scale and tailor the process from a requirements generation point of view, a planning, programming, budgeting point of view? So not only can we take the time to develop the requirements for the very exquisite platforms systems, aircraft carriers, manned fighter jets. But how do we delegate down the decision authority? So if you want to buy, hundreds or thousands of attritable drones, or you want to purchase software as a service for satellite imagery on the battlefield in Ukraine, or to look up at what's going on in LEO as in low Earth orbit when you are going to launch a commercial or a military satellite to make sure you don't smash into space junk or another satellite, you've got to be able to move quickly. And right now, we have these small bastions of innovation, whether it be DIU, whether it be the Rapid Capabilities Offices, whether it be SOCOM, the Marine Corps. The challenge is the authorities are not there to scale that appropriately. So that's what we're looking at, and it's going to take some fundamental changes. And one of the largest challenges is everything is so centralized in the department. So it's going to take some intestinal fortitude by leadership to have the faith to set out the direction and then delegate authority. There's also, kind of final thought here, ambiguity. We go from the National Defense Strategy to the defense planning guidance, but there's not really the articulation of stop building this, start building that. So there becomes a whole nother interpretation loop of what do they really mean by that, which takes time.
That kind of gets to one of, again, the issue of these smaller companies that may be doing the innovation on their own and having to foot the bill for it in many cases. So is that another place that is a bottleneck? And again, how do you get the government, which has just never really been agile, to put their money where their mouth is if they really need some of these technologies and either fund it or give some sort of a demand signal that they're going to need these technologies to encourage these smaller companies to come forward with new innovation?
Well, I think going back to the industrial base not being monolithic, different parts of it have different problems. As Doug Bush said in the previous panel, some things should take a long time to build. There are exquisite platforms that literally have one customer. No one else is buying aircraft carriers. Where there are examples of the ability to be agile and move quickly, like with Special Forces and the Marine Corps, they might be experimenting with things and buying things that are dual use and have a commercial application, and so there are other customers which allows that speed there. So, the big companies have this problem with the inconsistent demand signal from government. The smaller companies have all sorts of other barriers that they feel more acutely because they don't have the same overhead, as Ellen said. And the government's not an easy customer to move from a prototype, especially if you've developed it yourself, then to a production level. And one thing, you have someone who served in Congress for a long time, someone who served in industry for a long time and went to government. I was in government a long time and went to industry. And there are a lot of lessons I learned in that transition that would have helped me when I was in government. And one, I think that government as a whole doesn't understand the private capital that is leveraged by the Department of Defense. But there's a timeline to it. And that's one of the main problems for small companies is, one of our members said, if the Air Force buys $700 million worth of drones from me, it thinks it gets $700 million in drones, which is true. But then it gets $5 billion in the next round of investment that company puts to work. And that's a new model for the Department of Defense, this commercial equity capital that's being put to work for R&D. But that accentuates and makes even more severe the problem of that timeline of getting, this new budget, the president's budget that came out has enormous research and development investments, which is great, but there has to be a path for that to get to production, and it has to exist within those investment cycles or those investors will go someplace else.
If I could just build on that, the last panel talked about we're great at innovation from a science point of view, not quite so good at engineering. I would say we are even less proficient at innovation in business practices. So as we are trying to get industry to make investments on their balance sheets and want to provide software as a service or other services, the department doesn't quite know how to buy that. And frankly, Congress has given all the authorities. It's been translated in policy and implementation guidance, but there's not always the training, and frankly, there's not always the leadership that says,
let's just, go and fail fast and kind of get the reps and sets and practice this. So that whole business innovation is holding some of this back.
Is there some way that Congresswoman, that Congress or maybe DOD can sort of incentivize investments in dual-use technologies?
I think there is. There's been some steps in that direction. I think more needs to happen. You see the Office of Strategic Capital has been set up to try to attract capital. I've talked to the director there. I think they have the right mindset. The question is will capital follow? Will folks say, yes, I have faith in this, I'm willing to go ahead and be part of that? Another element that needs to happen is there are barriers within the rule sets for how to move technology forward, how to scale technology. Listen, for years under CBER, we have a lot of phase 1 and phase 2 companies do a great job in RDT&E. What happens, though, is many of those concepts that should be applied struggle because they can't scale. And here's one of the elements. Not everything needs to be a government-funded project. A lot of it needs to be, let's look at these dual-use technologies or others, and let's see if they can actually get to that critical mass. What happens, though, under phase 3 is there's a requirement there that says if you have more than 50% VC dollars involved in your business, you're out. You don't get a phase 3 grant from the government. So it's mind-boggling to me. So if private investors think, I'm willing to risk my money on this because I think it has a future. In fact, I'm willing to risk more of my money on that. The government says, oh, no, my gosh, we don't want to be part of that. It's counterintuitive. So we have to change that. We also have to look, too, at how do we keep up with all the aspects of where capital flows in. Venture capital, which is shorter term, higher risk. Private equity, many times for those companies that are starting on that slope to be able to scale. How do we make sure that those entities are fully involved in how the Department of Defense is making decisions, and that the Department of Defense is encouraging that? I think the Office of Strategic Capital has some promise. I think there are more things that we can do to really put this on afterburners, because we are not going to be able to pace technology and applying technology within the military solely as a government enterprise. We can't do it because of the scale. So the question is how do we scale leveraging that private capital? How do we scale other technologies that are going on? There's a whole realm of things where we can take the lead and where we can make quantum leaps. Things like 5G, things like what's happening in space. The private sector is on afterburners there. Instead of the military going, gosh, we need to have our own requirement for this or program of record, we need to find opportunities to say, why don't we take advantage of what's happening there? How do we enable those dollars that are being invested to make sure that we leverage that to a higher scale for government? I think we can do that. It is foreign, though, as a matter of practice within the Pentagon. It's the mindset of, this got to be a government-based program, and it's got to ultimately end up in a program of record. No, listen, if the requirement's not there, there is our OTAs and MTAs, so that you can graduate other transaction authorities, mid-tier transaction authorities that aren't used enough. The problem is sometimes, too, Congress says, whoa, wait a minute, especially appropriators. So, whoa, wait a minute. One-time authorizations, we don't like that because we like to have the control. Congress, the Pentagon, and others have to give up some of that control, be willing to take some more risk to see what blossoms and what does not, be willing to fail, because that's the track that's going to send the signal, too, to innovators out there to say, hey, I've got a chance. Let me see what we can do there. That's, too, how we're going to leverage the capital necessary to really make the quantum leaps to keep up with China. At RDNF, I held up a blank sheet of paper and said, this is what the Chinese start with, 11 by 17 sheet of paper. This is what the Chinese start with. No impediments. And then I held up the flow chart for acquisition in the Pentagon. 11 by 17 sheet of paper. You could not read the writing on that flow chart. That's what we're dealing with. So I tell folks, listen, we can't erase everything and go to a blank sheet of paper, but we got to be able to simplify that flow chart so that process-wise we get to where we need to go faster, and we're not afraid to fail.
But the one big difference
Yeah.
is that the U.S. government has oversight and they have scrutiny.
Yes.
So when you talk about a program, especially a very expensive program, failing, then everyone, look at that was money wasted.
Yeah.
There was taxpayer dollars that were wasted on this. So how do you think, Ellen, you could get past that? I mean, oversight is a
is a wonderful thing, right? We don't want to get rid of the oversight, but how do you think you get past that fear of failing and look at it more as development? Is there a way for the Pentagon to do that and for the Hill?
I think one of the challenges is the lenses people have. In the Pentagon, you want to execute, you want to get capability downrange quickly for the warfighter, so we have overmatch. On the Hill, they want that as well. However, they feel that it's their duty to make sure taxpayer dollars are appropriately spent, and it's hard to justify failure, if you will, back home. Yet, I think if we looked at things incrementally and did a higher cadence of communications between DOD and the Hill, because right now it is very constrained given the budget cycles, and explain what we're doing, and then ask for some room to maneuver there in terms of redeploying funds in the year of execution, so to speak, be able to say, oh, this great technology just bubbled up, but I'm stuck because I've got to wait for this requirement to come down from Joint Staff and blah, 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 so I can't use it. If we allowed the building to have that decision authority and had Congress be a little bit more comfortable with undefined pools of money, and that's the dilemma. People on the Hill feel they are incredibly responsible for each one of those dollars, and the fact that you might not have dollar for dollar specified against a specific objective is a little bit worrisome. So one of the things that's been discussed in the whole ecosystem, because this PPBE commission is great in that all these other commissions have popped up around town, whether it be the Atlantic Council or other ones. This is great input with the scorecard. People come up with lots of ideas, and one of the things we hear over and over again is, why don't we move from just program elements that are so narrowly defined to capability elements, and give people in the department some more decision authority so that their hands aren't tied, so they can adjust, they can do things more rapidly. And frankly, not everything needs the same level of oversight, but flexibility is equated to risk a lot of the time. And we tend to be very risk averse because, frankly, a program failure makes much better copy than a program that went along swimmingly, right?
Yeah, you think about interceptor tests, and every time one of them
Right,
fails,
right, it's clickbait.
I think, maybe we stop using the word failure.
Yeah.
It's really about learning, and I think that gets to some important points here that have come up. First of all, the Pentagon still operates, the government still operates as if this innovation and technology is being developed on the government side, and hasn't adjusted to the fact that there are certainly technologies and innovation that are inside the middle of the defense industrial base, but a lot of it's on the outside, and they're not set up to bring that in or to operate in the same way. This failure loop, I think we should stop using that word. It's about learning. It's about learning. It's about learning faster. It's how technology is increasingly. On the private sector side, it iterates differently than it did 50 years ago. I mean, we were the last institution in the world probably to have BlackBerries at scale, because Apple is like, you don't even know how to, this updates at night. You think you're buying something for 5 years, when in fact it's just the platform for what you're buying. And the Pentagon still hasn't really learned that, I think, in an important way. And then second, when you think about, dual use, or commercial companies, or companies that are primarily commercial, you're talking about an ecosystem that can go someplace else if the department makes it too difficult to work with. And certainly there are requirements that we need to make sure the warfighter is protected and resilient and what have you, that are different than I need, walking around town. But if we have this compliance and regulatory bureaucracy layered on the national security side, these companies will just go someplace else. And then finally, third is workforce. And in our world, in the industry side, we talk about workforce all the time. It's probably the biggest strategic concern for the CEOs in industry. But there's a workforce issue on the government side too, not just the people. And Ellen worked on this day and night when she was in government, and talks about it still now. It's training them. There are always more authorities than are being utilized, but part of that is to train people to use it, make them aware of the authorities, train them how to use them best, but then you really got to back them up. Because this gets back to the failure, because we talk about learning early, failing early, but then we shoot those people when they do. And so we've got a real workforce issue on the government side too, where there has to be that understanding, that training, and in a different conversation about risk and where to apply it.
I want to take some questions from the audience. I don't know if we have mics or not, but just shout. Right here, sir.
So the question for the group would be, particularly Mr. Fanning.
There are actually mics,
Oh,
excuse me, Courtney.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you can't hear the question if you're not in the room.
Yeah.
I know that from the green room. Yeah.
So Matt Waters from McKinsey. Quick question for you, Mr. Fanning, and love others' thoughts as well. But when you mentioned kind of the iPhone updating at night, there's constantly talks about kind of buying things as a service. And I'm curious how you think about kind of capabilities as a service for things in hardware. You see a lot of innovation on the private sector side. You don't see so much buying behavior from the government thinking about things as a service. Thank you.
I do. Service is such a broad term, and just AIA, which is over 100 years old, when manufacturers things you could drop on your foot or fly or what have you. Now the Pentagon spends more on services than it spends on hardware, and there's a reason for that. But again, it's a very broad term. But I think it's not just where innovation happens, but it's that iteration. I think that we've seen a lot of success in service, in space, in a lot of different areas because the private sector is not just innovating faster, but it's that iteration. They can do those things that government can't do left to its own devices. Not so much because of authorities, that's a part of it, but again, just how the government bureaucracy is structured. And so outsourcing that a little bit as a service so that you can work those iterations faster is important. I mean, just look at the operating systems on computers. And eventually they just become worthless, bricks on your desk because the government can't keep up with that refreshing.
I think this goes back to the issue of the pace of innovation. And the pace of innovation is such that DOD cannot have as many subject matter experts as they need in all the different domains that they're working. And they also now having space as a contested domain, working undersea so much more. There's a lot that needs to be done with a finite number of dollars. So to make those dollars stretch, I think you need to rely on industry to make the capital investments, to make the IRAD investments, put that on their balance sheets, and then come up with a business model where the department can turn it on or off like a spigot, use O&M money, which has much less oversight, frankly, than RDT&E and procurement. So I think it's incredibly important for the future of DOD to buy many things as a service. It's frankly been done for the last 15 years with ISR as a service, looking at UAS. However, we get back to the training issue. All the authorities exist to do this. It's pretty flexible. You can have big IDIQs and task orders you can put out so you make it happen quickly. But the workforce has not gotten enough vignettes to show how it can be applied. So if you don't have senior leadership that understands that, you don't have a middle group that understands it, and you don't have early career people that are encouraged to use it, it's not going to happen quite as much. But I think it's probably one of the largest levers that DOD has in terms of stretching the dollars and making sure that we maintain overmatch or increase that. And that's truly a partnership with industry. But again, it's not just the technology. It's the engineering, it's the application, and it's the business model.
And I think, too, the Pentagon tends to be parochial just by its very nature, and it's also very hardware-centric. Everything is mindset, hardware, hardware, hardware. I think, though, they're beginning to realize that as things open up with artificial intelligence and other ways to enable either existing systems or enable new technologies that aren't as hardware-centric, you have to be able to open up your aperture about how you think. And we actually do some of that. We have programs where we say, hey, listen, there's private capacity out there. We don't need to duplicate it on the government side. You look at the Maritime Security Program. We hire ships to carry U.S. cargo, and when necessary, when the balloon goes up, they automatically convert to logistics for the United States military. The same with the new tanker security program. We finally got that in place to say we have to have tankers there because we need them to carry fuel. The civilian reserve component of the air fleet, to where we do airlift through that process. Another place that we need to do it today, as space grows with both LEOs, MEOs, and GEOs, is we need to have an analogous program in space. We need to have a space security program. We say, listen, let's ensure that a certain amount of government traffic takes place on these satellites in all orbits and all constellations. And then if the balloon goes up, guess what? just flip a switch, and they're all there layering to make sure we have what we need in what we know is going to be a heavily contested environment. So I think some of that mindset is there. It's happened in other ways, but it's very difficult to get away from hardware towards software because software and services are much more difficult to understand and understand the applications. And when the understanding is not there, and we talked about training and education, when the understanding is not there, the tendency is to say, oh, no, 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 because I either don't understand it or I can't put my hands on it, and that becomes a little more difficult in the acquisition community.
It's important to have a balance, too. It's just like the workforce on the government side.
Yeah.
Should a job be in uniform or wearing the total force? Should it be outside as a contractor? Should it be organic as a civil servant? The Pentagon needs to make sure, for our nation's security, that we have the capability and capacity when we need it. And so some of that we can certainly buy as a service, but there are other customers often for some of those things too. So we need to make sure we have the balance right in terms of, this goes back to the original question I think about surging. Capacity is a capability in and of itself that we need to think through, so that we're not just buying for that one day in peace. We're thinking about what happens when we get into a kinetic situation, especially if there's duration to it.
And that's the fundamental issue, is this lumpy demand signal doesn't allow a CEO to go to their board and say, hey, let's invest this money. Well, what's the return on that? You don't know if you don't have more than 1 year money.
Yeah. And I think, too, strategy has to drive that. Strategy has to drive what needs to be our organic capability. What's the floor for organic capability within the military? And then, just as you said, what do we add on top of that so we have that surge capacity? That can be done, and it should be NDS-driven. It should be service-driven about things that happen there. The problem is that whether it's an O-plan or a COCOMS, they get to that tangentially, but they never get to the center of that and say, how do we build that capacity and capability issue?
And yet you're buying a potential
Yes.
versus something you can actually park on a ramp or store in a warehouse.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's buying an option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning.
Howard Whitesnow with Rebellion Defense. Thank you for your comments. You spoke about process, training, authorities. My question's about culture. I would argue that the higher order problem connecting all of these is we have a culture of execution when we need a culture of innovation.
Yeah.
Culture's hard to change and doesn't change overnight, which says we have to get started yesterday. What are your thoughts on how do we shift the culture that I think really is necessary to unpack and unlock the innovation needed to achieve all the other things you're speaking of?
I think it comes down to motivations and rewards. And right now, the motivations and rewards are not sufficient to really drive that.
Yeah, I think, too, that there is that culture in the Pentagon that's sort of what's called the frozen middle. You have warfighters said, hey, give us this, that, and the other. They're pretty innovative in the way they think. You have folks in the upper echelons of the Pentagon that said, hey, let's change process to make these things happen faster. And the folks in the middle go, you know what, I've been here before Whitman was here, and I'm going to be here after Whitman leaves. So what we need to do is to change the motivating systems there. We actually got some language in last year's NDAA that said for program managers, if you find efficiencies, we're going to allow you to bring those resources back to your program. And then we're going to give the program manager the flexibility as to how to use those resources. So if they say, listen, we need to buy more software, hardware in order to become more efficient to do more of this, they can do that. Or if they say, hey, listen, we've got a group of people here that are just busting their fannies. They're here till 8 o'clock every night. They're the ones that drove the progress on this. We're going to make sure that they get bonuses. So it's on an annual basis. So it's not something that is continual. But when you find those efficiencies, there has to be a reward for that. Because if not, it becomes all process driven. It's like, check the box, collect my paycheck, go home, come back tomorrow, check the box, collect my paycheck, go home. It has to be more of a sense of urgency. And listen, I don't want to cast aspersions on everybody in the middle management Pentagon. There's some really creative and thoughtful thinkers there, but there are also others that are not. So the question is how do you, as you said, change that organizational culture to where the innovators and the drivers become the norm, and that internal pressure in the Pentagon pushes those that aren't performing either to perform or say maybe it's time to move on somewhere else.
Culture's hard, very hard to change. That's a very good question. There could be a whole panel a day on that. I think another word here we're talking about is incentives. It's you got to reward in a number of ways, but it's not just the culture of the Pentagon. And as the Congressman said, there are good people there. Secretary Gates had this great line in his farewell speech where he said that bureaucrats and bureaucracy are different. No one suffers a bureaucracy more than the bureaucrats who have to fight it every day. But there are external influencers too. You know, when you're a senior leader in the Department of Defense and you go to the Hill, especially if you're testifying, you're being asked for heads on plates. Who's responsible for this? Who did you shoot? Who did you fire? And I was always looking for a head to put on a plate, but you can never really point that out. Because often the program manager who's riding something into the mountain is living with decisions that were made 4 generations before him or her. And so it definitely has to be the incentives. We have to find lots of ways to reward people who are doing these things. Get away from talking about how someone failed, but how someone learned and got there faster. And we reward their program. We give them more flexibility and autonomy and authority. But then we reward those individuals too. There got to be paths forward. I don't, if you want to be the chief of staff of a service, that's not generally the lane that you go through. So we have to find ways where we can reward people and give them really interesting paths, especially on the uniform side, but also on the civilian side, where they can come back to operational commands, which is what people want in the Department of Defense, both on the uniform side and the civilian side.
So it's interesting. I thought that when we were talking about incentivizing innovation, we were talking as much about the private industry, private sector, but it sounds as if you all agree here that the incentives also need to be largely focused on the DoD itself and on the military.
Absolutely.
All right, I think we have time for one more question. Plus, as a reporter who gets called on, I love calling on people. And it's like this weird sense of power that I get to call on people. They're in the back.
He's a retired force now.
Hi, everyone. Mike Holmes from Red Six and the Roosevelt Group. One of the things that we haven't talked about is that from being a programmer for 3 years and helping build, the Air Force budget for 3 years, anything that comes in, although the budget grows, microscopically every year or maybe more, inflation, anything that comes in has to displace something old that's in there. And often the constituencies that are lined up behind something old are bigger and more powerful than the one behind something new. My wife is a writer, and she taught me that you have to be willing to murder your favorite children to get to a book, that works right. You may have written it and loved it, but it doesn't fit the story anymore, and it's got to go, and you have to be willing to do that. That's really hard to do when you're the person that's trying to bring all these inputs together, sort through all of it, all the constituencies. The frozen middle often is just stuck trying to please too many customers, and you can't put anything new in unless something old goes. How do we get after that? How do we get willing to let the old things go so we can bring in something new? Thanks.
Well, listen, I think it has to be done. I am fully in favor of retiring legacy systems. The problem with how the Pentagon goes about retiring legacy systems is the gap. So if you look at the divest to invest strategy, we're going to divest in cruisers, in LSDs, ones that still have life left in them. So you have a cruiser that has 120 plus VLS tubes on it. So we retire that, and the replacement for that doesn't show up inside the fighter. So you're looking at go, well, how do we make up these multiple ships that have now hundreds of VLS tubes? And the question is, well, we'll build something in the future. Well, that's just starting the execution 5 years out. That doesn't mean that ship or capability is going to be there. Where the failure is to get those curves to intersect. So your divestment curve, your retirement curve that starts to take down assets like this, and your investment curve, bringing assets back, is here. And it's always separated by multiple years. And the service branch chief that says, let's divest in these legacy platforms, isn't even going to be around to try to put in place the investment in those new platforms. And I've talked to the CNO and all the chiefs about this. The way you will get Congress and others to agree on retiring these legacy platforms, which has to happen, is to get those curves to intersect. And there are ways that we can do that. Listen, you can provide those capabilities in different ways without having to worry about how do we bridge that gap. If you can't show where that gap is bridged, those things are almost impossible to achieve. And there is a parochial aspect to it. So if you're retiring aircraft, they're based in somebody's district. So the question is I think most members are reasonable. They say, listen, we understand if you're going to take these aircraft out, finally, great example, A-10s, finally starting to go out of the inventory. So you take those out. As long as the member understands, hey, listen, as we're bringing new aircraft in, we're going to make sure that things happen at your base. And it may not even be aircraft. It may be some other capability that the Air Force is developing or the other service branches. But you have to be aware of the parochial aspect of those assets going away. And you have to make sure that those curves at least touch each other so that people feel comfortable about the gap that we're going to try to bridge. If you don't do that, then that's where the resistance comes from Congress. And I think you'll find if you can make sure that that capacity and capability is at least addressed, I think you can get there. And I agree, legacy platforms have to go, but you can't replace something with nothing.
And that brings us right back to the report card where we started, because it talks under customer clarity about the need for the government to make trade-offs when it's talking about it. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We have a very quick break, just enough time for all of you to praise us on all of our discussion up here today. It might take a few minutes. The next panel is going to start at 11:15, so grab your coffee, and then thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Ellen, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Pioneers in National Security Innovation. Please welcome to the stage moderator Sharon Weinberger and our distinguished panelists.
Hi, thanks for joining us today. I just want to do some brief introductions. I'm Sharon Weinberger. I'm the National Security Editor for the Wall Street Journal. And I'd like to welcome our panelists. We have Joe Laurenti of Ursa Major. We have Eric Levesque of Strider. And we have Jake Lusarian of Gecko Robotics. So I wanted to open the panel to sort of an overarching question. We've been hearing a lot these days about the Pentagon's interest in non-traditional defense contractors, companies that are coming into the defense contracting world from different routes, a lot of it through venture capital, private equity. The Pentagon has certainly been very encouraging of these efforts. There's the new Office of Strategic Capital. It's very interested in encouraging these. But I'm wondering if you all can provide, from the perspective of your companies, how the Pentagon has been doing in this respect. What more can they be doing? What do you think of their current efforts?
Happy to start. So we came up through the very traditional, non-traditional route, which is you start with SBIRs, you show that you have a technology that the Defense Department is interested in, and then you go to investors and try to fund the kind of early prototype, early development, and eventual low-rate initial production. We had a lot of success there in the early years of our business, and this next wave, I think I'm much more excited about the transformation and defense acquisition over the last 2 years or so as we've gotten into production, because we start to see contract paths that aren't prototyping, and these aren't contract paths with no end signal. We're starting to see this path into programs of record, major production contracts. I think that the pain point that we've really felt is how can, without writing a program of record in those early years, how can the Department of Defense start to signal to our investor base this is the right technical path? It's very easy to go raise capital and develop just a commercial product, but unless you are developing a dual-use product, it's much harder to show that end state within the Department of Defense. So one of our products, Solid Rocket Motors, doesn't have a commercial market. It's just defense. So as we've gotten to, as we've grown into these larger and larger contracts, we've used that as our signal for end production.
So what would, coming from the Pentagon, what would that signal look like?
I really think it has to come in the form of open competition for some of these larger contracts. I think that we need to be able to show our investors, look, we don't qualify for this program of record today, but there's already indication of a next program or a follow-on to that where we can be a second supplier or an alternative supplier.
And is it that competition isn't open today, or?
In a lot of cases, those programs aren't competed. And that's exactly what we fall under, is we are faced up against really one large incumbent, but a lot of times their business isn't competed.
Thank you.
Yeah. You know, I think that actually DoD does a lot of great things in terms of engagement with Silicon Valley and with tech startups as a whole. It definitely is another question about the procurement process. There's been a lot of discussions on that. Where we sit at Strider, we actually are dual use. We work with the U.S. government, but we also do work with industry. We are a data company. We deliver data solutions and analytical tools to both industry and government, particularly around strategic competition. So there's a lot coming out of DoD in regard to this in the NDAs, and we're getting a lot of signal. I will say, I think there's a lot of improvement that can be made, but I would actually like to point to some of the successes we've had, in particular with some of the innovation in the contracting vehicles. I think DIU did a great job years ago creating the CSO vehicle, which allows for firm fixed price procurement. You don't have to go through laborious multi-year bids and RFPs that you're trying to respond to. and then it actually allows you to scale. So that's something that we did at our seed stage. We raised $2 million in seed capital. We got a number of contracts with industry, and then we did a very small contract with DoD. That allowed us to go out and raise a very compelling Series A, where we added another $10 million to the business and showed that this is a dual-use capability, and we have both markets that we could go in and tap. And I think that was a great signal for our investors, for industry, and for DoD, which actually I think something that we've learned at Strider over the last couple of years is that industry and VCs really like it when you have government contracts. DoD really likes it when you have contracts with industry. And so getting both of those and getting a mix allows for a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more scalability we've seen.
Yeah, so Gecko Robotics, we make robotics and AI solutions to, we started in the commercial sector, actually, in the power industry, oil and gas manufacturing, were the main three. We started there, concerning ourselves mostly with being able to predict when the built environment would fail, when the power plant would have a shutdown, or refinery would have an explosion. And so the signal was, very much how do we get our tools as quickly as possible into the hands of users. Actually became profitable in 2017 after going through Y Combinator out of Silicon Valley in 2016 through that. And so we got good signal on building something that humans wanted, which was the mantra. Now, as we started to get into government, we had been developing this tech, and it's very similar applications with the things that are built and being built into the future. How do you make better decisions? How do you reduce the amount of growth work that occurs and turnarounds for fleets, for example? And we were supported by SBIRs and TACFIs pretty quickly, which was exciting to see and gave good signal. Now the thing we raised close to 140 million since 2016, and the signal has mostly this has all come from raising capital in the commercial sector. We really haven't been able to show or leverage, or in VC land. Sometimes when you mention you're working with the Department of Defense or something like that, it's actually not exactly like smiled upon. And so there's an old saying by our Series A investor Peter Thiel, which is sometimes in the government you have to raise $1 billion to make $1 million, which I don't think I found to be necessarily true. But when you look at the success stories of startups, it seems like the pattern, whether it be Palantir or SpaceX or companies like this. But
I think it's because they like to sue.
They like to sue. Yeah, that's true.
You need a lot of money
that's true.
to do those.
So our experience has been that the programs are in place they're working and effective in giving signal to both myself as a deployer of the capital, but also to investors that this is a space to invest in. There is adoption that is occurring. The programs are working. We were just down selected for AbFit, which Dr. Chu talked about yesterday. So the programs are there, but I think what we are most actually excited about is the rate of adoption by the commanding officers of the regional maintenance centers themselves in the Navy, or in bidding on $100 million contract with the Air Force. But that's the key. To build great products, you need to be close to users. And that's actually quite difficult in the government, to get close to users. And so you want to make sure, especially if you're building hardware and software like Gecko, you want to make sure that you're building the right things, and that the capital you're deploying is going to be useful to, not something that's useful maybe at the, it's something that's useful from the folks doing work at the ground level all the way up to the commanding officers, because the commanding officers, he or she has an outcome that will increase or decrease how successful they are at their job. So that's the key, is like how do you get as close as you can, as fast as you can, to the users of the technology? I think that's the key.
Just a quick follow-up since you brought it up. Of course, as you mentioned, SpaceX and Palantir both had to sue their customers to get into programs of record. Have they opened the door now to competition, or is that still the pathway? Or
yeah.
TBD?
Well, yeah, we're hiring lawyers fast over at Gecko. No, it was I think it was interesting. One of the advisors and folks investors at Gecko is Doug Filippone, who was spearheaded that at Palantir. But I think that what that did was it highlighted the right things as it relates to what it takes to procure and work with the government. And I think mostly all it did was like shine a large light on the importance of speed to market and getting great technology that can help the warfighter in the hands of the warfighter as fast as possible. And like that's the net positive of suing the government in that way. And I think that's like created actually for venture capital. I know this because Trey works closely with us from Founders Fund. The amount of companies that are getting funded to work in the defense is like never been higher, which I think is a testament to things like we're doing here at the Reagan Institute, but also because of the large success stories of Palantir or SpaceX.
One more question for the panel before I go into some individual questions, just because it's in the news. Silicon Valley Bank, how has that affected any of you or even your outlook, and what do you think of the government's response?
We were certainly impacted, though things turned around pretty quickly, so I think net today, operations are as usual. But what we really tracked last week was the fact that in 48 hours, a group of like-minded individuals out of Silicon Valley can amass enough following to create the second largest bank failure in U.S. history. And a lot of the news over the weekend was how many companies will fail in a matter of days because of this. I think that the response that needs to be really taken to light after this is how does DoD move in a matter of days if their providers, especially in the innovation base, are completely at risk because of a swing in 48 hours in Silicon Valley.
Do you have any?
I mean, it was crazy last couple days. I think it's an understatement. What we were all looking into an abyss, really. The time from when we heard about this to when we were actually locked out of our accounts was 6 hours. So, I mean, if you didn't move super fast, you went into the weekend basically not sleeping at night. So, I mean, I think we all woke up Monday morning with a big sigh of relief, but it was a very close call.
Yeah, for us, we weren't affected, but the thing I pay attention to is the ripple effects. And I also should have shorted some of the banks. That was silly. But anyway, yeah, that's the thing we're telling our teams. It's just like, what companies do we rely on that are impacted by this? I think the supply chain is a big concern. Mm-hmm. How does this affect the companies that we rely on for ensuring that we're able to succeed with our customers? So I think that's I think the response was fast. It was great to see, but we're still in like the first couple of innings, I think. So.
Do you think there will be any long-term fallout from this?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Care to elaborate?
Oh, it's hard to predict. I think that the vehicles that became popular and that helped the rise of Silicon Valley are at risk. I think that these. I think this is an opportunity, though, in government to. I think with every crisis, the question should always be how do we make the best of a bad situation, and I think for us, it's the key is the things that are recession-proof are actually working with the government. Is one of the sectors. Energy is also another sector. So I think like a lot of startups, they should begin to think about how do I look at creating companies that can be recession-proof. And then also as tensions begin to rise geopolitically, I think you're going to see, and I know this because I talked a lot to founders, an actual rush towards working with the government in a way that we haven't ever seen before, or at least in a long time. So I think that is actually one of the results is that these spaces that maybe were more resistant to founders wanting to work with them, whether it be like it's just too slow, it's hard to raise capital, how do you procure? I think you're going to actually see from VC and from startups a rush towards working with recession-proof industries.
I think a result that we will see, a result I hope to see out of this, I guess, is Raj brought it up last night that the Silicon Valley Bank really had a strong following in the startup community because of their availability to access venture debt. So this is a mechanism where you don't need to go find investors. You can work with an institution like Silicon Valley Bank to finance that transition from prototype into production. I think this is a huge opportunity for DoD and the federal government to find new forms, new mechanisms for financing that bridge.
What would those mechanisms look like? Or
I think debt. I think, guaranteed debt, much like Department of Energy has had for a long time, being
so is
accessible
this
to DoD.
like the Office of Strategic Capital that's been proposed? So well, actually, that's a good question for the panel. What do you all think of that?
We're very excited about it.
Yeah.
It's unlike the Workses or Naval X. OSC really is an opportunity for us to finance with different mechanisms, very specific needs, not just a path to a first demonstration or a path to program of record.
Personally, I have different views on it. I think our business, we don't need to have a lot of venture debt. Giving up warrants as part of it is generally how SVB was able to do that and kind of have a risk and reward that made sense for them. I think actually it's very difficult to do, which is why if SVB doesn't come back in some sort of shadow of itself, that will be a big loss because it's not easy to lend to startups that have almost no cash flow and aren't profitable. I don't know how the government does that successfully without taking warrants or backstopping it with taxpayer dollars, because the losses would probably be pretty high.
Yeah, I think as the ripple effects, one thing I wanted to comment on is I'm being told by prominent VCs that the amount of venture capital that will be deployed in the next 3 months will be very close to zero. So I think this has the ramifications, again, present a really interesting opportunity for those that aren't as affected. But the impact is actually quite large, and we probably don't realize that.
Going to some specific questions, Joe, your company, you spoke about a little bit about this at the beginning, has benefited from SBIR contracts. There are a lot of companies out there that subsist totally off of SBIRs for their whole life, but yours obviously has gone to the next stage. Can you talk a little bit about your experience, what made a difference? Is there anything that you think should be changed about the SBIR system?
Well, I think Eric touched on a really important point, that our path from SBIR to larger programs was really aided by the fact that we had commercial customers and we had market signals outside of DoD that the technology path could be used in both cases. So as soon as we started to show that, it opened doors toward development programs that were offshoots of our current technology. We have an engine program that is a liquid-fueled engine for hypersonic applications specifically. So there's not a commercial market there, but we were able to fund the first phases of development with space contracts, commercial space contracts. So I think that was really the successful path for us, was showing that dual use capability. And then changes I would make, and this is maybe why venture debt comes to mind, is we're an extremely capital intensive business. And I think it's unreasonable for us to ask DoD to risk the entirety of our path to production on a contract that we might not be able to achieve. Debt actually provides the opportunity to pay back the taxpayer for that bridge. So we get pretty excited about opportunities to fund via manufacturing research grants, via DoD-backed debt, and via traditional contracts.
And Tesla did that too, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Eric, you talked a little bit about contract vehicles, basically routes into the Department of Defense. What are the opportunities? Are there opportunities to scale them into a program of record? Do you see routes to that?
Yeah, I mean, so the contract that we did at seed stage is now 10x the size that it was at seed stage. So for us, I mean, it scaled. It allowed us to also engage other agencies, both within DoD and across the interagency, that could use the same contract vehicle. Once we proved it out with our DoD customer, and we could show that this was something that had broad applicability and something that we could consistently deliver on, the interest spread quite rapidly. And the contract vehicle had the flexibility that allowed us to increase the size, bring in other groups into it, and for us as a startup, the administrative burden, the compliance costs, being able to manage it was actually very doable at our stage. And this is something I think is worth noting, is that when you think about the innovation base, you're talking, as was mentioned on the last panel, there's a lot of different types of companies at very different stages of development and different stages of capital raises. And so to be able to be a prime contractor and to take on all of the administrative burden of that, or even be a subprime, versus being seed stage and needing a contract vehicle that you can just get in pretty quickly, prove it out, and it's not millions of dollars in contract value, but when you think about it for future fundraising or for engagement in industry or other agencies, the value or the multiple on those dollars is huge.
It should be emphasized that any contract mechanism that allows for cross-agency or cross-branch participation in the world of innovation is massively helpful. We have found, I think every contract that we have initiated that is cross-branch or cross-agency has had at least 2 jump in. So it's a way to leverage the same technology without Army, Navy, and Air Force needing slightly different applications.
Yeah, the more of those, the better.
Jake, the Navy, the services, particularly the Navy, have been facing maintenance backlogs. I know this is an area you're particularly interested in. What is the department doing or should be doing to address those, to budget for those, and to contract for those?
Yeah, great question, Sharon. Yeah, we were looking last year, and I mentioned this to the Secretary of the Navy, Del Toro, actually at the last Reagan conference we had in December. At the end of the year, I think 36% of vessels were turned around on time for the fleet. It's the Rear Admiral Bill Green calls it the largest a crisis for the Navy right now is fleet readiness. And so and it's even like heightened because of the lack of the labor shortages at the major centers. At the major regional maintenance centers, and so I think there's like 1,000 people short right now. It's at like the top 4, and so the turnaround of vessels and the preparedness for getting out of dry dock and back into the waters is going to continue to, from what we can see, like continue to increase in terms of just like increase the amount of time and growth work that occurs, and so. The previous year, it was like 44% of ships were out on time. This past year was 36. It's not going in the right direction, and I think it will continue to go that direction. So the key is, how do you first of all increase the speed of figuring out how to get your fleet out and ready to patrol seas, and be used as it relates to some of the calculus. In preparing or avoiding conflict, but also how do you predict and prevent things from happening before they happen? We're so reactive, and this is we're still using practices in turnaround, especially in the first 20% when we're evaluating what to fix. These are the same practices in the 70s and 80s that were popular. This is the 21st century. It's really important to adopt principles that we've been able to demonstrate at Gecko and other companies being able to demonstrate in the commercial sector of being able to use digital twins, being able to use robotics and AI, tools that we solely are focused on building to predict where things are going to fail and how to ensure the turnarounds or the maintenance cycles are reduced. In the commercial sector, we've saved companies that were having outages in the power sector 40% of the year down to 0% of the year because of ability to use robotics and AI to predict when things will fail. This is the same kind of technology that needs to be used fleet-wide, and we've even gotten endorsements from commanding officers at these naval bases that we need this deployed to all seven of the regional maintenance centers. So from that to being able to get deployed and and looking at reprogramming, this is the thing that I'm here this week talking about to folks that I hope can help push the needle, because this is no joke. We need to be able to get our fleet ready way quicker than we have. We're going in the wrong direction, and technology is a way to combat the growing scope.
Another question for the panel. For as long as I've been following defense industry and acquisition, I've heard about Pentagon interest in innovation, the valley of death and transition. And then the pushback I always hear is that without reform of the FAR, Federal Acquisition there really isn't that much that can change. I'm just curious, companies actually working in this area, big picture, what you think needs to be done. Do we need fundamental reforms, or can you work within the contract vehicles and the different offices that are being set up to help innovation?
I think this ties a little bit back to your question on do we need to go hire a team of lawyers and raise $1 billion and sue our customers? I think that we've seen more open doors there for innovation to enter programs under FAR. I don't know that massive reform is needed, but the piece that we haven't seen change since the SpaceX and Palantir successes is the level of requirements that are imposed on a company like us. It's pretty antithetical to run a startup that's supposed to move fast and break things, but meet government FAR requirements. So everything from, the things that I don't anticipate changing, and I don't think I would suggest change, are things like information security requirements. Those probably need to stay the same, but requirements to field a prototype that looks like a hypersonic missile that will be deployed in 10 years, it's pretty onerous. It's pretty hard for us to go demonstrate that. So I'm not sure if it's a FAR major reform that is needed, but I think that there are requirements that need to be reduced for that prototype into LRIP phase.
Yeah, I think the scorecard shows like we have some work to do. It doesn't seem like we need major reforms, right? But I do think two things I wanted to note. One is the response from DoD and the government as a whole as it relates to innovation and bringing in innovation is similar to what you usually see, which is a lot of people at scale rushing to be a solution. And I will say it actually creates confusion for many startups because you don't know where to go or who to engage. There's so many different groups doing from the external perspective, somewhat of the same thing. And you can't quite tell who overlaps where and where you should fit in. The second thing is, for us engaging with the government, what we see a lot of times is a requirement almost to work with a prime or an FFRDC or something like that. I'll tell you, like, that relationship is high friction because it's usually we get boxed out. We don't have transparency into the demands of the end customer. We don't get to talk to the end customer a lot of times. And we're then asked to give our data, give our technology, give our IP for the mission, for the contract that we're involved in. I'll tell you, like, it's a very difficult dynamic to play. To date, we've avoided it. We haven't had to actually go that route. But it has been we've been brought into those multiple times. Even in cases where we did have direct engagement with the end users, we went through a year of validation. They absolutely loved it. They wanted to procure it. And then at the 11th hour, the prime stepped in, said, "This is going to go through us. Thank you very much." And then a week later, we just got a letter saying we weren't selected. And we never got to engage with the end user again. It was a very interesting dynamic. That's the type of reform I could see being very impactful for startups to just, as was mentioned, work with the direct user.
Yeah, I've heard again. So is that the solution from here to be the prime? Is that kind of the route?
I mean, I don't think anybody aspires to be a prime, but
Well, a challenge
it's tough.
The challenge we've faced, should we even want to become that prime, is in the world of classified work. You have to be on a program in order for us to stand up a facility clearance, but you have to have the facility clearance to be read into the program. So there's a big wall between us and the work to be done.
It's complex. I totally understand that. There's a lot of different dynamics at play. I do think, though, again, I'll just go back. It depends on what stage you're at and how engaged you are in terms of like your technology and applicability to DoD. Obviously, like for what you're doing, becoming a prime and the scalability that offers makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of tech companies that can deliver their very unique technology and capability. I think about like NLP, for example, without having to become a prime.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about something I don't know much about, so it's always a good start. I think, look, I mean, I'm coming from, scrappy, like before I raised capital, I was bootstrapping this company like down to $100 on my bank account. So like the only way to like climb from that trough of despair was to build something that a customer needed and wanted and would pay a lot for. And so it's like boggling my mind. It's so hard for me in government because I can't be as close as I want to our end users. And we don't get signal. And I think, the amount of companies I know that have died from SBIRs is like a very long list, like 20, 30 companies that I personally know that have died from trying to live off of SBIRs. That's the reason why that can lead you down a path of death, is that the time to get to the end user and iterate your products so that it's actually helping the folks that are desperate for new technology and getting that technology in their hands, being used and being leveraged, whether it be folks on the ground or commanding officers. The amount of time that startups like us spend with the folks that will end up being beneficiaries is correlated to the success of a startup, fundamentally. And it's even more so when you're building hardware and software. The thing that's tough is in the software realm. I'm really glad you're here to talk about this. It's software just iterates so quickly, so you can iterate your products to solve the problem of your customer way quicker than in hardware. We're stupid enough to try to do both, but with hardware, you can't be wrong. You can't be wrong with what you're building, because for someone like Ursa Major, can't be wrong with what you're building and what the outcomes are. For us, same kind of idea, just because the cycles of designing robotics is really long. So the closer we can get to our customers, the more time we can spend on an aircraft carrier, on a destroyer, working and talking with folks who are in turnarounds. I think that correlation, the amount of time that companies like us spend with those users, will be exactly correlated to the success percentage of those companies. So I think I think there's probably too much time spent by me in rooms like this, and not enough time spent boots on the ground, making sure we're building the right things.
Is that something you learned
But
early
I have
on?
to do this.
Is that something you learned early on? Where did you take that lesson from? I'm curious.
Oh, just battle scars. Yeah. Just this is a big thing. We went out to Silicon Valley for 6 months, and went through a thing called Y Combinator, and they drilled this mantra of build something humans want, and you have to test that. We have to test that every day, every week, and make sure you're measuring towards the right outcomes. But I really just learned this through deploying our technology as often as possible, by spending my time at refineries, at power plants, at manufacturing sites, at the Hoover Dam, and all these different places, to make sure that we were building something that was actually impactful, not just for the commanding officer, because you can get lost there, but building something that was useful to the folks that the commanding officer, the teams that the commanding officer is leading, and the outcomes that commanding officer is trying to achieve, and making sure that the commanding officer, if you really want to make a digital transformation, if you really want to make digital twins useful, you have to make sure that you're building systems that folks who are responsible for putting information into those systems are actually using those systems. Because the most amazing software in the world you can build and deploy, and it will be completely useless if no one uses it. So and you can say here's the software, just download it and use it. Majority of people will never touch it or use it. They'll use whatever system they use it for. And so this is why we use forward deployed engineering at Gecko, similar to Palantir, because it's so important to be able to drive adoption of the new technology, and ensure that you're as you build new things, that your aperture needs to be pretty wide when you're trying to build new things. But then as you build architecture that can scale, you're getting as much signal as fast as possible, so that you're building in the right direction to complete the kill chain, and provide a solution that's useful. So I think learn that through just failing a bunch in the commercial sector.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to open it up to the audience for questions. I think there are microphones there and over there. Did you have a question? Sure.
Brown. Maybe a question for Eric. So Strider is really selling a subscription service, and you are able to provide for anyone across DoD or the IC information about the threat and supply chain of what parts are coming from China. That's such a fundamental problem that affects so many different folks at DoD, every service, industrial policy that Ellen mentioned earlier. So what kind of a barrier is it that no one coordinates that across DoD, and how do you address that? People don't even know who you are, that capability exists. and there's no coordinating mechanism to say, we could use that across all of DoD. We should buy something for across all of DoD.
Yeah. I mean, when you launch a startup, obviously you want to think big and you want to be audacious. And I think like what we've built in terms of the data asset and the underlying tech stack could transform the sanctions regime and how we do diligence within the defense industrial base. I think that's like our grand vision and something that we want to drive forward. And it goes back to those two reform recommendations that I mentioned, which were basically around engaging with the end users. We have to spend a lot of time talking about who we are and what we do. Naturally, because we're a 4-year-old tech company, we've raised about $60 million, but we don't have the same cachet and weight as a lot of the big primes. So we have to do that work. That's on us, I think, to do that, and we're definitely fine going across the interagency and different departments to do that. The other part, though, is now adoption. Like you said, each group, let's hypothetically say they all have a due diligence use case for supply chain. Everyone's doing the screening. Every agency has the mandate and budget to do it. But to your point, there isn't, from what we can see, a lot of coordination around a single point solution that everybody can feed into, leverage, that creates a lot of efficiency. Everyone's kind of using the same data, looking at the same things, and obviously is more cost effective. So it is a bit siloed, and that's for our go-to-market effort. That's something that we've just had to work around.
Great.
I have a question about, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have a question about classification and classified information, and I don't want to make an assumption about how it impacts you. I want to get your feedback on, from either cleared personnel standpoint, or you were talking about previous work experience, history, or just access to classified information, how it may or may not impact your ability to provide some of the cutting edge technologies that you want to bring to bear.
I'm happy to start. We really cut our teeth just by having previously cleared personnel that we could quickly get under sponsorship or actually reservists. So that's something we haven't talked about that might be an interesting discussion for a later day. I think the pain point we felt around classified work is actually with regards to when we are forced to interact with primes, because it's very easy for a prime to say, sorry, we've got to hold a closed discussion in a room and we're all in one building a couple of states away from you. So we've very much been locked out of discussions and potentially contracts because we aren't sitting under the same roof or we don't have a SCIF at our facility. But I think we're seeing more and more availability. DARPA's been really useful there, getting a handful of our team or a select program that we are working on under classified work, but it's not a smooth path at all. And it took us 7 or 8 years before we were able to have any discussions at that level.
I think similarly, like we have some employees who are cleared and they have access, and but as a business, I mean, to date it has not really impacted us because we're not working on a lot of the cleared programs.
No impact yet.
Any other questions?
Good afternoon, good morning. For the gentleman from Gecko, you talked about going to Y Combinator and what we would nominatively call customer discovery, which is a powerful thing. And I think that's what you talked about. You spent 6 months talking to people. And this goes to the entire panel, the difference between customer discovery, getting in, understanding, building things that customers want and need with speed and urgency versus fighting the requirements process of why would you go and talk to them? We already have all the requirements. Do you have any thoughts about the difference between actually sitting with customers and just getting a requirements document and wanting to? I have friends who want to go back in and talk to customers that are working on the DoD side. It's like the culture is you don't need to. We already know what they want. And then they spend that cycle of 5 years trying to build something that nobody wants.
Yeah, nothing infuriates me more than that. Yeah, it's really impossible to build the right thing when those who are a level in between you and the users are trying to tell you what to build. Now, they might, it's well-intentioned, they probably do a great job at like figuring it out, but It will rarely / never produce the right results as it relates to the questions that I'm interested in or my engineering teams are interested in asking. And I think many of the times, especially when we're working with industry, the energy industry is like super old too. They haven't, I think there's a quote from our partner at Siemens Energy, which is the energy sector collects more data than any other industry, I think you said combined, but they only are able to utilize 1% of that data. And it's like, there's a lot of similarities, I'd say, to the energy sector and the government sector in this ways. And I think the big thing is, you have these, you have customers and SMEs that believe they understand the things that they need, but those opinions change when you ask very pointed and targeted questions. And that's when you really be able to build the right requirements. And so the distance between the innovator, the engineer, and the user, and also the individuals that ultimately the outcome is trying to build towards. So the business outcome is very important here. So not only do I have to talk to the CEO of Duke Energy, I also have to talk to the asset manager at Duke Energy. And I need to be able to connect those dots because those dots are impossible to connect inside of a large organization. And so you have to be able to build the right stack by being able to dive in. So yeah, I get furious whenever someone is trying to tell me like, no, you don't need to go figure out what to build. I'm going to tell you what the requirements to build are. This is like counterintuitive to anything useful to build. So it's like very frustrating when I hear this.
We face a slightly different problem in that we get two very opposing signals. We have, we're a propulsion company, focus on advanced propulsion. So we get the signal that boots on the ground today need more Javelins, more Stingers, more next-gen Prism for HIMARS. And at the same time, we've been focused on standoff, long-distance hypersonics. So it's less about requirements, more about where's the customer base and which one can we go gather investor dollars to bring to production.
In the back.
Hi, I'm Becky Deal. I was wondering if I could follow up on the question that Mike Brown posed about Strider. You mentioned that there are a variety of different users and communities in the U.S. government that are learning about your offerings, but it seemed maybe from your response also that we're sort of not quite as far along as we might be in recognizing that we all need to do this kind of due diligence in the government and the private sector, be aware of who's working where and what their background and ties are, and also where things are coming from. Do you have a sense that we're making enough progress, or what do you think? You must think about this a lot because of the space you're in.
Yeah.
How rapid do you think our progress is? What could accelerate it? Or maybe you think everything is sort of proceeding as it needs to. What's your sense?
It's hard to answer that as a whole because I don't have visibility into what all of the different agencies are doing. I will say in terms of the conversations that we've had and also the contracts that we have, I think folks are moving in the right direction. I think that everyone has very high awareness of this issue, whether it's risks in supply chains within the defense industrial base or concentration, right? Risk meaning like foci risk, concentration meaning you have one vendor, and if you lose that vendor, you lose access to a major input. The issue that I see, though, is, again, it's the silos. If you have a scalable solution, you're gonna want to achieve the efficiencies that come with it. But if every group has a different budget, different procurement process, different relationship sets that they already have nurtured over the years, they're generally speaking going to go with the path of least resistance and do that. So you're going to end up with a lot of different systems, a lot of different data sets, and a lot of different due diligence processes. So the standardization and the inputs that feed into it, I think the risk as we all move forward to quickly fill this gap and to figure it out is going to be that like you're not going to have a coherent approach to it.
Great, thank you. I'm afraid we're about out of time and keeping you all from lunch, but I mean, the very fact that we have a panel with 3 startups is something that I don't think you would have seen 8, 9 years ago, so it's a sign that perhaps something is changing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Roger Zakheim.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and some fresh air. For those of you who work in the Pentagon, I don't know if you're familiar with what fresh air feels like. Unfortunately for our guest I'm about to introduce, he didn't have much time to go outside, but we're certainly grateful for him being here. I'm Roger Zakheim. I'm director of the Ronald Reagan Institute. I hope you've been enjoying our inaugural National Security Innovation-Based Summit out of our Center for Peace Through Strength and the accompanying report card. Today we have the honor of hosting Dr. William LaPlante, the U.S. Undersecretary for Acquisition and Sustainment. In this role, as many of you know, he is responsible for all matters pertaining to acquisition, contract administration, logistical and material readiness, installations and environment, and it goes on and on and on. I know that all of you are not at all interested in what he's working on or the decisions he's going to be making here. Hopefully in his commentary he might provoke some interest. Your name and portfolio, Bill, has come up pretty much every 30 seconds this morning. To the point, he comes to this role with a wealth of experience in defense acquisition, previously served as the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics, and was a great success in that role, which, of course, is not always the rule for those who serve in that position. And then between that role and the role he's in today, he worked in the private sector, Draper Laboratory, and MITRE National Security, really a respected leader in the field, and we're honored that, Bill, you're here today to share your thoughts with us, particularly at this busy moment inside the Pentagon with the budget release. Don't worry, we'll be hitting on that in our conversation too. So following Bill's remarks, we'll come back on the stage, we'll engage in conversation. Of course, at the end, give everybody in the room an opportunity, or some of you an opportunity, to ask a question of our U.S. Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, Dr. Bill LaPlante.
Thank you, Roger, and it's great to be here. I've always felt, and I know many of you believe this, that the Reagan event out in December, just the first week of December every year, is such a great event. The fact that it's in December and on a Saturday, and yet we all come, tells you something about it. And of course, as you're describing the job I have, nobody could imagine it. Oh, wait, one person can imagine it, Ellen Lord. So anyway, it's great to be here. Thank you. So thanks to Roger and the Institute for inviting me to speak today, and I'm glad that you're all going to get a chance to ask questions. Did you say that, Roger? As we're seeing in today's security environment, we need to put meaningful capabilities in the warfighter's hands quickly and at scale, and that's really the imperative we have right now. Can we do that at scale with speed? There's been a great lineup of speakers throughout the day to dive into different aspects of this mission. I hope we leave today, all of us, with all the speakers and discussion, motivated and better postured to deliver to our warfighters. I think it's important to start any conversation about where we're going with a little context of how we got here. Of course, many of you probably have your own, you all were part of the journey on how we got here, so you can decide for yourself. But during the Cold War, large defense budgets supplemented and subsidized excess production capacity, allowing us to surge production of critical munitions, platforms, and other systems in the event conflict broke out. However, after the Cold War, the decision was made to size those efforts and capacity down and give the American people a peace dividend. Those excess production lines were shuttered, and we shifted to more of a just-in-time mindset. What I call it is the Walmart mindset: minimize inventory, use your IT system just in time. Fast forward to 9/11, and you can see again our shift in decision-making, prioritizing, and rightfully so, the fight against global terrorism, which everyone can agree is a fundamentally different problem and is a problem set than a high-end, high-volume fight against a peer competitor. Very different. You can debate whether these decisions were right or wrong, or whether they should have been done slightly differently or not, but they were conscious decisions that we made as a country that led us to where we are today. We've allowed production lines to go cold. We've watched as parts became obsolete, and we've seen sub-tier suppliers consolidate or go out of business entirely. We remain challenged by the tyranny of lead time. So producing nearly any modern capability, such as Javelin, Stinger missiles, Gimblers, still takes 2 to 3 years, and their complex production lines cannot simply be turned on or off based upon the requirements of the day. Industry also rightfully remains reluctant to build additional capacity at their own risk until they have a clear, consistent demand signal from DoD. It's 2 words, but the word of the year is demand signal. My point is that to ensure we pace the challenge posed by China through the Indo-Pacific, we can't return to the feast or famine behavior we've typically employed as each crisis comes and goes. So how can we better incentivize the private sector to be more prepared for emergent national security needs? And how do we make it worth their while in investment and persistence? Yes, we made conscious decisions to how we got here, but we are equally capable of clear-eyed, conscious decisions now to reverse this trend and go where we need to be. And this is where we're especially focused in A&S and across the department writ large. So how do we get even better at reducing technology development and fielding cycles? We do this through portfolio management and collapsing acquisition cycles. We need a paradigm shift in the mindset of the traditional defense industry. We used to think about innovation and technology, whereas now we are encouraging a shift to think about not just prototyping and development, but innovation in the production and bringing these together. We are rethinking the intersection of traditional design and manufacturing phases, the more we can collapse them together. Historically, we have segmented the acquisition process into design, the production, and the sustainment, all with their own unique colors of money, unique contracts, and unique personalities and cultures. The majority of our innovation is primarily focused on the design phase, probably for good reason. But what we need to do is move towards leveraging advances in high-powered computing and what it enables on the manufacturing side, and with materials advances. To break down the divides between these phases, we should be iterating during what we used to call development into development, production, and sustainment, iterating back and forth, not unlike what Ms. Lord started with the software acquisition pathway. We need to broaden that idea. Just look at Formula One teams and what they've been able to accomplish in the course of a season by iteratively adapting and producing in real time in design as well as in production. I don't know if it's launched yet, but there is a company that does additive manufacturing of solid rocket motors, and if they haven't launched, they're about ready to launch from the Cape. That is, if you talk to what they're doing, it's an innovative combination of digital design, modern digital engineering, if you want to call it that, but going over to the production side and iterating back and forth. We are also encouraging portfolios, which is meaning looking across likely kill chains and aligning how A&S, the joint staff with the requirements, CAPE, how it does its budget planning and assistance, and R&E with S&T, uses portfolio management to identify and resource these gaps in the mission threads. Doing so has also eliminated the need for greater integration and interoperability across systems and portfolios. And by the way, we're also getting the word interchangeability a lot in talking to our partners and allies. We have recently stood up an organization to get after this and align disconnected, service-specific system acquisitions and ultimately better inform requirements and resourcing needs. This acquisition integration interoperability team will translate portfolio management gaps into joint system of systems, technical solutions, and acquisition strategies. Underpinning all of these efforts is a need to better align the 3 legs of the acquisition enterprise or delivering capability, 3 legs of the stool, the requirements, the budgeting, and acquisition. At the macro level, we are doing this through competitive advantage pathfinders, CAPS, to pick 6 pathfinders that show without adding extra money, we could deliver capability within 2 years and accelerate it on the average of 2 to 4 years by moving in an agile fashion across acquisition, money, and requirements. Of course, all of those 3 come together at the very senior parts of the Pentagon, so it needs senior attention. But we've shown, and this has been known for some time, when you can do it, it can go very, very fast. And again, you could argue that's how software should be done in just the case of software. And in many cases, these successes are happening without any additional executing money. And we're making better use of the open systems so we can translate by taking cross-platform, something from the Navy, and put it to the Army, vice versa, in the open systems. We're now on our 2nd sprint for 7 new pathfinders, again, going across the 3-legged stool. So the ones we're going to take next are going to be on cyber survivability, transition, capability as a service. We're taking a hard look at things like, could you do counter UAS as a service? What type of novel ways you can do acquisition where you buy a service? The last piece I'll touch is, of course, industrial-based resiliency. The production lines, of course, can't be, the importance of them can't be understated. They allow us to deliver modernized capabilities to the warfighter at speed and scale. And Ukraine has been a wake-up call. We're seeing the importance of production and speed for a high-volume fight. If you probably have seen it, we have provided, through our production, our stockpiles, and allies and partners, over 1,155,000 rounds for the last year. I don't know that anybody would have predicted that. And you know the rest of the story. Accordingly, the department is mobilizing the defense industrial base in a way we have not done in a long time. And fortunately, we've got the financial support of the Congress to do so. We are continuing widespread investment. In this year's budget request, which just dropped yesterday, we have roughly $6 billion into foundational sectors such as microelectronics and castings and forgings. In munitions alone, we're investing $30.6 billion in FY24, a nearly 12% increase above 23 enacted. Our partners in Congress have been extremely helpful in granting us the authority to execute multi-year procurements for our most critical munitions. We buy munitions 1 year at a time, and as the late, great Ash Carter said when I spoke with him about this last summer, is the money gets taken because of their granularity. It's there to take. It's there to take by the Pentagon, it's there to take by the Hill. And we've allowed it to happen. And so multi-years won't be a magic bullet, but it'll put a large impedance against that, which is I think what we need, and also sends a demand signal to industry and suppliers. But I will tell you, that's a culture change. At the leadership level, we're getting very good response to it, but people who are used to traditionally having that fidelity year to year in munitions and using it for budget purposes, this is hard for them. So it means we're probably onto something good because it's hard for some people. At the broader level, we must account for increasing requests from allies and partners, and without exportable inventory laid in, we'll continue to be drawn down from U.S. stocks without quickly replenishing ourselves and also getting things to allies and partner. And given, again, that munitions are often the first bill payers each budget cycle, we have to find a solution to augment service procurements. Within A&S, I am institutionalizing processes and analytical capabilities we established at the start of the conflict. Our aim is to stand up an accelerator to accelerate and expand production capacity. It's an analytic cell that's going to proactively look at different production lines, work with industry, and see the what ifs. What can we do to double, triple, quadruple that production line? What can new technologies bring? What would it cost? Not because we're going to do all of it, but so we at least have the information for the leaders to be able to make decisions on this. For example, can we use advanced manufacturing to produce metal casings in smaller batches when we need them? Can we find a way to cheaply print ball bearings, which are a critical limiting factor for munitions? In other words, can we make the industrial base more flexible and agile while bringing down fixed cost? This new team, which can be led by Dr. Erin Simpson, who's back there, I don't know why she's not at the Pentagon. This new team, it's an old joke. This new team will also begin exploring new innovative approaches to production and work new innovative suppliers to the industrial base. And so we're working this very hard, we're contracting fast, we have a lot more work to do. So if you take one thing away from today, I want to emphasize that production matters when we talk about innovation. The Valley of Death, so-called, is not a natural phenomenon. It's not the Shenandoah Valley, it's a man-made valley. And people made the valley not just by refusing to transition technology across it, but frankly, not funding production. It sounds so simple, but if you're not doing production, you don't have anything to transition to. And furthermore, if you're an investor, why should I invest? What's my return on investment? Where typically that's production and sustainment. So we need to help the Congress. We need the help of all of you in passing regular defense budgets as well. As Secretary Hicks noted yesterday, if you add up the months DOD has been under a continuing resolution since 2011, it's 4 years of delays. 4 years. I would love to teach the Chinese continuing resolutions. To outcompete the PRC, we cannot have one hand tied behind our back for 3 to 6 months each year. and we're seeing right now. So I'm confident we can make the hard choices we need, but we need help. We need help with the Hill. We need help from all of you, and to keep the momentum and to maintain our sense of urgencies. And thanks. I look forward to the discussion and the questions.
Thank you. Well, Bill, thank you for those remarks, and we'll take about 30 minutes here in conversation. I'll ask a few questions, and then we'll open up to this great group before you. First of all, I love the emphasis on production, build stuff. A builder's mindset is kind of the way I think of it. Let's start with the news and the budget, and from where you sit and the emphasis on production, how are we doing this fiscal year in terms of this budget to actually produce in the way you've set? And maybe then give a view in the out years, which notice kind of works out so evenly. It's entirely flat during those out years in terms of the budget. Can we continue to produce in the out years in the way that you aspire to?
Yeah, so I guess I'd answer the budget question by both in even 23, but certainly 24, which was rolled out yesterday. As I said in my remarks, there's a lot of money that's been put into production and productions of munitions. That is an increase over before. When you add to it that we still have supplemental funds, that's mostly in replenishment, that we have another year to spend, that we have money with a lot of work to do to get the money on contract for right now. However, we tend to have short memories in Washington, D.C. And so I think when all of us look at what's going to happen beyond 23 into 24 with the CR, if we decide as a country to not continue to invest in these areas, it could be we could do some help, but it may not stick. I believe this is going to have to be something that sticks for 4 years, 5 years.
Continue year over year building it out.
At least keep it, building it up, considering building it up, because we have to go almost in a triage sense through the different munitions and capabilities. What the ones that are being funded for Ukraine are not, many of them don't apply necessarily to Taiwan and PACOM. So we have a bunch of work to be done there too.
I want to hit on that, and then I want to talk about the report card, because I think that's exactly where I wanted to go. Ukraine, and I know your leadership and your office is focused so much on the munitions that are required there, but of course, the pacing threat, the adversary is China. Munitions are highly relevant there, but it's not necessarily the same ones. Talk a little bit about the focus on production, either munitions, precision fires, or anything else that this budget and future budgets need to emphasize as we think about a Taiwan scenario.
Yeah, so I guess I'd start with the NDAA that was just passed. It was at the end of December, and the appropriation. If you saw when that came out, there was 17 munitions identified specifically that we were given multi-year authorities for, and waivers for things like TINA, which is the certified costing data. And that came about from direct engagement between us and the Hill. And those 17 munitions, I have them up on my wall, so I have to do this by my memory, they're a mixture of things that are relevant for the Ukraine, 155, Gimblers, I think HIMARS is in there. But also I have more of a Pacific, Indo-Pacific, Taiwan bent, and those tend to be more the Standard Missile family. You could argue Patriot might have a little bit of both. LRASM, which is an anti-ship missile. Even Tomahawk and torpedoes. So it's a different set, and one easy way to think of it, which is probably oversimplifying, is that not exclusively, but a lot of the fight in Ukraine has been Army-centric. Okay, for the capabilities for the Pacific, there is Army, of course, but there's also very much Air Force and Navy.
Advocacy moment. Clearly, use the Ukraine opportunity to get after some of these other items. There is a mindset in Washington. I think it's not the majority, but certainly a vocal minority that thinks the emphasis on Ukraine will take away from the types of focus we need to deal with China and specifically Taiwan. The more you're talking about this sort of thing, it strikes me you can make an argument that Ukraine's opening the door to get serious about a Taiwan scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we could make that choice to say we're tired of munitions and let's get tired of doing it for Taiwan. That's not a very wise choice. I would say the way to think about it is let's take the lessons learned from Ukraine and let's make sure it doesn't happen with Taiwan and China.
Final point. Is your focus on Ukraine taking away from your ability to focus on Taiwan?
No, not at all, not at all.
That's a great quote from me. You can stop there. But go ahead if you want to go on.
No. We, unfortunately, as you know, at the Pentagon, you have to walk, chew gum, and play chess at the same time. So we're doing all at once. We've got working groups dedicated to both conflicts. The working group with Ukraine is a follow-up to what which Ms. Lord, and goes back to Secretary Carter, called the Senior Integration Group, the SIG, which meets nominally every week, and I chair that, and that's basically just moving things for Ukraine. We're taking a broader look at the Taiwan Pacific scenario and identifying where should the focus be, and what should we get set up so we don't have a situation where if something bad happens, we have to reactively. So we're doing both at the same time. I would say a very important comment, though, below the main weapon systems, many of the suppliers are the same. Many of the suppliers are the same, whether you're talking about a Ukraine scenario or a Taiwan Indo-PACOM. Ball bearings, as I mentioned, solid rocket motors, obsolescence part, forgings, batteries. So there is, on one hand, the systems are a bit different with some overlap, but don't rest assured because underneath it, they're the same.
This is an innovation summit, and you're
Yes.
talking about ball bearings and 155 rounds, and I understand it. That kind of set you up for it because I was talking about Ukraine. But one of the most interesting things I've seen come out of Ukraine are the industry leaders who visit President Zelensky in Ukraine, and those have been almost exclusively, but definitely primarily, tech, innovative, dual-use companies, and they view Ukraine, for reasons that everybody in this room understands, as actually the center of gravity for the future of warfare. Not just the battles of today, but tomorrow. Think about the way software is being used by the Ukrainians, or space is being used by Ukrainians. How do you view that from your seat on A&S? Of course, you got to deal with everything you've described, but you also, I know from our conversations, how do we transition our current platforms and future platforms to take the innovation that pretty much everybody in this room thinks about, cares about, and wants to see you and your office and the department at large placing bigger bets on?
Yeah, I think the places where new tech are playing, I don't want to call it new tech, but we're traditionally what we think of as technical innovation. That's a contradiction.
I'm hoping to get you to say tech bros at some point, but okay, we'll avoid that.
I never even used that term.
Okay.
I never used that term before that talk, and I'll never use it again. I would say the things that there is pretty cool. There's incredible innovation happening right now in Ukraine, not the least of which because of the Ukrainians themselves. They are very, very sharp. Well, many of their countries at stake, and many of them, they may have been professors, they may have been engineers, computer scientists in their last life, and they're doing here. They're writing code right now all over the place, particularly even using whether it's iPads or equivalent on apps that any citizen, if they see something, say something. If you see something flying over you that looks like an Iranian UAS, report it. They've got apps where this data is all pulled together, and they're constantly rewriting the software and updating it. And the warfighters are saying, I have no idea what this software is going to look like when we're done. I go, well, it's probably going to be spaghetti code. We'll help you with that afterward. They're also printing, 3D printing parts all over the place. We're translating manuals for them, and then we're getting them the designs as best as we can. I would say the other piece of it, what's remarkable, I use the Harpoon story because there's other classified stories like it. I unfortunately can't tell you, but it was a matter of they call it MacGyvering, where the Ukrainians, along with us and a NATO partner and the contractor, within about 3 weeks, took sea-based, naval-based harpoons from another country, converted them to be on a flatbed truck, connected a power source on another truck, trained the Ukrainians, and they were shooting and sinking Russian ships within 2 weeks. There is all types of technology being used. The other piece of it, of course, is things like Starlink and other comms. And so I think, and the other piece of it, in some sense, the cyber situation in Ukraine is sort of the dog that didn't bark. It's not that there isn't cyber. I'm sure there is. But if it's occurred to you, it's occurred to me just reading the news. What about this huge cyber thing that was going to happen? It's not that it's not going on, but there's really remarkable things being done in the cyber world. I think with what I would urge our folks in the technology areas to do is help us with production. Help us think about the production side of things. And I'm not talking about production of 155 millimeter. I'm talking about production of software, production of quick ways to get data around, of how production of advanced manufacturing. Because we still have the physicality of war. We have the non-kinetic, we still have the kinetic, and we have to bring those two together.
Well, certainly Ukraine has demonstrated that conventional platforms are relevant as well.
I think we need to also get out of the false choice of having one argue against the other. It's just it's an interesting choice, but it's actually not terribly relevant. But it's relevant. It's relevant in terms of investment. I get that and all that. But in terms of the fight, it's not that relevant. They whatever they want, whatever they can get, they'll use.
Amen. So we launched this report card today. I know you had a chance to review it. I'm going to go to the worst grade, and it's not reflective of your office exclusively, but you do have a part in it. It's customer clarity. The overall grade was a D. And the customer clarity goes to this notion of, are we communicating clearly to the innovation base in terms of what our needs are? And now, let's just say, for argument's sake, you are communicating clearly in some domain, some area, software, UAS, whatever. Are you delivering? Are you actually putting your money where your mouth is? And so that combination in our report card has led to this D. Now, we call it customer clarity. Listening to your remarks, I think you talk about it in terms of demand signal. Do you think we have it right, and what are you doing in your office to ensure that, and it's not just within OSD, it's the services as well and everybody you're working with, to make sure that you're giving a clear demand signal and you're putting the funding behind it so you're going to actually see it have a material impact, that you're actually leading to the production challenge that you've articulated?
I think without going into what the grade should be, not a great grade is probably perfectly fair. Because, and I think this has been this way for some time, and it's probably not a surprise, is that the leadership has seen over the past 5-6 years of where we need to go in terms of new technology, and not be so platform centric and all the rest of it, and yet the enterprise in terms of where its money is and where the system is grinding doesn't just turn on a dime like that. And if it really, you want to hit home to it, which makes the point, is I have this chart. I asked a sand chart. We have different colors of money for RDT and procurement for the past, going from like 2015 to today, and put the RDT and procurement in different categories and see what colors of sand are there. I think the biggest category still is services. Acquisition of services is still where the most money is spent. There's next two big ones, and they're both about the same size, are ACAT 2s through 4s, and then ACAT 1s. And that's most of the sand. You got a sliver that's S&T. A sliver. So everything that we think of, I think, as S&T, or maybe R&D, whatever, is sort of in there. It's like, your DARPAs are in there, your AFRLs are in there. Maybe I don't know. Mike Brown's here. He can tell us if DIU's in there. But and then you have the Section 804s, which are the new mid-tier acquisitions that started when Ellen was in the job. They're increasing, and this was in your report, but there's not many of them.
Right.
There's not many of them. The software acquisition pathway, you have to really squint to see it. And so you look at that chart and you say, okay, some people have said, I think Melissa Flagg, if you know Melissa Flagg, wrote a paper called Innovation in Tourism. But I think when I read her paper, I thought of this chart, is that we don't put our money where our mouth is. So if that's what that means in clarity, I completely agree with it.
Follow up on that. So, okay, we're looking at, so how do we know if we're improving? We look at defense modernization as one example. We gave it a C. Listening to you, perhaps that it was a bit of grade inflation, right? I mean, when are we going to know that we're actually realizing the sorts of and delivering, producing the sorts of technologies and making the transitions you were just talking about?
Well, so I don't want to oversimplify it, but it was what I've been saying all along. You'll know when you see it go into production. In two places, you'll see it when it goes into production, either part of somebody else's production or one that you're doing by yourself. And you'll know when you see it being tech dropped into open systems or with software. So what we got to do is, it's like the race. You got to look at the finish line and see who's crossing the finish line. You'll know when you see people crossing the finish line. And so that's where, again, I think a lot of it is together. I use a very specific example. I co-chair, and probably Ellen did before me, a counter UAS group with, yes, General Gainey and the Vice of the Army. And they're doing great stuff, and they've got money. And of course, this is urgent as ever given Ukraine and what you see with what the UASs are doing. So we had a case last week, and this is pretty typical, where there was a counter UAS system. They had 15 of them. They were prototyped. They did really well in testing, and they're going into CENTCOM, and they're doing well. And so I asked the question. I said, okay, when are they going into production? Silence. What color money were they built with? RDT&E. But how they go into production? Oh, we have to find a program of record. There comes that term. No, what we have to do is go to the Army and say, I want you to program in the production dollars for this UAS, and I need you to this PEO owns it, and get going. That last bit is the part.
We had Doug Bush here. You could have taken care of that right 2 hours ago.
Well, Doug understands this.
No, I know.
Doug understands this, but I guess the too often times is we don't, and this is all on us, we don't hold ourselves accountable and say, where is the production dollars for that? And it's not up to the poor person who did the innovation.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not their fault.
I think you're getting violent agreement, head nodding here. The $170 billion in procurement in this budget that the president put out last week, swag here, Bill. How much of that is the sort of thing you were just describing?
You mean the stuff that's in it?
Yeah.
It's probably not much. It's probably not much. And so I think the things we got to look at is we got to look at how many of these innovative things are going into production, and then that's how we should measure ourselves. I think it's very simple how we should measure ourselves. I did this, or I'm trying to do this, where I collected as many of the OTAs, the 804s, all this stuff up, and I gave the criteria to the services of my metric for success, that it's either happened already or it's credible within 1 year that it's getting to a warfighter at scale and it's relevant against China. How many of those do we have? And we have some, but not enough. And so, and when the cap thing I talked about, when I made those guys, when they were putting the caps together, they said, oh, if we do this, we'll get a prototype there. I go, who cares?
Right.
I don't want a prototype. When is it going to get to a warfighter in some degree of numbers? Well, we think 2028. How many numbers? We don't know. Come back. And so for each of those, we have, this is where it will go to the warfighter. This is how many numbers. And so it's a chain. We have to put this emphasis on all of us out there. We got to finish the job.
A couple more questions, then we'll open up to the audience here. Got into spirited debate with a buddy who really would love to see the transition to autonomy in every respect swiftly. And one of the debate was I wasn't ready to give up everything we have today for that. But what got me thinking, I'm curious to get your take on this, is let's just say, for argument's sake, you were successful on UAS with production, and you got the money, and we're going to build this stuff out, and you have the innovative company that can do it. Do you worry about the industrial capacity there, and how do you think about industrial capacity from all the dual use world and the autonomy? We worry about that when it comes to an SSN, right? You got to worry about both of those, right? The today and industrial capacity and industrial capacity for tomorrow.
You worry a lot. Now we have to caveat by knowing that, for example, if exportability is an issue for all of our stuff. So at the very beginning, we need to think about that, because that was the thing with Ukraine. We'll find something and they say, oh, quickly, can we export it? And you find out you cannot. But let me give you an example of, and this is not meant to be a negative, it's just a real world example. So in December of 2022, to accelerate getting air defenses to the Ukrainians, the SIG, working with the JCO, the counter UAS, worked up one of these UAS fly-offs where industry could come and bring it, and it was a bunch of scenarios. And the criteria was, the ask was, come with something that could be deployed to Ukraine within 30, 60, or 90 days. And I believe about 10 companies come in, and there were some really effective against the various targets that were flown. So I asked at the SIG when I got the briefing, oh, great. Which is the ones going in the next 30 days? They said, none. I said, what? What about 60 days? None. What about 90 days? None. I said, I thought we told them that that's what we wanted. And then I made the joke, are we talking to business developers or engineers? So I think now, in fairness to these companies, do they have the money to be sitting around and producing these things and have them ready to go at any degree of quantity right away? And so I think we have to be honest with ourselves. We had this happen with one of the UASs, I won't name which one, where there was a lot of pressure coming from the top of the Congress and others. Why aren't you sending this one? Why aren't you sending this one? And we found out there were only 6 of them, and they were not in production. But they were told to the Congress that this was ready to go, and it was just the bureaucracy of the Pentagon. And so I think part of it is we also have in our own companies, to the extent we can, say, and maybe we're cynical enough that we don't actually believe we'll be asked to send it to 30 days but that's part of it too. And maybe be realistic about what kind of investment we need to make. And it may not be realistic to expect companies to invest their own money.
And of course, they would say, hey, well, give us a production contract, and then we'd have those established lines, and we could make that
This is the
turn.
catch-22. It's the catch-22, right? And I had this interesting conversation with my Israeli counterpart a couple of weeks ago, and I was explaining him our situation, and he was just like, wow, it's very different. I said, well, our companies really want to, they're skeptical. They want to see the demand signal. They want to know that they're not holding the bag. If you're a tech company, you've done something really cool. You get it funded by DARPA or DIU or SCO, and then it gets work trying to find the transition path through it. And so I think you would be wise with the past, not put a lot of money against it. So that's why I think, again, I'm not saying production solves all ills, but if we can get production line up and we can have transition paths up, then there's much more paths for people to get their stuff out there.
Then they'll be able to deliver it in 30 days if they have that.
Then they'll be able to, and they'll know about production.
AUKUS, different side of the innovation, but it's pretty innovative in terms of, and groundbreaking in terms of what we're doing with allies and partners. Take us through how you view this agreement in terms of building industrial capacity for one of the key capabilities that's really a comparative advantage for the United States in a Taiwan scenario, an undersea capability. Can you articulate for us how working with the Australians and UK, addresses what is clearly a challenge in terms of industrial capacity for SSNs?
Yeah, I think that the boldness of doing this type of concept of across the 3 countries, of building up an industrial base across the 3 countries, to not just do port repair or sustainment or even dry dock activities, but even to get to ultimately production of new submarines, is very extraordinarily bold. And I'm sure any of you who know what it takes to build a submarine would know that, and not the least of which the workforce implications. It's a huge, bold step, and it's going to take a lot of work. And I think it's probably the most prominent example of something that we're also going to need to do. I believe we're going to have to take much more bold steps in other areas. Maybe that's the wrong term, but lack of a better term, co-production. I think we're going to need to be setting up production lines, and we need to decide producing what, whose design, in multiple countries.
What's an example where you've seen co-production work that would kind of answer the mail in terms of?
In the past, I'm told that, well, here's one. It's not really co-production, but it's, if you know Standard Missile 3 Block 2A, part of that is produced in Japan. We need much more of those, where parts are produced here and there. Europe wants to do it. The Germans want to do it. I think now is the golden opportunity, because, again, this will not be talk. Like AUKUS won't be talk once they start putting a lot of money against it. This will be building plants.
We're going to go to questions for the audience, but I hear that. It sounds great. Lots of, we talk about alliances are a comparative advantage. Of course, giving that meat and purpose in terms of industrial cooperation always seems to be far off. We can't really get there. One of the reasons is that we get in our own way in terms of export controls, ITAR, all the security clearances. We had one the task force that actually led to this report card. I remember we had the UK come in, and they spent on ITAR compliance alone, I wanted to say it was over a few percent of their total defense spending. From your perch and the department at large, if you're really serious about industrial cooperation, can you cut through that?
Yes. But it's gonna take a persistent effort, and because the thing is, when you solve it for one bilaterally on one case, then the next case comes along with the same country, and you have to do it all over again sometimes. And so we need a much more generic thing. In the case of AUKUS, there's a pillar 1, which is the submarine part, and a pillar 2, which is going to be more revealed in the next few months, which is more about technology towards warfighting concepts. And one of the fundamental items that's going to be taken head on, and they've already been working it, is information sharing and export controls. The CIOs from all 3 countries have been meeting, and I think what we want to show is that you're not going to do any of this stuff without data sharing and better export controls and more trust. Frankly, it's about trust. And so it's got to catch up. But as you know, and everybody knows, that's a cross-agency thing. It's not just the Department of Defense.
Opening up for questions, last one over here, a quick reaction. Someone comes to you, a member of Congress or someone in the Department of Defense, say, Bill, we cannot work with these innovative companies because their capital's tied to Silicon Valley Bank, and there's a risk profile there. How do you respond?
Well, I was just reading about, I'm sure as we all are, Silicon Valley thing. I would say, first of all, as long as the capital is available to do this work, that's what matters. The second piece of it, I think, is I think what I would also say to the Congress is say, this is why the U.S. has to pay more attention to helping make the U.S. Defense industrial base, particularly, an attractive place for capital. And we can't be necessarily just letting it happen. I think that's part of it too. And again, it gets back to earlier. What is it that we want to? How can we make the defense technology base attractive for capital? How do we do it? And I think that's part of it. I think that's where we need the help from Congress, because if that capital dries up, we're all in trouble.
2 questions. We have time for 2 or 3 questions here. We have microphones on the left and right. We'll go to Mike Brown over here.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, why don't we wait for the microphone, and we'll go over here afterwards.
Bill, thanks for your emphasis on production. I think that's so right on in terms of the demand signal that's going to pull more interest from investors and entrepreneurs to support national security. It doesn't seem like the services have the incentives to create that demand signal with more production. So what do you think we should do? I mean, I appreciate the fact that you've been very vocal about this with Congress and in the press, but the services that buy most of what we use would also need to be in alignment. How do we create that incentive so that we're really focused on that
$170 billion, right?
Yeah, Mike, and you hit it spot on, and I know Ellen was nodding up and down too. I mean, there's the carrot and stick approach, right? But I think the carrot is, of course, which is working a little bit, is get the services to understand why it's their production lines that are hurting right now as well, and that they've got to get on board with this multi-years. But I'll tell you an example of one we ran into, which wouldn't surprise anybody, and it's actually fair. A service was transitioning from a current munition in production to the next gen, and we said, we're going to do a multi-year. And they said, I don't want to do a multi-year because I want to get out of this thing in next year. If I do a multi-year, you're tying my hands for 4 years or whatever. And we said, no, you want to do a multi-year. And and of course, we finally had the conversation. We realized what it was about. And this is where, Mike, I think we need help, is because, as you pointed out, Mike, the services are what propose the funding to production. I mean, they don't ultimately approve it, but they propose it. There has to be incentive for them to want to put production at higher rates than is needed for their own service. So how do you do that when they only have their top line? One attempt we made, which didn't work, but I want all your help, is we tried to set up a critical munitions fund last year with Congress. The idea would be in a working capital sense that we would have funding much higher rates than what a service might fund, or fund a line that the service wouldn't fund. Knowing that there's FMS cases out there, knowing that that we're gonna have to increase it. And we couldn't get the 3 committees to agree to it for lots of reasons. But I believe that we have to find a way to incentivize these production lines, which are the services, to go at much higher rates and in different directions than what's needed organically just for that service.
Let's go to a question over here. I don't know where the microphone is. Sir, just mind waiting.
you, sir. Ardavan Moshe from Potomac Institute.
Hi.
I want to go back to your comment on co-production because it's, I like the way you worded it, and kind of go back to your earlier part of your speech where you said, the peace dividend brought us controlled budgets or limited budgets growth, and to some extent that allowed us to become more efficient in the ways. Globalization was moving pretty strong, but co-production would kind of sort of, we're moving in this deglobalization perspective. Co-production would kind of sort of, go against that in a sense. I'm not necessarily talking about, co-producing in China, but it's still, I'm with you on being able to do that, but are we not going against the trend of deglobalization in that perspective? In other words, would it be a tough battle to try and make a case in?
I think done for financial reason of where the best deal can be, it would actually be a step back towards globalization. I guess I'm talking about something different, which may be something we need to achieve. I'm overly influenced by the fact that I spend a lot of time with my equivalents for NATO and for Ukraine. They're called the National Armaments Director, and Ellen knows all of them. And we are all of the like mind, actually, about this. The Germans want to help us. We want to help the Germans. The UK wants to help us. This is AUKUS. I think we have to change the mindset that we're not competing with each other. And there's always going to be part of domestic politics that are going to want the jobs in their own country. But we have to make sure the national security trumps it. So I would say that is not the attitude among the NATO countries. It is not the attitude among AUKUS that, look at AUKUS, have a production line for submarines in Australia. Well, that's actually good for national security in the United States. Now, if you just said, we want production of nuclear submarines anywhere in the world, we don't care, then you're right. So I think the focus about it. I want to get production lines going like the Standard Missile 2A Block 3 in Japan. We want more things going on in Japan. We have it for F-35. We have the FACO in Italy. We have the FACO in Japan. So it's, again, done because we're under partners and allies. And we are really working well together right now. And I'll tell you, this interchangeability idea, the fact that you could take a munition from one country and fire it from a weapon from another, or a sensor from one country and connect it to a battle management of another and use it for air defenses, that actually, in the old model, goes against the business interest of a company in one country because you've lowered the barrier of entry. Yet the countries in Europe, my equivalents, are saying we want to do it because it's the 155s is an extreme example, but you'd think a 155 round is a 155 round. It's not. There are different versions of them. They're all slightly different, and so we found that you can't even interchange those. So I think there is an appetite for co-production. I mean, I think the U.S. would be better off if there was a hot production line of some missile defense systems in Europe right now that were co-done by the U.S. and Europeans. Or we do, by the way, co-production in both countries with Israel.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking Dr. LaPlante. Great to have you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Renewing America's Technological Leadership. Please welcome moderator Yuka Hayashi and our distinguished panelists.
I think so. Hello, my name is Yuka Hayashi. I'm a journalist for the Wall Street Journal. I write about trade policy and international economy. Today, we're here to discuss the CHIPS Act, a very timely topic. U.S. Congress passed the CHIPS and Science Act last August to strengthen the domestic semiconductor industry and also to renew America's leadership in this critical technology that we rely on pretty much everything these days, our cell phones, our cars, and military equipment. Congress allocated $53 billion for the program to provide grants for the manufacturers and also to expand research and development. But it is up to the Commerce Department to design the details of the program and also decide who are actually going to get the money. So that's a big job. Just 2 weeks ago, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo unveiled the application process for the manufacturing grants. Department also launched a dedicated team of experts to implement this program. Today, we are lucky to have 2 of the senior members of that team. Next to me is Morgan Dwyer. She is Chief Strategy Officer for this team. Morgan is an expert on technology and national security policy and is a veteran of the White House and the Department of Defense. And Sarah O'Rourke is Head of Operations and Chief of Staff to the Chief Investment Officer of this CHIPS team. She comes from a private sector background, having worked at McKinsey for a number of years. There, she co-founded the company's Reinvesting in America initiative, where she helped governments and businesses drive transformative change in areas like infrastructure, clean energy, and technology. So my first question, Morgan, could you give us an overview of the CHIPS Act? What are the main goals? What image do you have for the semiconductor industry 5 years, 10 years down the road because of this program?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to everyone for joining us here, especially great to see so many friends and colleagues from the Department of Defense in particular, which is why I'm happy to say, the number one goal of the CHIPS Act is national security and is strengthening national and economic security. And how we're going to do that, we are making an investment of a scale and ambition that is really unprecedented in our recent history as a nation. And so to guide us in our activities in the next couple of years, Secretary Raimondo really laid out an ambitious set of objectives of where we want to be in the next 10 years. If you haven't checked out her speech, she gave it a couple weeks ago about what that vision for success is for the CHIPS Act. I'll give a couple of sort of highlights here. But what does our vision for success look like in the next 10 years? So in the next 10 years, we aim to have 2 new large-scale clusters of leading-edge logic fabs. We want to develop multiple high-volume packaging facilities and to become a global leader in packaging technologies. We also want US-based fabs to produce advanced memory chips on economically competitive terms. And we're also going to strategically increase our production capacity for current generation and mature node chips that are really critical to our national and economic security. So those are the chips that go into things like cars, medical devices, and many of our defense systems. And when I think about, in particular, our partnership with the Department of Defense, I see the Department of Defense is really providing a key demand signal for many of the investments in chips that we're going to make at the Commerce Department.
So this is a question for Sarah. How will the program's $53 billion be distributed? And how do you make sure that the taxpayers' money is going to be spent wisely and not spent on maybe facilities that will have been built anyway, or simply to help the companies just increase their profits?
Yeah, so in terms of how the funds will be spent, I think the Secretary in her speech a couple weeks ago laid out two major criteria for success for the program. One is, have we met the strategic objectives? And as Morgan mentioned, we're going to be investing in companies across the semiconductor value chain. Leading edge, mature and current node, advanced packaging, and supply chain and R&D. But the second core tenet of that was around being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And we are very, very aware of that goal and an obligation we have. We're doing a couple things. First, this is not a traditional grant program. We know we're giving public funds to corporations, and so we expect it to be a very iterative process. If you've read the NOFO, there's a lot of opportunity for dynamic interaction between us and the applicants throughout the pre-application and application stage. And this is to ensure that we're getting the highest quality applications that we can and are able to conduct a comprehensive and robust diligence of everything from the actual economic and national security contributions of the project, which is our #1 priority, as Morgan said, but also the commercial viability of the project, the financial strength of the applicant and the project itself, the technical readiness of the project, its workforce commitments, and its broader impacts in the region. The second thing we're doing is we're standing up a really talented team with a depth of experience in investing across the private and public sectors. And that team is getting up to speed as we speak. And in part, as Morgan mentioned, we're going to be conducting a really holistic and robust diligence. And in addition to the criteria I laid out, one of the things that we are proactively expecting companies to do is to bring third-party capital to the table in addition to government funding. We want to be a complement to private capital. We want to bring new creative financing structures to the semiconductor space. And so we'll be looking positively at applications that bring private capital, whether that be from the applicant, from third parties, or from customer commitments, as well as those who are bringing us a reasonable and sustainable CHIPS incentive request that implies they will be making continued investment in the semiconductor industry in the United States.
I'd like to follow up on some of the points that Sarah made. So I understand that the building and operating semiconductor facilities in the US is much more expensive than in countries in Asia, like South Korea and Taiwan. I've seen research showing that the costs here are 30%, 40% higher than in those countries. And the funding from the government funding through the CHIPS Act is designed to help fill that gap. But at the same time, we've noticed that the CHIPS Act funding comes with a lot of strings attached. Companies are asked to maybe share some of the profits or provide workforce development, use labor union workers for construction of the facilities. Wouldn't these conditions discourage companies from applying for the funds?
So I think to go back to the core goals of the program, one is obviously the strategic objectives, which is around the economic and national security and bringing a lot of the semiconductor capacity back to the US. The second is to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and to ensure that we are investing in a way that is sustainable, not just giving blank checks to corporations. So we are really ambitious in this goal. We're not naive in terms of what we're doing. We know that this is a hard goal to achieve. But I think if you look at some of the things that are requirements, the upside sharing clause is really about aligning expectations. There is a requirement to share outsized, unforeseeable profits that are above what we and the applicant believe are going to be the projections of the project. So in that way, it is a way to align incentives, ensure that we are partners with applicants in establishing reasonable expectations for the project. And then if there are unforeseen profits exceeding those projections that we have already agreed upon with the applicant, that is what that clause is about. And it's about ensuring truly, what we anticipate to be rare circumstances in which we've gotten the projections wrong. And in that case, everyone's happy, and we're reinvesting some of those profits back into the semiconductor industry. If you look at, the workforce requirements, workforce is a major challenge to getting major infrastructure and major manufacturing, jobs done in the United States. There's a huge amount of investment in infrastructure, and this will be an additional investment. And the workforce and childcare components are really to ensure that there is a sustainable industry here. And if you look, childcare is one of the biggest, barriers to having a strong, robust construction and facility workforce. And so really we see this investment as part of a commitment to a sustainable, semiconductor ecosystem in the United States.
One quick follow-up. So on the upside profit sharing, this is actually the issue that the industry folks that I've spoken to wanted to discuss the most. So I want to follow up on that issue. So you mentioned that this is only for the case where companies ended up with unforeseen levels of profits. How do you define that? If they go above their projections by, say, only $1, would that be subject to sharing with the government? And also, I understand that these projections are made by the companies themselves. Can the companies just come up with some huge number so that they won't go over that target?
So one is that these will be done on a case-by-case basis, and our expectation, as I mentioned at the beginning, is to have a very robust application diligence process, and we'll be looking at the financial projections. We will be looking very closely and diligencing all of those assumptions, and that's partly why we, put together the team that we've put together, and we will have our investors partner closely with our strategy and policy experts to evaluate every application. So it is about the understanding is that we would align on what we believe reasonable projections for the project are, and then in that alignment on a case-by-case basis would determine what at which point the upside sharing would be triggered.
Okay. I want to go back to the issue of national security. You discussed some of that angle, but could you discuss a little bit more how this semiconductor program is going to help the U.S.'s national security? And also, how would the U.S. military and the national security communication could benefit from this?
Sure. Like I said, the number one objective of this program is to strengthen national security. And I really see that the investments that we're going to make strengthening national security in a couple of different dimensions. I mean, first is just global supply chain security. If you take a look at some statistics that the Secretary Raimondo often likes quoting, but in 1990, the U.S. accounted for 37% of global chip manufacturing capacity. Today, we only have about 12%. We once manufactured all of the world's nearly all of the world's most advanced semiconductors. Today, we manufacture none. Almost 92% of the world's leading-edge semiconductors are produced in East Asia. So that's a huge global supply chain challenge. And so one of the things that Chips for America is going to do is strengthen global supply chain security. we're also going to enhance economic competitiveness. You know, if you think about technological competition, particularly technological competition with China, chips are foundational to all of the technologies that are really central to the decisive decade that we find ourselves in as a nation. Right, chips are essential to everything from supercomputers to quantum information systems to biotech to clean energy technologies. So they're really core to a lot of the technologies that the Biden-Harris administration has talked about being really central to our national security. And then particularly for this group, you know, chips are foundational to all of our military systems. You know, today, many of our defense capabilities, so everything from drones to hypersonic weapons to satellites, they depend on a supply of chips that aren't produced in America. And so Chips for America is going to change that. The U.S. military will be able to use chips that are made here in America. We explicitly stated in our recent Notice of Funding Opportunity, or NOFO, that Sarah was talking about, that we're going to prioritize chips that can be relied upon by the U.S. military and by other government agencies. And so, like I said, you know, at the beginning, all of the investments that we're making are going to be evaluated through that lens of national security, where that is really the primary objective.
Okay. So Morgan, I would like to ask you about what we call the China guardrails. These are restrictions in the program that are designed to prevent, I guess, countries of concern from benefiting from this program. And the program says that the recipients of the funds will be asked to refrain from engaging in certain activities to expand their operations in China for 10 years. And that is a big issue for a lot of semiconductor companies because they have, a lot of them have made billions of dollars of investments in China. They get a lot of revenues and profit from that market as well. So what exactly is this program going to prohibit from these companies from doing in China? What image do you have for these companies' operations in China years from now?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, and I think the bottom line is the guardrails are intended to make sure that no U.S. taxpayer dollars benefit technology or manufacturing in China or any other country of concern. We're going to be releasing a notice of proposed rulemaking later this month where we will be laying out more of the specific details of what the national security guardrails actually are. I can give you a sort of a high level of what are the contours that we expect to be in those guardrails today. So first and foremost, you know, the statute actually states that funds may not be provided to any foreign entity of concern. The guardrails will also state, you know, that, as you mentioned, that CHIPS recipients will be required to enter into an agreement with the Secretary of Commerce that will restrict their ability to expand semiconductor manufacturing in countries of concern for a period of 10 years. So countries of concern include China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. In addition, CHIPS incentives recipients may not knowingly engage in joint research or technology licensing efforts of advanced technologies or technologies that threaten national security. So again, we're going to be releasing the notice of proposed rulemaking later this month, which will go into the specifics, and then look forward to getting feedback, particularly from companies and from our allies and partners that you referenced in your question.
Okay. So the CHIPS Act comes with more than $10 billion to fund research and development. And that is going to focus on creating what is called the National Semiconductor Technology Center. What is this center? What is it going to look like? What is it going to do?
Yeah, so just taking a step back, Chips for America is, as you pointed out, is composed of actually two different programs at the Department of Commerce, and then there's related programs at the Department of Defense, at the National Science Foundation, and at the State Department as well. So at Commerce, Sarah and I are actually part of the CHIPS program office, so we're responsible for this $37 billion in manufacturing incentives. There's also an R&D program, which is responsible for that $11 billion. And they're also responsible for setting up multiple interrelated projects. One of those projects is the National Semiconductor Technology Center, or the NSTC. Other projects include a National Advanced Packaging manufacturing program, as well as some Manufacturing USA institutes. So we're really building a big ecosystem that is intended to go, from research and development all the way through manufacturing. So the role of the NSTC in that broader ecosystem is really to serve as the focal point for research and engineering throughout that entire ecosystem. The whole intent is that it's going to advance and enable disruptive innovation and really help provide sort of the North Star for U.S. leadership in industries of the future.
Okay. My last question for you guys is, how are you going to work with other countries, friendly countries, allies, that also have similar incentive or subsidy programs to beef up their own semiconductor industries? The EU, South Korea, Japan, I believe Singapore, they all have their own programs. Do you worry that it could lead to a global oversupply of chips many years down the road?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think at the CHIPS office, we really see international coordination and cooperation as being essential to our mission. Secretary Raimondo has also made really clear that the U.S. does not seek to become self-sufficient in semiconductor manufacturing. And so for that reason, cooperation and coordination with our allies and partners is really essential. And it's for that reason, actually, on my team at the CHIPS program office, we've actually set up an international engagement team that is specifically going to be focused on these issues of coordination and cooperation. One of the things I could see them working on is exactly the point that you make of there is a need really to coordinate our incentive programs to avoid the risk of oversupply that you pointed out. So it's a huge priority, and it's something that we're staffing up to tackle.
Have you started talking to other officials from other governments?
We have been doing lots of engagements with other governments, and that is exactly the work that we're going to continue in the coming weeks and months as we move forward with the program.
What kind of responses have you gotten from them on the U.S. program?
I think there is a lot. What I have sensed is a lot of interest in engagement and understanding sort of what our perspective is on the investments we're making. I mean, we have had to make it really clear, which is why I'm glad that the Secretary made it clear that we're not seeking to become self-sufficient, that the conversations we're having with these allies and partners are really critical to the success of the program, which really aims to bolster global supply chain security. And so a lot of our initial conversations have really focused on sort of sharing that vision for success and making it clear that this is about global supply chain security, and we have to work together to achieve that.
Okay. So we have 7-8 minutes left for questions from the audience.
Didn't expect to be the first one. But great remarks, and thank you for sharing all you did. So in your prior role, Morgan, at OSTP, you were involved in a lot of discussions around the workforce provisions of the CHIPS and Science Act. And there were two in particular, as we look at the report card. There was a Jobs Act that was particularly aimed at providing short-term Pell Grants for skills and trades, and there was a provision in the House bill that was to retain foreign STEM talent. And I'm sure David Shahulian would agree with me about when I say that Intel's needs for like highly educated people in their Ohio plant that they're going to set up has actually increased since they first made the projections. And the secretary gave a great speech at MIT last year on this issue. I was wondering if you could comment on like how the absence of those programs and the final legislation might impact the outlook for the CHIPS, for the success of the CHIPS Act in the next 10 years.
Yeah, it's a great question, and you referenced some past work that I did at the White House. You know, the White House put forward a pretty ambitious agenda to increase or to make it more possible for high-skilled immigrants, particularly STEM immigrants, to take advantage of existing authorities within the federal government, across the federal government. We had the unique ability to do that from that White House perch. Because you know we're in a war for talent right now, right? And as we talk about sort of this tech competition that we're in with China, talent is a core component of that. So I want to sort of acknowledge that up front. In terms of what we're doing about that on the CHIPS program, you know, I think Sarah gave a great overview about why the workforce issues are so critical for national security. And I think the notice of funding opportunity that we put out is really trying to tackle as many pieces of the workforce challenge as we can through a notice of funding opportunity. And that's why you see a robust set of provisions focused on the entire workforce pipeline, everything from, you know, apprenticeships to partnerships within communities. And so we're really focused on building up that workforce pipeline. We can't tackle that immigration challenge within the CHIPS for America program, and so what we are focused on doing is implementing those workforce provisions to the best extent that we can, and ensuring that we can actually meet the Secretary's vision for success in 10 years.
The gentleman on the front row.
Thank you. I'm Jamie Barnett with Viasat, and I was interested if the new National Semiconductor Technology Center, if that's going to be developed, doing R&D on chips, independent of or with industry. And the second thing I would add along that is the U.S. military has a terrible problem with chip obsolescence and keeping those in production. Does the CHIPS Act or anything in your office address any of the question of legacy technologies that we actually need for many years?
Can we take that? All right, I'll take that. So on the question of, I'll start with obsolescence and legacy technologies. So as I mentioned, you know, our notice of funding opportunity does include current and mature node semiconductor production facilities, which are intended to serve primarily the needs of, are intended to focus on our national and economic security needs. As I said at the beginning, core piece of that is the needs of the Defense Department. And so I do think we have created plenty of space within our notice of funding opportunity to prioritize those chips that will be a priority for the Defense Department. And of course, because this is a national security program, that is something we're going to do. On the question of the National Science and Technology Center, as I sort of alluded to previously, we're on the incentive side of the program, so we're not intimately involved in the development of that particular project. Obviously, we're closely coordinating because that ecosystem, that R&D ecosystem, has got to feed the manufacturing pieces, and there's got to be sort of an interchange between them. So acknowledging the importance of that sort of cooperation and interchange between the two programs, I don't have a particular update on the plans for NSTC, nor do I think they're public yet, but hopefully they will be soon.
The one thing that I'll add to what Morgan said is we do have, if you look at the notice of funding opportunity, a specific provision or criterion around partnering with the CHIPS R&D programs. And so one of the things that we're really focused on is broad R&D investment in the U.S. To ensure that end-to-end value chain that Morgan said, and in addition to that, partnership with those R&D programs. So our assumption is that it would be with industry.
I think we have time for one more question.
Thank you. Excuse me. I come from academia, specifically kind of in the translation entrepreneurship part of academia. And I would say that probably in the last year, 50% of the questions I get are daily about CHIPS Act and how do the startups coming out of my academic center, or probably every R&D center out there, is how do we participate? How do we get our foot in the door? How do we even get more information? I understand now that you might be not in the right program office for this, but I don't want to put you on the spot, but what can I tell all these potential startups, potential new industrial base coming out of academia or R&D, that what should they be looking for? What can I tell them so they can get off my back? Thanks.
I'll start off by saying, first of all, chips.gov is where we're posting all of our latest information. We actually do have a very we plan to engage with the public through webinars, and so our team will be providing webinars on items specific to the incentive side. But chips.gov is where all of the information is. I will also say, particularly, our first notice of funding opportunity on the incentive side is really focused on fabrication facilities. We will put out 2 subsequent notice of funding opportunities in the coming months. One will be focused on supply chain, and then one will be focused on R&D facilities. So there will be sort of follow-on notice of funding opportunities that might be more applicable to the folks that you're talking to. And all of the information on our plans for that is available on chips.gov.
You can also sign up for our newsletter.
We have a newsletter.
We have a newsletter, yeah. Regular updates.
That's it for this session. Thank you very much, Morgan and Sarah, for sharing your very useful information.
Thanks, Yuka.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Accessing Innovation Capital. Please welcome to the stage moderator Marcus Weisgerber and our distinguished panelists.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon panel, Accessing Innovation Capital, which is a very timely discussion, obviously in wake of a bunch of the activities involving Silicon Valley Bank in the last week or so. So we're gonna talk a little bit about that and a number of other things. I'm Marcus Weisgerber. I'm from Defense One, where I write about the intersection of business and national security, and I want to thank the Reagan folks for inviting me to moderate, especially Rachel, and there's Roger over there. I want to quickly introduce our panelists, and then we will dive right into it. So we'll start with next to me, naturally the order I do not have it in. Jonathan Burks, he's Vice President of Global Public Policy at Walmart, and former House Speaker Paul Ryan's Chief of Staff. And probably very relevant to this audience, he is a commissioner on the Commission on Planning, Programming, Budgeting, and Execution, PPB&E reform. Jonathan, thanks for joining us. Michael Madsen, the acting director of the Defense Innovation Unit, the arm of the Pentagon that most closely works with startups and emerging technology companies. Mike, thanks for joining us. And lastly, Alex Moore, partner at 8VC, a venture firm that bills itself as, quote, a technology and life sciences investment firm that builds and invests in the world's most ambitious companies. Alex, thanks for joining us. So, we'll dive right in. And Mike, we will start with you. Last Friday, as I mentioned, we saw the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, which reportedly provides financial services for about half of U.S. startups. So just from where you sit, kind of what's your assessment of this, and what are the companies that, the startups that you're working with telling you about how they're being impacted by this?
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. Yeah, it was a busy weekend, for sure. And so what we did, we had three major concerns initially, three very short-term, near-term concerns for a lot of the companies we work with. And one of them was a concern that they were going to have to halt work with us, direct just shut down operations with us. We peeled that back and started to get concerned with indirect impacts to their supply chain, for maybe not a direct impact, but some secondary issues there. And then we were also concerned, as we started looking into it, concerned with for the financial issues, and if companies came under financial distress, would they take on drastic measures and put IP at risk, for example? And so we were concerned about that. And then the last one was continued uncertainty. As we started to see some other banks kind of fall, we started to get concerned with, what was that going to be in the bigger picture? So then our first action was to reach out to our companies and really start to assess, well, what is the real exposure risk? Is it payroll? Is it other things? And how is that going to be impacted and manifested there? And then we started charting a course of action. So looking at, we could leverage existing authorities, for example, to accelerate milestones and make sure that we could provide some sort of fluid stream of capital to meet their short-term needs. And then the third thing that we looked at to help alleviate some of those concerns was to start thinking about linkages between some of the commercial capital providers we've worked with in the past that we had great relationships with that might be able to step up and help, at least in a short-term situation, to provide some bridge funding there.
So did you have to do any of that?
No, and then of course we got the word from the FDIC and Treasury late on Sunday. But interestingly, you're right, because it brings up a much broader strategic question of, how can we exercise something like that so that we can demonstrate the linkage between economic security and national security, and let our national security innovation base participants know that we are a partner, when we're getting the goods and services and technology from them flowing into the department, but also in situations like that are unforeseen, and how we can assist in those situations.
And probably lastly, as you think about the future and potential of something to happen again, I think one of our panelists this morning mentioned that they went from, it was 6 hours between the time when they found out about what was going on and then were locked out of getting their money. Are there any steps that the Pentagon can take, should take, would take? Is that something you're considering to be able to do some of those things you talked about, if you need to give bridge funding or something like that?
Well, I think you have to put it in the broader context, and I think it is taking this opportunity to really get serious about growing that connective tissue between the national security enterprise and the commercial capital markets, make sure there's some connection there, and show that we're good and sophisticated partners. Of course, the Office of Strategic Capital stood up. They have a very compatible and complementary capability with DIU, so we work closely with them at all the various stages of development to make sure that we're bridging those valleys where we need to, but also making sure that we're illuminating a path to the defense marketplace.
Okay. And we'll talk about the Office of Strategic Capital a little bit later. Alex, let's pivot to you. Kind of what last Friday's actions? What have you been hearing from the companies that you're invested in and that are part of your portfolio?
Yeah, I think it was just general confusion, and Silicon Valley Bank's been a very dynamic partner for startups for decades. So, shock, personalities come out. Some CEOs call you 5 times in a day. Some don't call you. But yeah, I think it was our thought was, you let Silicon Valley fail, then First Republic's going to fail on Monday. So it's like one of those things where I think it was clearly the right thing to do. But yeah, there would have been a lot of even more risk sort of coming out into this week if they didn't move really quick. So I think it was the right thing to do.
How do you think this is going to impact VC investing short term?
VCs, yeah. So like macro piece, low interest rates past decade, I think VCs have been less hardcore on the fiduciary duty they have to their investors. ABC takes that seriously. We actually incubated a company called Standard Metrics, which through banking APIs pulls out banking level data into automatic reports that the investors see. So we've built technology to actually solves the fiduciary issue. But I think basically like interest rates high, everyone's being very diligent now. So I think there's like, this stuff's bad, but there's some health that gets reintroduced to this thing where like the VC's job isn't just to be like the cheerleader to the entrepreneur. It's like also give them discipline or help them make their way to be a public company, which is the business we're in. So I think this is just another gut check that will kind of wake up the community a little more. And it's just like too bad. Like Silicon Valley Bank are nice people, and maybe they did not position correctly here, but yeah, show goes on.
Jonathan, how do you think policymakers should react to, or if at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's appropriate that the federal government stepped in to provide liquidity in this instance because of the downstream effects. But I think it probably also points to a need for better regulation upstream because ultimately the failure of SVP was about a liquidity mismatch, which isn't new to banking. So this was the kind of thing that regulation is actually reasonably well suited to address beforehand, and I think we all, as citizens, will be well served by taking a look back and seeing where that failure was in this instance, and making sure that the regime is appropriate going forward.
Okay, so break. Now we could go to where we were actually planning to go from the beginning on Friday or before Friday. Mike, let's turn over to you. DIU created, I believe it turns 8 this year. I was with Bob Work when he went out there, and actually I don't think I was even allowed to go in the office because there was something like classified or something where in the location where it was at the time. We went out to Moffett Field and then went over to open the office when he was Deputy Defense Secretary. Anyway, how do you assess how DIU is right now and just attracting startups, and what's the mood right now? I know we've heard from some folks here today. How has that mood changed? I know you've been there for about 5 years. How has the mood changed, if at all, in that 5 years?
Yeah, so our most important metric is our transition rate, and our transition rate is about 50%, and that's transition from prototype to production, and we have a pretty stringent definition. We don't buy commercial off the shelf. We buy commercial solutions, do some customization, prove that through prototyping, and then field that technology. So our definition is the technology has to work, the customization has to work. There has to be a funding mechanism in place, contract, and then there has to be money available. So it's pretty clear.
And that's about 50%. I think it should be a little bit higher, certainly not 100%. We wouldn't be taking enough risk. But let's back up a little bit and put it in context. Just briefly, DIU is a SecDef initiative to lower the barriers to entry to the defense marketplace for non-traditional companies that are leading edge of technology development. We're a little bit different. Our business model more closely matches a commercial product development cycle. We use a competitive process called a commercial solutions opening, so we can transition from prototype right to production if the prototype was awarded under our competitive means like that. And we always start with the transition in mind. And really, ultimately, what is success for us is fielding leading edge technology, getting that in the hands of the men and women in uniform at scale. But also recognizing our other stakeholders on the supply side, illuminating a path to the defense marketplace, but more importantly, illuminating a path to recurring revenue. Some of our partners in the venture capital world have indicated that prototype contracts are great and a first step, but what they're really interested in when they're doing valuations of companies is that recurring revenue, those production contracts. So that's really how we measure success, is that transition. And as we also look at our increase in projects that we're doing, we have an increase in project throughput, which tells me we're showing value to our DoD partner on the demand signal. And we also have more solicitations from our commercial partners. So we're showing demand to them that we have streamlined the process and made that work a little bit quicker.
So I guess what are some initiatives that, to help that transition or get that transition rate up to navigate the so-called, valley of death? Do you have any new initiatives that you're taking to try to bridge that, or is it? No, you tell us what it is.
You bet. Well, one of the keys is that while every project is rooted in a services requirements, it's really based on a problem statement. When we break down the requirement into a simply stated half page or paragraph problem statement, we get rid of the Pentagon jargon, we get rid of the acronyms, and just explain the problem that we're trying to solve. And that really has become something that has been really illuminating to me, is that and this is a common theme from today, that we don't articulate what we need very well. In fact, we had a project that was developing a drone for deployment with squad level individual soldiers. It took 6 years to write a 60-page requirements document. And then, because we don't work in parallel, we work in series, then it goes into the budgeting process. So we're talking a decade from identifying what we need, writing 60 pages, and then planning. I mean, we could probably whip something out in here in 5-10 minutes, us, a paragraph maybe, explain what it was. So we basically go to the commercial sector and say, hey, help us solve this problem. The other thing we did is we stood up a team focused on our demand signal, our defense team. Ellen Lord mentioned earlier today that everything in DC is a campaign. That is so true. I always kind of chuckle when early stage companies think they can go engage a 4-star general in the Pentagon and she whips out her checkbook and she writes a check and they're off to the races. It doesn't work that way. It is a complete strategy and campaign. And so that's what our defense engagement team does, is we understand the problem. But then we also work with the command structure, the programmatic structure, and the end users, really, to make sure that we've covered all of those bases.
Jonathan, what are you're on the like I said, the PPBE commission. I suspect you've gotten some suggestions from folks on how to better transition, and not even just small tech startups, but just across the board. I guess, what are some of the suggestions you guys have?
Yeah, thank you. It's funny, I'm sure you guys are all tired of hearing about the PPB Reform Commission. You've heard from, I think, 6 commissioners in total, right, Ellen, today. And, I think we've heard a lot from industry, and we want to hear more. So the door is open to any good ideas that are out there, or any problems you've had. We want to hear about it, because ultimately we think there's a real appetite inside the building for reform. And I think one of the things we've heard a lot about is just the timelines. The 10 years that you cite is sort of an extreme example, but it's the same sort of thing where even a routine, getting from into the program into the budget cycle is 24 months. before you actually get funded. And so the need for figuring out how to shorten those timelines, think about how to add more opportunities for flexibility, add more opportunities for adjustments later in the process so that you can meet warfighter needs more closely aligned to when the money's going to become available is one of the things that we're wrestling with. And I don't want to prejudge any recommendations that we'll have, but it's something that we're intensely focused on.
Actually, could I pick up and riff on that a little bit? I had a chance to talk to the PPBE Reform Commission some time ago, and what I think is fantastic is, PPBE is, of course, you think of that funding part of it, but when you think of the three legs of that stool of procurement that we just heard about, they're not just taking the funding in that stovepipe of excellence, but considering the requirements piece of it as well as the acquisition reform that's already taken place. We've seen a lot of energy around acquisition reform, more around budget, not so much around requirements. But I think it's fantastic that they're understanding the interplay of those three legs of the stool.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the things that one of our commissioners has been very focused on making sure we don't forget is that ultimately there is a need for a PPP-like process that really does take the defense strategy and translates it into an executable budget program. So even as we go through and try to make it more efficient, allow for more changes, allow for more flexibility, we need to keep those core elements that do allow us to be sensible about how we're expending $800+ billion a year.
Is the commission looking at anything involving training? And I think back to when Ellen was at A&S, and a lot. I remember her and for her Frank Kendall and Bill LaPlante all saying stuff like, the authorities exist to buy things quickly. It's just a matter of having the training of the workforce and the people who are willing to take the risk and do it.
Yeah, I think we've had a conversation earlier today about culture. I think that's, from my standpoint, certainly something that can be an inhibition to taking advantage of some of the authorities that do exist. And then one of the charges of the commission is looking at workforce efficiency and workforce training, and so that's something that we're certainly working on, and I believe that's going to be part of our interim report, which will be out later this summer. So.
Alex, how do investors feel about it taking 10 years to buy a drone?
So my basic thesis on defense investing is that, which is a little contrarian, but I think true, is that it takes $1 billion with a B in private capital to build a defense company in this environment. And so Anduril did it, right? So that's about how much it took them. Palantir, where I was an early employee, also probably raised about $1 billion to get going. And that is relating to the valley of death, how severe these problems are. Two, you want to have a company that maybe can make more than one type of product. So so I get on the phone with three, this is the good news, I think, for the room, 3 different firms a week. We want to get into defense. How do we do it? And so what they're doing now, which doesn't work, is they're pursuing a model we're familiar with for software investing, which I call 2, 10, and 20, where I'll seed a company, it's like a little hacker group, $2 million. They're going to go build something, sell $1 million worth of it, come back, we'll give you 10, do it again, here's 30. We got a software company. So they're practicing this type of financing, and then I think what we're going to have actually is, and hopefully less so with reform on the acquisition side, a generation of startups that fail because they don't have the sophistication or the coordination it takes to raise $1 billion with a B. It's really hard to do. So what I kind of describe this problem to the investors, and I sort of say, hey, we got to kind of team up. Let's work together, and maybe we can build one big one a year, right? So people call me, you're the defense guy, blah blah blah. How many companies have you invested in? And I say basically 4, right? And we put $100 million in each one, and that kind of large scale investing is not optimizing for maximum innovative output from what Silicon Valley is really good at. Silicon Valley is really good at making hundreds of companies, and then you get Google out of it or something. So that's the level of severity that's where it's broken. The good news is, we did get an Anduril out of it. We have 3 or 4 others I think could be sort of the next Anduril type companies. But that's that's what I call the investment geometry. That's very broken. So we'll have the good news. So good news, bad news takes $1 billion. Good news, every single firm wants to get into defense right now, right? I'm getting called like never before, and that's within. I think that's within the past year. I think that's probably people watching the success of an Anduril, you know, and that kind of thing. But like, my understanding of how to build these companies is you want to build the future, you know, prime contractor. You want to build the next Raytheon, the next Lockheed. So, you know, you're going to need maybe a few different products, a few different shots on goal. You're going to need a DC lobbying group that's yours, and that helps describe what you're doing to DC. And then you're going to need a lot of really amazing engineers. So all of that that's the current paradigm.
So that billion goes toward that, getting those lobbyists, or is it also partly just the Pentagon deals in their money, you know, if anything, you know, millions of dollars to the Pentagon is pennies essentially to other government agencies. So is it just to be taken seriously?
I think this is that, but I think it's also accommodating this temporal challenge where there are these longer sales cycles. That's what the software people are not used to, right? So these you know, we have a group of software investors that are going to get educated on how this stuff works. But again, people adapt. I think also I'm optimistic, right? That's, you know, I can invest in anything. I spend all my time on defense. I think that the movement on reform and, you know, folks like DIU really help hold down the ecosystem, and then nurturing of these small startups is like that ecosystem is gaining strength rapidly. So I think like putting this all together, we're probably headed towards something where hopefully it becomes a little easier to start these companies. And then with the end goal of creating, like, instead of having like, you know, maybe we have like 5 big prime contractors now, like let's have 10, right? And like in 10 or 15 years from now, there should be 5 new ones. That would be the goal from the VC side, right?
Mike, I want to ask you, we mentioned the Office of Strategic Capital earlier. I believe a lot of budget numbers are swirling in my head, but it got over $100 million in the budget request for 24. Just could you talk about your relationship and, you know, how, you know, I presume they'll be a part of helping you transition programs like you talked about doing earlier.
Yeah, it's a complementary capability for sure along all phases of technology development. They have a handful of different mechanisms. I think they're working on some congressional language for 24, so we'll see if that comes to fruition. But we've had a very close relationship from developing the concept all the way to where we are now. But I think one area to really focus on is, one area they're going to look at providing capital is on some very early stage technology that doesn't necessarily have a programmatic home. And that's one of the things that we found as part of our fast follower strategy, and that's to be a fast follower where the commercial sector is leading, be an initial adopter where we have to be. A lot of these emerging technologies don't necessarily have a programmatic home in the department. So it's hard to go say, I wouldn't even want to buy some overhead imagery at you know, location X, and that's one of the things that we're also looking at getting after through the fast follower strategy, which was outlined in the National Defense Strategy last year. We're proud that DIU is one of the first entities that really came up with it, and hat tip to Mike Brown, right over here, the former director, who was really driving that through the department.
Before we get to audience questions in the room, I figured we could talk about the Reagan Institute's National Security Innovation Base report card that came out yesterday. I'll note that the highest grade was an A-, and it went to innovation leadership, so I guess that's you, so congratulations.
Thanks. And I'd reflect that right back here to, well, it's pretty much all of DIU in that row.
Yep. So two of the recommendations in there that I'd love to get probably all 3 panelists' thoughts on are the need to foster stronger relationships with the private investment community and make bigger, bolder, and more flexible investments in new capabilities. So maybe Mike, we'll start with you, and then pivot back to Jonathan and over to Alex.
Yeah.
What can be done to address those two
Well,
recommendations.
I think a couple of things. One of them is, again, to clearly articulate what we need to buy and figure out where that line of demarcation is on the procurement line, submarines and aircraft carriers, copy your paper over here. At some point in there, we can just say, hey, look, we need, whatever, and get that from the commercial sector. So be much more clear about that. Work on adequate and consistent funding. And the consistent funding is probably as important as the adequate funding. CRs and those kind of things where it's just not consistent year to year is really a challenge. And then I think the other thing, I hit on it before, is to illuminate that path to recurring revenue. We've heard throughout the day that the big push is to get to production. How do we get to production? That's one of our initiatives in 23 is to engage with the services and the programmatic offices to be able to be part of that conversation when they're developing the acquisition strategy and articulate the state of the art of the commercial technology. And then also get serious about modular, doing things in a modular fashion where we can on those big programs. Look at it doing it in a modular way so that we can pull in, we can show on-ramps to some of this emerging technology. And then not also get in vendor lock, but be able to go back and get the next year's leading developer to be able to participate as well.
Yeah, and I think picking up on the need for stable funding, I think one of the challenges that we've seen, obviously, over the last decade plus in defense spending is that we've not gotten appropriations on time except for 1 year, which just happened to when Speaker Ryan was in charge, but mere coincidence. So we don't get spending in time, and we haven't had sort of a clear picture of what the top line would look like. And those are both areas that, in terms of this year's debt limit fight that's underway, hopefully we can come out of that with at least some sense of what the defense top line looks like over a number of years, and hopefully it provides a pathway for sort of getting back to closer to regular order and appropriation so that, again, you can get the stability you need in funding.
Yeah, I mean, anything that shortens timelines, immediate expansion of programs like DIU and AppWorks, the CBER programs, take the award from 2 to 10 million, because 2 million is not enough for a VC firm to underwrite a company on revenue. 10 million is. We'll bring out, the whole parade for that. So anything getting startups to that 10 million number faster is good. And then there's huge leverage. Like, you look at Shield AI just raised 500 million, presumably on a much smaller amount of contracts that they had booked, I would assume. But that's leverage. So it's like the federal dollar, then you're going to get a 10x from VC dollar. You put 10 million on revenue on that, I can go raise 50 from all these people calling me. How do I do it? Now you got $60 million in an engineering firm with really smart engineers. You can change the world with that. So that's how easy it is, or that's how much power the federal government has. It's just open that aperture just a bit. We don't need 100 million. We just need 10 to start it, and then the capital will do its thing. So I think there is this really strong, really developed mechanism VCs have, and almost I'm describing a paradigm where they want to overinvest in defense right now, right? That let these people donate money to this industrial, to innovation here, and some things will work, some won't. And then two, there's just a movement now where long run, these are software wars more and more. I mean, there's the hardware, you can never take away the kinetics, all tanks, stuff like that. But software is what Silicon Valley is good at, right? That's what they're undisputed the best at, right? Not building aircraft carriers, but things that involve software. I have these little drones and I need to coordinate them autonomously. That's software, right? That's a software problem. Those hardware components don't cost anything. So as things migrate to software-based systems, where the software is what wins the war a lot of the time, or is more important, that shifts the bent towards a Silicon Valley where, hey, we have all these engineers, maybe they should be building things that make America safe versus tuning advertising algorithms, which is what they do now at Google and Facebook. So I think there's a really magical thing that can happen here with basic changes to these programs. because Silicon Valley, it does have sort of this strong muscle on putting in really good software people, raising money quick, and sort of understanding like how to build these companies. There's some good callous there. And then also, I think as you build a defense ecosystem, there's like incredible talent buried in these prime contractors, in these big companies. And like as you have more of a place for them to go, they start going there, right? So then, you know, it just kind of like marries the ecosystem together. Then maybe the prime contractors start buying up the startups that I described are going to run out of money in 2 years, you know, and like now they have some innovation, right? So I think there's just like a loop that can be closed a little more as we sort of break the sort of Cold War acquisition stuff that had its place, you know, in previous decades, but maybe now we need something a little more flexible.
And Marcus, for the record, I would like to enthusiastically agree with Alex that DIU should be increased in size dramatically.
Yeah.
Just about
Low-hanging fruit.
But one point to add on is a sub-organization of DIU is National Security Innovation Capital. That is an initiative designed to catalyze investment in dual-use hardware, kind of mid-stage. And we've been appropriated about $15 million over the last year and I think this year. So we made some investments, and what we found is 25% of those companies have gone on to raises, and 25% have increased their valuation 3 to 5x post-NSIC investment. So it kind of shows that value that Alex was just describing. The problem is we're not scaling it like we should.
So we have a little less than 10 minutes to go. Audience. I guess I got to start with Roger.
Smart move, Mark. You don't have to, but okay.
Mike, did you have your hand?
I think
Mike's got the first question on a lot of them today, right?
Roger, I think this is where you say, I paid for this mic.
I hope that was a knowing laugh from everybody in the room. That was Reagan Tom was quoting. Alex, very provocative point that it's $1 billion is what it takes, with a B. I heard you loud and clear. Dispiriting. And so I'm curious, with your recommendation that followed with Marcus's question, that if we get the bet from $2 million to $10 million, how would that change your view of what it takes for a company to be successful? So would the $1 billion number go down to something else if Mike was successful in getting the bets to go from 2 to 10 million?
I think so. I mean,
and where does it go? What's that number look like?
Right. Yeah. I mean, right. It shouldn't cost what it costs to build a semiconductor company, startup to build a defense one. But it does, right? So, yeah, I think as that part of it gets shifted, then there's just like this radical reduction on the risk curve. Because like what I'm seeing now are companies that it's like 4 smart engineers. They don't have the DC person. I'm already like, where's your DC person? They don't have the fundraiser who, you know, we can raise $1 billion because we started Palantir when we were in college, right? So we have that credibility in the community around defense. The average person doesn't, right? They just got out of college, this kind of thing. So it's like, whoa, like this is crazy. Like how am I going to get anything done here? So I think it would just like smooth out the first set of capital that has to come in, and then sort of institutionalize or more. It would make these kind of very new technologies more industrial grade, where then I think then the growth of the larger investors. I mean, it's like T. Rowe Price led one of our companies last round. Then they're in another group that's institutionalized, that's professional, and then we can have an industry, because like our job as the VC should be to pass the baton to them. This is a real company. Look, they got a few real contracts, not 2 million, it's 10, maybe it grows to 30 or whatever. Or now we can invest in their second idea, second product line, get a few different shots on goal. So it kind of has to look a little more like, you know, like an R&D center that can have a few different things happening. I think getting that first contract a little bigger makes the investor VC community pattern match. Oh, this is like they do real R&D here. This is a real product organization. This is different than these other things I'm getting pitched all day. So I think it's close. Like we're getting closer. And then what I'm saying is like there's a tidal wave of money that wants to come into this. Part of it is interest rates, and defense is real, right? And like some of these other industries, crypto or things that distracted some of my peers the last 4 years, don't feel very real now, right? So I think like, and then I think there's also a weird, like, not going on a tangent, but like there's a history to Silicon Valley that's related to the federal government and like DARPA and the internet and like all of these things were, you know, East Coast folks coming to the West Coast, right? So I think like there should be like sort of a natural reintegration there. So I mean, we're very optimistic that this is what's happening, or we're betting on that. Yeah.
Do we have a microphone? Yep, on the end.
The capital system includes the big primes, as you talked about, and the innovation system includes them too. There's a perception afoot that they have become less innovative in no small measure because of a short-term focus and the bugaboo of the quarterly earnings call driving. Is that a realistic impact on their internal investment and innovation? And is there anything in this scorecard or in this effort designed to go for policy changes that might encourage something other than a quarterly earnings report?
I mean, the startup perception on primes is pretty negative just because from our study of it, like partnerships with them as a startup usually don't go well for the startup. You know, yeah, there's like these, I mean, like they can get better answers, but I think on our side, they're viewed as like sort of large and bureaucratic, doing cost plus, you know, where maybe we should have a system where you're like buying the product for a list price. It's not these ballooning budgets. So yeah, I mean, I think that's also like you want to have a set of new primes that come in and like challenge the primes and force them to clean themselves up on the internal side and make better use of taxpayer dollars, right? So on some level, you might get reform from primes with competition, right? And right now, I think the perception is they don't have any competition, right? It's like what % of the budget is just going to the primes, right? What % is going into newer companies that are like less than 10 years old, or call it, right? Palantir's 19 years old. He started when he was 21. I'm 40, right? So, you know, it's been around a while, right? And there's still like kind of this startup here. Maybe not as much now, but in the past 5 years. So I mean, like, I don't know, like how do you work with the primes? How do you reform them? I think that's more and more happening. And I think there's like a utilitarian piece, like with Ukraine, then you're going to sub under their contracts and make things happen there. You know, and then they should be buying, like I said, the prime should be pull out their shopping cart and go buy up all these projects that have real IP that are not going to raise $1 billion, right? So there's something there that I think there's some goodies in the goodie bag for the primes. And then I think they get more, I mean, we're going to have, ballooning debt payments, and that's going to, I don't know. But like, there'll be pressures on how money's spent, I think, in the next 20 years. So maybe that's the area where they can do better. But perception is you're building startups to compete with them. They're horrible to partner with. And we haven't seen a lot of success with that.
I'd say, look, modernization of the department, it's critical, if that hasn't become clear today. But it's going to take all players, from the primes, traditional defense industrial base, systems integrators, the non-traditionals in the national security innovation base. So it's going to take everyone. Our authority to operate specifically favors non-traditional companies, but it also provides provisions to work with the traditional defense industrial base. And we have successfully partnered a handful of times, partnering some of the non-traditionals with the traditional, because it's all about scale. Like I said, our most important thing is scaling that technology to the warfighter. And sometimes those non-traditional companies don't have that scale-up capability on the timeline that we would need.
Do you do matchmaking? I just think you're hearing from companies like Lockheed and the Boeing that this desire to, reshape their corporate cultures and whatnot, and it does seem that we're seeing more partnerships, at least being publicly announced. Now maybe they existed previously and we just didn't know about them.
No, yeah, I wouldn't call it matchmaking, but we do, when we think it looks like a good partnership, we do what we can to facilitate that.
One more.
Jimmy Kemp with Group 47. John, you referenced continuing resolutions, and with your experience in the Speaker's office, what advice do you have for Speaker McCarthy, and emphasizing how critical it is for our nation's defense for Congress to get back to doing the job that they're supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
Do you have any hope?
Yeah, no, I think the Speaker gets it. He was, right there driving the process forward the last time we were able to get a defense bill done on time. So I think he intuitively understands the importance of trying to be timely with these things. The problem, frankly, is one of prioritization. There's always competition of lots of different things that could be the number one driver. And the challenge for the Speaker is whether a timely defense budget is a more important priority than the other, whatever at that moment is the other competing element. And so it's not an easy circumstance. Being Speaker is a tough job, so I don't want to criticize him. I'm just saying there's and especially when I know he sort of gets the importance and really does understand the value of having a stable defense budget, and obviously the challenges we all face on national defense.
All right, we are out of time. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, Success Stories, Breaking Through Barriers. Please welcome to the stage moderator Mark Sullivan and our distinguished panelists.
Marcy, I love you. I love you.
Man, roll deep, huh?
All right, great. My name is Mark Sullivan. I'm a senior writer at Fast Company magazine, and I am based in San Francisco, do a lot of reporting in Silicon Valley. It's been exciting the last few days. But I tell you that because the panel that we're doing now, I think we're going to kind of go over some of the same subjects, perhaps, that you've heard throughout the day, but we're going to hear about it from, the tech builders side of this. And I got interested in this about 18 months ago when I wrote a feature about how Silicon Valley is interacting with defense and intelligence, and really learned a lot about some of the friction points and barriers and problems that exist and that a lot of smart people are working on now. And so what I'm hoping to learn today is how that's all going and where we're at in 2023. Andrew, could I get you to introduce yourself and tell everybody what you do at SHIELD?
Sure. Andrew Dimitric, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at SHIELD AI.
And your product?
Our product, we've got a variety of products. First and foremost, HiveMind, which is our AI pilot. We also have the Nova system, which is a small autonomous quadcopter that can fly in GPS-denied environments for indoor exploration. We also have a VBAT, which is a Group 3 UAS. It takes off sort of like a SpaceX rocket, and the HiveMind technology unifies all of our AI products.
Cool, thanks. Matt, can you do that?
Sure. Matt Steckman, Chief Revenue Officer at Anduril Industries. We build essentially 3 buckets of things. All-domain sensing and force protection technology. We're U.S. SOCOM's counter-UAS program of record. We built a couple of unmanned platforms, some aerial stuff, and most recently some autonomous underwater vehicles. Just inked an interesting relationship and partnership with the Australian government. Might be worth chatting about a little bit as a case study for an interesting and fast way to do business. And then we build a couple of software platforms that underpin all of that hardware tech for autonomous command and control and mission autonomy. So particularly heterogeneous fleets of unmanned systems.
Cool, Shannon.
And hi, I'm Shannon Clark. Hopefully my microphone's working. And I am our Senior Vice President for R&D. I've been at Palantir for about 11 years now. We are a data integration company at its core, but we like to say that we're working with some of the world's largest organizations and governments working on their hardest data challenges and really making sense of that data. So I spend the majority of my time focused on our defense work. I started at the company working a lot of our SOCOM work, and that's expanded into a lot more of our AI work and just anywhere where we're forward deployed in the United States and we can help our warfighters.
So is part of your job interpreting demand signal?
Absolutely. And we love to do that in the field and not necessarily sitting here in DC with the professionals that are helping putting those requirements together. But I think one of the special things that we've been able to do really over the last almost 2 decades is forward deploy, is be with users, is really do that, test, fix, test again, in a field to learn approach. And we only are able to do that when we get to sit down with users and kind of understand their hardest problems. that's where we like to see the demand come from.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm going to kind of angle back to that first question. I mean, from the builder side or the seller side, when we're kind of talking about these friction points and just the ease at which tech companies deal with things like the DoD and the intelligence community, what can you tell me about what you've seen on that demand side over the last year or two that you think are promising signs, things that have erased friction points instead of put them up? I'll start with you.
So I would say that for small, scrappy startups like we were 5 or 6 years ago, I think the environment is significantly better. I think that the opportunities to enter the defense space are definitely there. I think that the barriers to entry have come down quite a bit. I think there's still, and the compliance cost has come down probably a touch for those smaller companies. I would say that for larger commercial tech companies, it's been a little bit more challenging, largely because, and this is something that came up in the report, I think, a few times, is that a lot of the dollars, and dollars really drive everything, are still tied up in these big legacy systems. And so that makes it challenging for those larger commercial companies to get involved. Of course, the cost of compliance is still very much there. And so if you take together the dollars for, I think, innovative commercial tech, together with the compliance load, it doesn't create a huge draw of commercial tech. And so that's been one of the challenges that we've been trying to overcome and work with our government partners on, is finding those pools of money in non-legacy systems that sort of strike at the heart of innovation and for such things like autonomy.
Well, the compliance part of that is always going to be there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But it's, you look at, like, again, going back to, like, in our early days, the fact that there were OTAs available that really lessened the compliance cost was huge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a big part of the reason we're here today is because that opened up as an avenue, contracting avenue.
Can you give us your perspective on that, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, certainly agree with Andrew for the most part. I think we have done a lot over the last 10, 20 years. I think Palantir was leading the way on this to figure out entrances into the department. I don't think that that's the problem anymore. I think that you're seeing a lot of sort of top-level rhetoric around increasing scale, increasing production, and predictability within the purchasing cycle. Mm-hmm. So I've been thinking a lot about this from the perspective of startups like ours. Well, not a startup anymore, pardon me. I was at Palantir a long time ago, so in my head it's still a startup. And so I think that the important part about this conversation is realizing that an exit for our types of companies are multi-billion-dollar in scale. That's why our investors work with us, and that's what they expect. And so if you get into the department with a one-time deal for $1 million, that's great. But in the long run, the only thing that matters is over $100 million in recurring revenue that you can count on every single year. And part of the reason for that is our types of businesses tend to be structured differently than the defense primes. So the defense primes basically don't have to care about profit margin. I mean, it's kind of like heretical to say, but they get their high single-digit operating margin every year, and they just want to build the top line in order to build the aggregate amount of profit that's available to them. And the reason they can do that is they don't have to invest a lot of their own money back into their businesses for innovation, because they get the government to pay for that innovation through the large R&D budget that, again, is now in question, I think, from a lot of the top leadership in the department, which I think is exactly the right direction to move. So for our businesses, we need to understand production level scale. We need to understand predictability. We need enough information from our government partners such that we're able to predict where things will go. And then that allows us to go raise way, way, way more R&D capital than the government could ever provide any company to invest in these problems. But because there is no ability right now to forecast or predict, it's very hard for me, as an example, as a chief revenue officer, to unlock 10, 20, 50 million in CapEx to build out the necessary capability to then fund the thing that I know the government is going to buy. And so that cycle is broken right now between profit and reinvestment, because it's never had to exist in the defense world. I guess the important thing to realize is it now has to exist if we want to bring in new companies into the department. It's the only way it's going to work.
And I do think it's getting better. And harking back to, like, if we look at 10 years ago, when that was at Palantir, and we would go, as Palantir is the scrappy startup, and we would walk into a room and we would respond to a solicitation, and we were so excited. We had this great demo. We were going to show how our product worked. And we would be up against folks that would have, large primes that would have a 100-page, PowerPoint presentation, and they would show what they could build in 5 years. And we thought naively, we thought, well, we have this thing that will work today. And we would lose time after time out, because I think that, they trusted that those large companies knew what they were doing. And even though maybe what they had wasn't available today, that they would have that in 5 years, because they do have these large R&D budgets. And it was really frustrating and disappointing for us. But I think what we've shown, and I even remember this very critical demo we did, I think it was actually with CBP, who said, we're going to give you some data and we're going to ask you to come back in a few days and show us what you can do with that data. And it was like they weren't going to accept a PowerPoint presentation for that. And we came back and we showed, and that was what won the day, because they actually saw that this is a real thing that users can have, that we can field in a month and not in 5 years. And we are seeing more acquisition processes go that way. I think when you look at some of the large Army acquisition projects right now, some of the ones that we're involved in, Titan is a good example, it's do demos, down select to a few vendors, send those vendors out in the field, have them work with users, as I mentioned before, and really refine those requirements in a way that's not done in a room with an acquisitions officer just checking the box to say. And I don't say that in disservice to the acquisition officer. I say that because it's so important for us to see what breaks in the field and not what breaks in a lab or what breaks according to a PowerPoint presentation. So my hope is that we continue to move in that direction more, especially when we're looking at software acquisitions.
So there's actually two layers of this. I mean, we've talked about how to facilitate or push this idea of a head-to-head challenge, instead of just requirements or specifications or what have you. But there's another layer. You don't do that in a boardroom. You do that in the field, right?
Which I think any one of us here would say, bring it on. That excites us, right? That's what excites our engineers. Not, let me sit here and build the best PowerPoint presentation, but how does this actually work?
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice idea. I guess the question, though, is that how compelling is it versus the sort of muscle memory on the buy side that has done it the other way for so long?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, but it's one that I think that the DoD is overcoming, and we're seeing more and more examples of it. I remember in our early days when we started demoing the Nova capability that we built, there were a lot of people thought that sort of capability was 10 years out, but we could actually show it in real physical form. And I remember a lot of jaws dropping when they saw that. And I think those, getting it down to real operational capabilities, getting it into the hands of the warfighter quickly, and then iterating upon that is really where we need to go. And the good news is, we are seeing more of it. I'd like to see more of it still. But,
Yeah, there's definitely more of it happening. I would say one thing to fix is if a non-traditional does win one of these competitive in the field, down select, I think these are all the right things to do, and it should just become the de facto way that the department buys stuff. I think there's some important pieces, though, if a non-traditional does win, where the government can't then expect sort of immediate scale. They can expect a ramp, and there's ways that you can cover that ramp in the short term. But what we've seen, which penalizes non-traditionals, is these things are almost structured in such a way where, literally RFPs are written where you can interpret it as, if you have never done this before, thou shalt never do it for us. Right? It's and it'll say that in 87 different requirements that you have to piece together. But that's basically what it says. And so I think there's a piece here, particularly when it comes to easy things, just like building a factory, right? It's there's a lot of RFPs written that assumes you already have a factory. And that's unfortunate because you're cutting off a massive part of the market that can capitalize very quickly to create the constructs needed to build these things. Manufacturing is a known process within the commercial industry, right? And so I think the winner of the competition that builds the net new thing that is being added to the capability and to the fight, that ultimately wins that contract, you should trust that those companies can then capitalize to build the not net new stuff, right? The factories and the manufacturing, the production, and the supply chain. I think these things are shaped in such a way where it's almost inaccessible if, again, you've never done them before.
So you're saying that they should understand or make allowances for the fact that, or they should have confidence in companies like yours that you can go out and activate that supply chain and the manufacturing?
100%, yeah. So specifically, the recommendation is test the things in the field that are net new, right? And that's the thing you should care about. Test the hard technology and the piece that's actually innovative. And then let the company build everything else, whether through subcontracts or directly. But we get wrapped around the axle a lot around like, oh, well, you've never built 100 of this, so how could you ever build 100 of something? Well, if you never let me try, how am I ever going to prove it to you? But that's not the net new part, right? The net new part is being able to fly multiple things at once with no people touching it, or, you know, God knows what, right, that we're talking about here. That's the hard stuff that we need to get after.
Any thoughts about that?
No, I mean, I think that they've said it all. But I also think this is why it's really interesting now to see the government move towards allowing some software companies to be primes. And I think there's a good example of this in our partnership with some of those folks on the stage as we work on that with some of the, on Titan in particular with the Army. You know, I don't think that that was something that anyone would have 10 years ago would have said, oh, we will let a software company do this, but it's really interesting now because there's components of Titan that are hardware that we're never, I don't think, some of the people on my team would love to say they're going to go build a satellite or go build a truck, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So at least not that I've heard. But I think I think there is a leap of faith there, and I think it's going really well so far, so I'm hoping that it's kind of a lesson to be learned to allow this in the future or have the proclivity to do this more in the future.
Before we talk about successes, are there any other parts or friction points that should be mentioned here that kind of, I mean, I'm sure there's probably a list of them.
You said you didn't want this to be a gripe session, so we're trying to
That's
stay
right,
positive.
I did say that. Yeah. Okay, let's pick a different question.
No, I'm just kidding. I think there's positive outlooks to all of that. I'm just kidding.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess I'm just trying to kind of thoroughly cover this question about friction points.
Yeah.
And get to, you know, if we've just talked about one part of it, but, you know, there is this report card and there's a part of it that.
Yeah, maybe we'll
so
just
good.
add new stuff that probably hasn't had a ton of ink already spilled on it. Like one example is value-based pricing. Like, it's impossible. And the only way to get to an A/B comparison is through competition. And I'm not sure if the community has fully embraced that reality, where tech moves so fast, companies are going to make different types of offers in different ways. And ultimately, the government, if they actually follow these and heed these recommendations, will test them in the field. So you'll know what they do, and you'll see the capability, you'll see the outcome. Then you can get to an A/B comparison, and then you can see what they cost. The pricing in that can only be solved through a competitive market where you have multiple bidders. Very, very difficult to price software or price these novel things that you invest hundreds of millions in order to sell your first unit. I mean, you're just like throwing a dart at that point. So the only thing that can actually solve it is pricing, and I'm not quite sure if we figured out how to do that quite yet.
Yeah. I have to ask about the Valley of Death. You know, your three companies are pretty well capitalized companies, so I'm not sure if you're the greatest example of this, but you know, that's one of the first things that people told me about when I kind of opened up this subject. Is this picture of there's a lot of little technology companies out there that might have great products, great technology. You know, maybe some of them are trying to be dual use companies, but you know, is it still a real possibility that if they're trying to rely on government contracts that they just won't make it across?
Yeah, I think, what did Alex Moore say? Was it like $1 billion or something like that, you know, a few minutes ago? And obviously he's very familiar at 8VC with, you know, how much capital is needed. And I think a lot of times when you hear Peter Thiel or others talk about successful companies and he names Palantir and SpaceX, and you look at the people that are behind those companies, you can come to the same conclusion you just made. I think what we see is that we at Palantir want to pay it forward to those companies. I think a lot of what we're doing right now is partnering with some of these small AI companies to bring them into the fold and to help them give them some more stability about what it looks like a year or two from now as being part of a program of record that we're on, because we know what it was like to go to the board and have to tell them, like, well, we got this small pilot, it's only $1 million, we hope that it turns into something. But like back in the room, we're like, crap, we got a lot of work to do to make this, into something successful, or to make this part of a program of record. So I actually think it's almost like a corporate responsibility of ours to help some of these companies, and like I said, give them some more stability as they're going through this process, because it's hard for them. I mean, I don't envy them having to go to their boards and explain, well, we won this SBIR, okay, well, what does this mean for you next year? They may not know the answer to that. So that's one thing that we're doing to try and kind of be, I think, a good partner to other, small companies that are going through that process right now.
Yeah, I would certainly advocate for, so we've opened the door really wide for entrance into the community. I would advocate for a shrinking to the things will actually transition. I actually think you will counterintuitively get more investment into companies if companies can show that in a very fast amount of time they're able to transition. So in a weird way, opening the door so wide has caused so many kind of false starts that investors get cold. And there might be room to start to think about, like, should we actually require that before you open a door to a new program or new pilot or new effort, you already have a transition path established so that that company knows if they succeed, they can kind of walk that path together with the government. And to the point of forecastability, that company can forecast that and then go collect more checks from investors. Thank you to investors in the room, by the way. We love your checks. But they can go collect the capital needed to then get to that next forecasted milestone. But all of these doors open that result in a $250,000 SBIR, and then the company kind of quits after 2 years. That has a freezing effect on the community. That's the exact opposite of what the door opening is trying to do in the first place.
I think somebody told me about this idea of being able to get to a no quickly for companies that aren't ready, just like end their pain, and get onto the companies that can actually do it, and then put money behind those companies.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you'd probably be saving them a lot of time and frustration, being kind of more frontal and more honest with that. And I could see that. I mean, there are a lot of companies. I remember someone telling me once when I was in Tampa, like, once a system gets put on the system, it never really gets taken off. It might kind of die a slow death and it's there, but it never gets taken off. And I didn't really believe them, and then I saw that unfold over the next 10 years where I was like, but no one's using that. Yeah, but we still have the licenses because maybe there's 1 or 2 people in the back room. But I think that's very true. But like I said, I mean, I do think it's getting better. I feel like I'm hearing less of that frustration recently. So I want to say that that's a good sign. I don't know actually what is making that determination or why it's getting better, but I like that I hear less of it, because I feel like there was a period 2 years ago, almost pre-COVID, where it's like every company I talked to, they were like, well, we just won this SBIR, we just won this SBIR, and I didn't really know what to make of that, and I don't think they did either. So hopefully we're seeing some changes are helping those companies.
The only thing I would add here, and I think this is somewhat obvious, but there's a reason these 3 companies are up here, because we had access to great private capital. That's what allowed us to sort of span that. If you don't have that, that's a big problem. I think that the interest within the VC community in defense tech has really changed things. I think the public-private partnership needs to focus on that. That's how you bridge that gap. But I agree with everything that Matt just said, that perhaps we went a bit too broad, but like focus and bridge. And I think that's the way that we're going to get out of this, and then you'll see much more of Shields, Andurils, Palantirs, etc.
I just want to be really clear on this point. I heard the gentleman in the previous panel say that over the last year, this space has the thinking is that this is a good business to be in, and it's a good business for VCs to be in. I want to make sure I understand what is causing that sort of temperature shift? Maybe I better ask him.
Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. I actually, I'm not sure it's a good business to be in, to be honest with you. It's kind of crazy to start a defense-focused startup, period. I mean, the number of hurdles, the number of barriers, the number of monopolies in the market. I mean, it's bananas. The fact that investors are in on this is probably mostly to do with geopolitics.
I don't understand.
Well, I think the world now realizes there are bad guys again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was an okay awakening to, I think, to everybody, but definitely to the technical community. And so you're seeing that spark interest. My fear is a lot of companies get capitalized, and a lot of companies fail, and the business cycle ends. And so the government and the department need to do a lot to actually treasure this moment in time. And figure out how to have at least a couple of successes that the private capital community can look at to say, this is the mark, and this is why we're going to stay in the game, and this is why we're in it for the long term.
Yeah, interesting. So I did want to get to the sort of the success stories part of this, and it finally. You know, all three of your companies have great products. And one thing that I heard when I was originally researching this is that if you want to get into this kind of business, you have to design a wonderful product that makes sense. But you also have to design an approach to doing sort of the process within the buyer. One great tactic is having a champion within the buyer who's going to carry the torch for you. Are there other things that you've learned just about working with the federal government that kind of have smoothed your way to, you know, getting a timely decision at least on your product?
I think you're right. Having a champion is absolutely important. I don't think any of us have created a solution that I would say was easily understandable or interpretable at first shot, you know, meeting with someone. Because the three of us have all been part of companies that have built something novel. And so, you know, our approach to everything from what we built to the approach that we took. So I actually don't think that any of us built anything that was consumable or building towards the buyer either. In fact, it took a lot of sweat and tears and work to actually convince someone why what we were building made sense and why it was better.
I see.
So with each friction point, I think, or with the success stories, definitely has come a lot of friction. You know, I think about working on, you know, something a few years ago where we had, you know, the most senior person, you know, in the branch saying, look, I need this. But it still took 2 years to be able to get a solicitation and be able to, and to go through the competitive process and to win that. And if it's like a 4-star general is saying, I need this today for, you know, the readiness and the health of my people, but it still takes 2 years to go through that. There's success in that it finally happened, but it doesn't, the timeline for that is really long, right? So I think, like I said, with each success, it's still, there's a lot of risk on the part of all of us still, which thankfully, like, you know, I think we have enough funding, each of us now, to keep going, but it's still taking a long time.
Well said. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion always around like, can we build a system that doesn't depend on champions? And I'm like, actually just the opposite. I actually think we need to build a system that identifies champions and lifts them very quickly in their organizations to positions of influence and power. That's just me. What a novel and crazy idea to bet on our smart people to continue to do smart things. You know, I would say the only other advice I give every startup that I work with or meet is to shoot big. So, you know, I would much rather take 10 gigantic swings every year than 100 tiny swings. And the reason for that is systemically within the government, the focus put on those big, important, meaningful muscle movements means that you're operating at such a level where you will find more champions to break down a lot of those barriers for you and to work with you as partners. And you'll find that there is counterintuitively less friction in the more complicated, larger programs than in the sort of smaller day-to-day acquisition cycle.
I don't know that I have that much more to add, but I would say that, early on at Shield, we had some tremendous champions, which was great, but we quickly realized that just simply wasn't enough. There needed to be a lot of champions. And so thinking holistically across the whole system, finding those key decision makers and stakeholders, some of them senior, some of them not so senior, but most importantly, understanding the money and how the money flows and trying to get smart on that very, very early. That's what we figured out very, very early, and I think that's where some of our success came from, is that, wow, the importance of money in this whole system. And not just, so if some very senior SES or a general says, I want that capability, well, if there's not money behind it, it's just not going to materialize. And so that's the sort of best approach I could say to an early startup is like, start to understand the system quickly, but don't anchor in any one champion. Build a team of champions across the different key segments of what you've got to knock out.
So when that one powerful person says, yeah, we need that, is the problem that nobody's written down or sat down and typed up the requirements that describe the thing that person wants? Does that have to happen before anything moves?
Yes, I actually think it does. There's lots of things that happen here, but I would just say, first and foremost, the acquisition system is incredibly complex, and there are many, many, many different parts that have to move in unison to make it happen. And so one person saying, let's do this, it's just not enough. You have to crack the entire system, and you have to, well, anyway, that's basically it. And the other thing, of course, is that when a very senior person says we have to have this, I think that person has many, many different priorities, and so unless you have this like general momentum within the system, championing your product across all the different parts of it, it's just not going to hold. You need to build that critical momentum and keep pushing it. I remember early on we said, in order to make a sale happen, you've got to pick it up and run with it yourself and make it happen. Create the easy button every step of the way from all the different people, because that's how you get things done. So that's why I think that one single person is never going to be enough. You have to have a team.
And I think it needs to come from bottom up too, because even if you have a champion that's the most senior person that says, I want this, and you need to go in the field and use this tomorrow, 9 out of 10 times a soldier or an airman or Marine will say, I don't want this, like you just gave this to me, this wasn't what I was asking for. And so if you don't have a top-down approach of a champion at a senior level, but also the users and the groundswell that are saying we want this, it doesn't really matter. I think we saw this a lot, like especially in our early work at SOCOM, which I think more than anything, why we are still there 12 years later when we started as a bridge solution, just like the smallest tiny IRAD money that we got from an office in the Pentagon, and why we're still there today is because we've spent so much time with those folks and the users in the field, and they have been the groundswell that even when an acquisition arm has said like, maybe we want to go with someone else, they've said, no, this is what we need today, this is helping us save lives. And so having that groundswell at the bottom has been, to me, equally as important as opposed to just having, the top-down approach. Because, it's almost like anything in life where someone tells you have to use something, and if it's not what you like, you just, like I said, it kind of ends up in the corner, and someone says that it's still on the system, but no one's using it. So that's been something that I think has been really important for us.
Yeah, interesting. I really enjoyed Secretary LaPlante's comments earlier today, and one thing that I wrote down that he said is, he was talking about this same thing, about kind of working with technology companies and working on innovation centers, and he says, help us think about manufacturing tech products, help us think about how to develop software. Do you feel heard by him and his organization? Are there dialogues of this kind going on between people in the tech community and people in defense?
Wow, that question feels like a trap, doesn't it?
I was like, Matt, you can go first.
Yeah. Nose goes. I'll take a swing at it. Why not, right? Yeah. Absolutely. The communication has increased a ton. There's a software acquisition path. There's all sorts of interesting stuff taking place. I would say the one thing that we still feel dissonance on, well, there's a lot of things, but like if I were to point, again, I want to point out new stuff that hasn't probably been talked about all day, is there is like an order of magnitude difference between the expectation for the government of what software costs and what it actually costs. So like literally like an order of magnitude. So you'll go in and you'll say, sir, what do you think this takes to build? And they'll go, 10 people and $10 million, right? And like the actual answer is probably more like 500 people and $150 million. And so order of magnitude differences, you can't like kind of get there through conversation, right? That's like a hard dissonance to figure out. This often sort of centers on platforms and architecture. So the commercial sector has figured out the platform and architecture game. And they pour, billions and billions and billions a year into sometimes a platform that literally does nothing. It just enables someone else to do something. And they make money off of it, right? And so until we figure out like the dissonance in the order of magnitude math between how the government thinks about costs for these things and what they actually cost, if we were to look at it from a commercial provider perspective, we're always going to not be able to actually meet in the middle on a plan that makes sense.
Yeah. And that's a really good point, because I think this is particularly true with software. With hardware, if you said, we're going to go build the next gen fighter, and you came to the table and you said, how much is this going to cost? Someone would say, that seems really expensive, but you know what? I don't know how to build that here, so I bet you're right. And they're willing to take that risk. When you say, and Matt's analogy was a good one, how much is this going to cost? How many people is it going to take? The thought then seems to be, well, I can just probably build this myself, and I can save a lot of money doing it. And if we've seen time after time all the failed programs, in particular software programs, where the mentality has been, I'm going to build this in-house, it's going to cost less, I'm going to get it done. And you look, and 5-10 years later, the thing is still not working, and you look at how much money has been spent. It's sad, because you could have done it faster, you could have done it with something that's available today, and you could have done it for a lot less money. Because what they think of how much it costs is, while it's still more expensive what it really costs, they actually end up exceeding what it would really cost to pay a commercial company to do that. And I think there's just dozens of examples throughout the government where we've seen this happen.
Yeah. Matt, I'm interested in what you said about platforms, because this is such a common thing that's kind of Microsoft's business, Salesforce. I wonder if is that the way defense needs to be thinking about new technology more? Sort of in that frame, as a platform that enables other stuff, and everything has to integrate in some way.
Yeah, I think that the change here and the reason why platforms are important are you have to now keep up with the pacing threat, which is China. Which means that no technology is ever done. And so if you follow it to its logical conclusion, what you actually get to from a technologist perspective is the only thing that matters is velocity against the problem. It's how fast I can get new builds, new capability, whether that's software, whether that's hardware, into the field as fast as I possibly can, based on new threat intelligence coming in that then causes you to iterate and cycle. In the commercial industry, right, your velocity is determined by the generalized platforms and computing platforms you've created, so that you don't have to solve the same problem over and over and over again, so that when a new thing happens in the commercial industry, you've already got around 80% of the solution and the tooling and the infrastructure you need to just click everything new on and off you go. There is a parallel in defense that needs to be thought through, and I think this applies to platforms. I also think it applies to acquisitions, right? The acquisition framework has to allow for this thing never being done, and for O&M to actually be constant development, integration, and fielding of new kit and new software. And so it's very hard to measure, but I would generally tend to think about these things as, can I measure the vendors competing for my thing against their ability and their velocity to tackle new problems with that same core platform?
Okay. I want to get to Q&A, because I have a feeling there's good questions. Does anybody have a question for one or all of our panelists? No questions. All right, I was wrong. Bang. Yes.
Software as a service within DoD's too.
Hello, Glenn McCartan, DIU.
software as a service is really hard for a lot of our acquisition community to really kind of embrace. Can you give some anecdotes, experiences about how you've convinced or kind of made the case why software as a service is important for DoD? Even though it's intuitive in the commercial sector, I imagine DoD, they're still very, very skeptical. I'd love to hear some opinions on that.
No, I know you were going to look at me first. I was going to allow one of you. Yeah, what do I think about this? How I want to approach this?
You know I always have things to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yes, it has been a challenge. I remember sort of early in our life, this is actually just when I joined, we approached one of our customers in the SOCOM community and broached the topic of having our AI sold more as a service and less as like you just take the whole thing. The whole thing, and it caused an uproar. They were not interested in it at all, and so we pivoted very quickly and packaged it up and gave it to them. I think that is evolving and it's getting better, and I think this concept of software as a service is moving along in some of our efforts. I still think though it's something that's hard for folks to wrap their head around. I think the acquisition system is largely built around acquiring big, exquisite hardware systems, and that's how people think. And then when they think about software as a service, it's like, well, that's another world, and that's over here. And when you start to combine those two worlds, they get very unsettled because it's like, I'm buying this big, expensive thing. Surely I should be able to just run it independently forever. The fact that I'm going to continue paying your money is like, it doesn't fit with our framework. However, the reality is that O&M money is out there, and you have to maintain those products and usually have an existing relationship with the OEM, and so why is software as a service such a problem? But as I said, it's a conundrum, but it's one that I think has had a lot of thought around it, and I think it is getting better. But ultimately, especially with things like autonomy, hive mind, lattice, etc., these are things that I think they're going to be crucial enablers as we move forward in the future with all the geopolitical threats such as China and the pace of threat, because they're going to be doing it for sure. So I think we've got to make it happen.
I think when we compete on projects that have been like legacy systems and where they're looking to upgrade, I think that's a large part of it is how do you change the mindset that you're not going to just deliver something one day and then there's going to be this O&M tail and you're not going to continue to do iteration and you're not going to continue to provide that service. And I remember sitting, I won't say the customer one day, and they asked me like, well, when do you stop doing upgrades? So like, when will that be it? And I asked them, like, do you have an iPhone or an Android? Like, do you not download the latest update when you get that? And I think they didn't. I think they wanted to say that they didn't because they didn't want to answer, like, for me to prove the point that like, would you just sit there and watch your iPhone, iOS update come in and not take that upgrade? And it's like shocking to me that some people still think that way, but. Again, I think this goes back a little bit to the cost and understanding what the cost of software is and understanding the cost of hardware, and people still not being able to grapple with the fact that software is so important. And if you look at what's going on in the Ukraine right now, it's not just about ammo. It's not just about munitions. It's about software, and it's about what those folks are doing and some of the great work that some of the folks on the stage are part of. A lot of it is about software, and so the investment in that is critical for national security. And so the investment, and you want to keep paying for that. You want to continue to see updates here, and if you didn't, it's putting our national security at risk, right? So I think again, like there's been friction in that in the past, but it is one place that I think we're seeing more and more progress. I don't think we're entirely there yet, but we probably never will be on the scale. But my hope is that as more legacy systems kind of start to age and as more companies start to produce really valuable software, that there'll be a better likening to this, and people will be more comfortable with it in the future.
In the back.
Matt McHenry, DIU. Both the government and the commercial sector spend tremendous amounts of money on R&D every year. A lot of these are focused on the same technology sectors. Does the panel have any recommendations on how we could better integrate those efforts?
Yeah, so I think that the commercial sector, for the most part, has become obviously the leader in taking tech and then like productizing it, hardening it, making it more reliable, design for manufacturing, things like that. There is absolutely still room in government for research on new and hard things that don't have a capital market. I generally think, though, that the R&D budgets have bled way too far into items that definitely have a capital market, that the commercial sector can and will provide solutions for. And so to me, it's getting that balance correct, right? The place for government is where the economy can't solve for it on its own. And there's a lot of things where that is correct and true. But what's that Venn diagram, and what is the government investing in where actually the capital market should just solve the problem? And there's probably a bit of analysis and understanding to do there.
Anybody else have a question? I did want to get to one thing. We started on Ukraine a little bit, and other than the software as a service part of this, how has the conflict there changed the conversations that you're having? Has the attitude changed on the person that's sitting across the table from you, and has it changed within your own companies? I mean, given that all of the products that you sell are very relevant in that conflict.
Yeah, I mean, we were very vocal about our support. Our CEO, I think, was like one of the first CEOs from a tech company to go to Ukraine, and I think actually what I've seen a lot of, and I appreciate a lot of, is the fact that people in the government have appreciated our outspoken support, because sometimes it's actually incredible to see that not everyone does want to show their support, and so personally, I'm proud of that fact. I think it's opened up a lot of doors, not just actually with the government, but with other companies too. There's a lot of work that we've done in the last year with different partnerships with different companies together, other like-minded companies, to figure out what we can do to partner to field some of the best technology there. So I think the conversation hasn't just changed on the public and private side, but actually on the private-to-private side of seeing more integration and kind of reliance on just some of those private partnerships to bring forth the best technology. But I think there's a deep appreciation for any company by the U.S. government and by our allies, quite frankly, in companies that are willing to stand up and say that they are offering their support. So that's, I think, one of the most heartfelt things that I've seen personally over the last year.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting too from an acquisition perspective, so a lot of times people say, oh, the FAR, it's impossible to move fast, and it's actually not. It gives you all of the tools you need to move fast if you desire to do so. And so what we've seen in our business on the hardware side is now all of these things, right, that the FAR and acquisition regulation allow you to do, but are hidden in the deep, dark recesses of these tomes of acquisition books, they're all being unlocked, right? And now we're all moving fast, we're iterating, we mentioned sort of as a service and platform work. Every company that's deployed there is probably on their 7th version of their product because of everything you're learning in the day-to-day fight. Wow. And all of these tools, they exist, right? And so I think what we're seeing is in real time case studies for how to do fast acquisitions and how to get things into the field fast that actually work.
Great. The only other thing I guess I would add for us, I think it's really helped, highlight a lot of cost asymmetries on the battlefield, which is really important for us in the world of autonomy and unmanned systems. You've seen, things like Stinger missiles and Javelins, costing a couple $100K, taking out multi-million-dollar systems, and that just is not sustainable. But that's the future. That's where it's going to go. And so the way to defeat that is to say you can, take, say, one of these exquisite, complex, very expensive systems, make them, take that money, spend it on, say, a swarm of drones that are fully autonomous. You're not losing the pilot either, and then all of a sudden the cost asymmetries really change overnight, and you're able to push capability onto the battlefield much faster and much more effectively than we're seeing folks like the Russians do. And so it's really, I think it's opening a lot of people's eyes to this new world. And then additionally, what you're also seeing is some non-traditional countries like Turkey and I guess on the Russian side, Iran, start to push some of their technology forward into the battlefield, and it's actually showing to be very effective. And so what I think we're going to see is a spreading of this sort of lower cost, unmanned, autonomous systems going out and driving a lot of impact, which is really going to change things. And so I think it's absolutely changed the narrative in this space.
Yeah. Yeah, using these high-priced weapons like the Javelin, I think you mentioned, as a way of dealing with drones and really low-cost things. Is that what you were talking about?
Less that. It's more like, let's say, a Stinger used to shoot down a very expensive attack helicopter, or a Javelin to blow up a main battle tank.
Okay.
I mean, that's like, the cost asymmetries are wild. What's just happened there, but that's reality. I mean, I used to be an attack helicopter pilot in the Marine Corps, and I would be terrified to fly in the Ukraine right now because of all the Stingers out there. I don't think I would be relevant on the battlefield, frankly. And so, but what would be relevant is 500 autonomous drones flying around. You would just change everything. And so you create that awareness and you create that projection of capability, and I think that's the direction that ultimately we have to go, because that's the direction the world is going. We need to be ahead of it.
Well, I certainly hope we're learning well enough and fast enough from what's going on there. Unfortunately, we're out of time here, so really appreciate this. I sure learned a lot from you guys, and would you guys please give them a round of applause?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Roger Zakheim.
All right, we're at the end of this day. We have one last important piece of the program, so I'd ask you all to take your seats so we could commence on time, because our guests have limited availability, and we're excited to have them here and want to make sure we maximize the opportunity. So, good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to introduce our guest for the closing session of today's National Security Innovation Base Summit, Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota. Senator Rounds is a distinguished public servant and a leading voice on national security and defense policy issues. He serves, as you all know, on the Senate Armed Services Committee and is a passionate advocate for a strong national defense. And a couple things about Senator Rounds which are very important to know. Before he was a senator, he was a governor. And as a governor, he is less interested in Washington inside the Beltway talk and focus a lot more on production. What do you have to show for it? And I know that's been a focus of a lot of people in the room throughout today, those sitting in the audience and those on stage. And I know that's the lens through which I expect Senator Rounds will evaluate our work and the work of the Department of Defense. What do we have to show of it? Now, leading the conversation, engaging this fireside chat with Senator Rounds is Ms. Jennifer Griffin. You know her as the Chief National Security Correspondent at Fox News Channel, and she is well-equipped to engage with the Senator on issues of national defense and, of course, the National Security Innovation-Based Summit. So with that, Senator Jen, please take the stage.
Thank you, Roger. And how about this inaugural summit on innovation? Let's have a round of applause for Roger Zakheim.
Here, here.
Organizers. So I'm Jennifer Griffin with Fox News. I work at the Pentagon. I've been there for the last 15 years, and I'm so glad to be here with Senator Rounds. As Roger mentioned, he's not only on the Senate Armed Services Committee, he's also on the Select Intelligence Committee in the Senate, and the Banking Committee, which until this week we didn't realize was such a national security issue. Senator Rounds also is the top Republican on the SASC subcommittee on cybersecurity, and he's the co-chair of the Senate AI caucus. So he is well positioned for all of the issues that have been addressed here today.
I'm third grade level right now, folks, so let's just be honest about this.
So let's start with some breaking news. First of all, we've just learned that a Russian Sukhoi 27 has nicked a MQ-9 Reaper. What's interesting about the Reaper, the drone, it was over the Black Sea. If you haven't been, you've been here, so you may not know, but it was flying near Crimea, and these two Russian pilots, not only did they harass this drone, they dumped fuel on top of the drone, and then the U.S. military had to bring it down into international waters. What's interesting about the MQ-9, you may remember, is it took Congress telling the Air Force that it needed to invest in drones. So the MQ-9 has a special place in terms of innovation, but I'd just like to get your reaction to what happened today in the Black Sea.
Pissed off. I mean, let's just be honest about this for a second. The report coming out of our government is that this was an unprofessional act and environmentally unsound. I'm sorry, folks, they shot down a United States warplane. They took it out of action, and that's the response we get back. So yeah, not very happy about it. And the bottom line is we cannot allow that to happen. This is a case of where our allies and our adversaries should understand that we're not putting up with this. This is a very serious international action, and it has to be dealt with accordingly. This is not a case of where don't do it again. You hurt our feelings. This is a case of where you took out an asset that we had. And I fully expect that there will be a stronger letter to follow
this very nice comment, as we put it, because we sure wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings other than to tell them that they've done something environmentally inappropriate. So I'm not exactly happy with the first response on it, and I think we're probably going to have a little bit stronger discussion about how serious this is. You do not take out aircraft. That is something that is absolutely a violation of international norms, if nothing else. But in this particular case, more has to come.
Given what's happened this week in Silicon Valley with SVB, where many tech innovators had their money, grade the Biden administration on its response so far.
There's two parts to this. First of all, I think it was very important that we respond so that depositors, these are not the people that had money in the bank where they were owners of the bank, or people that had loaned money to the bank in terms of bondholders and so forth, but people that had put their money into the bank trusting that the bank was solid and they could take the money back out again. We wanted to make sure that they were held harmless. The $250,000, quite frankly, is not adequate for most businesses. Most businesses that are out there that are growing are going to have more money in the bank just to make payroll at the end of the month. And so I have no disagreement with making those individuals whole. Second piece on this that we have to work through yet is if we're going to make that a public policy in the future, we'd better be able to pay for it. So I think this is something that needs to come back to Congress. We have to be able to lay out, and I'm not disagreeing with the goal, but if you're going to say that deposits will now be guaranteed in one bank or two banks or all banks, that we'd better have a plan in place to be able to say how we're going to pay the bill for it. I'm not sure if the assessment plan that they've got right now is necessarily the correct way to go. This may be a case of where for the next several months we're going to have some organizations that because of this very high inflation trend that we're in, at a time in which the Fed has increased interest rates because that's the only tool they have. That's the only tool they have to fight inflation. It's a blunt force instrument. And when they do that and they bring up those levels of interest, those banks that had thought that they had done a fairly good job of investing their money in government securities, T-bonds that were of a longer duration, suddenly discovered that now, oh gee, we've got, in this particular case, folks who are in the innovation section. These are entrepreneurs who have venture capital with them. They suddenly had to start taking some money out to pay their bills at an inflated rate because the costs of everything have gone up. And as they've taken out those deposits, they found themselves short of cash in the bank. Now, they had the asset, but the asset, when they liquidated it, was worth less money. So now they end up, in this particular case, this bank about $1.8 billion short in capital, and they got themselves in trouble. When that happens, I think the best thing to do, not because of the bank, but because of all of those holders, those folks that have deposits in the bank, need to make them whole and stop the run on the banks. The second piece is absolutely all of the assets that were owned by the investors in the bank, those are absolutely gone. They're gone. Let's take a deep breath. Let's get past the emergency here, and then let's figure out whether or not we really want to guarantee every single deposit in the future, or if we want to say for the next several months we're going to have it, and then we're going to look at a long-term plan. But I do think $250,000 for most businesses is a small number, and there maybe has to be some sort of an insurance plan for those that they can acquire if they want.
At what point does this become a national security issue? Is this actually a bailout? There's been a lot of debate about that term, and will Congress have to do more?
This is appropriate regulatory intervention, and it is an intervention which needed to be done. It's what we plan on doing. It is one of the things that provides for the ability for businesses to know that that they can get in and the money that they put into deposits is safe. The question will be, what is the upper limit that you should, and at what point do you have responsible businesses that have the ability to move assets around on a regular basis to spread the risk themselves? So you don't want them to not be spreading the risk in terms of putting all of their eggs in one basket, so to speak, in one bank. But there is a limit when you're talking operating about when you've got to move assets back and forth and around when you're doing payroll paying your month-end expenses. It's not unreasonable to have several $100,000 in payroll at the end of a month. And it just so happens that this happens at the beginning of this particular month at a time in which payroll is getting ready to go out.
You know, it's interesting, given the discussion here this morning, one of the reasons so many in the startup space went to SVB in the first place was because that it can be so challenging to get capital from the largest banks. How can Congress work to ensure that this very important sector of the economy, investors like you have here from the tech sector, have access to capital so they can continue to innovate, because that's why we're here to talk about innovations, and keep the U.S. competitive?
Yeah, really good question. One of the items that we did in 2018 was Senate Bill 2155. We modified Dodd-Frank, and in doing so, we allowed the Fed and FDIC and so forth the ability to tailor the way that they looked at different banks and to ask for either more information or to relax certain guidelines based on what they thought the risk was. Specifically, if you're going in and you're using venture capital and you're specific and you've got a lot of folks using venture capital in these particular, it's concentrated in a couple of these banks, maybe they needed to look more closely at the liquidity that was being held. Maybe they needed to ask for a little bit more liquidity rather than long-term debt. Should have been short-term, should have been held a little bit more closely. That meant that the rate of return would have been less, meaning less profit, a little bit higher cost involved, but you would have had more liquidity. Those are the types of things, and I think Michael Barr and the Chairman Jerome Powell have both indicated that they're going to do a review and they're going to look at this being critical of themselves as far as whether or not, using the tools they've got right now, did they do a good job of properly regulating specifically this bank and the other banks that right now are seen to be at risk.
And back to the national security issue, of course, China's watching, Russia's watching, and now they have a playbook for how to take down a U.S. bank. What do you do to protect against this happening again?
You fix this and you show that you can respond quickly. And you show that you are resilient and you can bounce back.
Yeah.
And the other piece on this is to show the individual customers of that bank that, number one, you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket, but if you do find yourself putting cash in, that there is still a guideline under the regulatory layout we have in the United States to protect you during a time like this. They were able to, well, look, this thing went down over a period of 4 days. And in that 4-day time period, all of these customers are being made whole.
Yeah.
Now, that's pretty good.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Silicon Valley fast. So let's talk
Well,
about
it's not Washington, D.C. fast.
No, not usually.
No.
Pentagon budget released yesterday, $842 billion, somewhat eye-catching. Historic R&D request for advanced networks, AI, something important to you. Largest ever innovation and modernization budget, $145 billion for critical technology, $1.4 billion for the JADC, Joint All-Domain Command and Control, $687 billion for the Rapid Defense Experimentation Reserve. That's almost double what it was last year. $1.8 billion for AI. What's your response? Is this big enough? There are some of your colleagues who say it's too big. Some say it's not big enough. Where do you fall on this defense budget in terms of innovation?
We'll take it apart, and we will look to find out where they've done a good job and where they need to look at either inflationary trends that have not been met. Payroll may very well be a bigger issue than we realize. Second piece on this is the costs for everything in the supply chain have gone up. Have they measured that? Have we actually got an increase, or did we get a decrease out of this in terms of actual buying dollars? But we'll work our way through it. The other piece, where's the ammo? And how much ammo are we buying? And are we buying enough to recognize, after what we've seen in Ukraine, the need that actually occurs? You know, policymakers, when they take a look at this and they try to figure out how much ammo we should have on hand, they're expecting that we're going to be extremely proficient and accurate. So if you take an M777 and you put it on out, you're going to take one shot and you kill something. What happens when you lose your overhead? What happens when you lose the ability to use GPS? What happens when you've got to do multiple rounds? How quickly do you go through it compared to what you're finding they're going through in Ukraine right now. Those are the types of things that we're going to have to take a look at. And the other piece on this is that, let's be honest, the tool that we're going to want a lot more of is going to be a B-21. B-21 can be used for multiple types of platforms. It can be used not just as a bomber, but it can be used for reconnaissance. May very well have other uses in the future that we don't talk about today. The types of tools that we will use that on, the types of weapon systems that we'll put on that, vast majority have not been developed yet today. This will have a lifespan of over 50 years. And during that time period, we know one thing. When we start to build a product and we stop the production line, it's really tough to start it again. This product was designed to be innovated on and to be plug and play, so to speak, where you can put new parts on, take parts off, put new pieces into it. Let's start out by acknowledging that none of us really believe that 100 of these particular platforms is going to be enough to meet the need when you have both Russia and China as near-peer competitors.
Let's talk about Ukraine. Do you agree with Governor DeSantis, who spoke in Iowa yesterday, that supporting Ukraine is not in the U.S. national security interest?
I would disagree with him in that regard. I think we have a couple of things going on right now. Number one, and this is a policy-induced issue, we left Afghanistan and we looked like crap to the rest of the world. We left our allies hanging out. And they've looked at us saying, are you really serious? Can we really trust that you're going to stay where you're at? Number two, it wasn't very far after that we've now got Putin saying, maybe now's the right time in this particular condition to make my move into Ukraine. And let's just find out whether or not, since clearly they're pulling back in. So if we're going to be sheepish on this and we're going to be careful not to intervene, he's not afraid of that. He's the bear. And they're going to see this as an opportunity. China is watching this. Xi Jinping is, in my opinion, a very intelligent man. And he is watching everything going on. He saw what happened in Afghanistan. He saw what happened in Ukraine. And he's wondering whether or not this coalition that we put together is good for a year, or is it good for a year and a half, or is it good for 2 years, or is it good for the long haul? And if that's the case, that's going to make him think about whether or not he really wants to go back in and go after Taiwan now, or in 27, or in 30, or perhaps there's a better way to it. He doesn't want to lose face. He doesn't want to get into a real knockdown drag-out.
But do you think this does Ukraine and Russia's losses so far, does it accelerate his time frame with regards to Taiwan, or does it give him pause?
I'm not sure we have the answer to that yet. Look, the one thing we know is they believe in the art of war, and the one thing they're not going to do is to tell us when they're going to attack, and they're not going to tell us how we're going to attack, and they most certainly would like to have another distraction before they attack.
Like a balloon?
Well, and once again, here's a case, and this is, I'm going to sound like I'm being critical, and maybe I am. That balloon, we saw, we know where it came from. We followed it. It was a political decision not to take it down before it got into the United States. It may very well have been a case of where if wouldn't have been local folks seeing it, this administration may never have told us about it, because they really wanted to have a meeting with the Secretary of State in China. And they see this as something that probably really messed that up. So if they could have just ignored it, come back in and shook their finger at them when they got over there, that's one thing. But this was a very serious miscalculation, I believe, by the administration. Should have taken that balloon out as soon as it came close to our airspace.
But it also might have woken up the nation, because now every person across the United States looks up in the air and has a symbol for what China's been doing for quite some time.
Yeah, look, they're
spying.
They're looking at us. Another good example. China wanted to buy farmland in North Dakota. Just so happened to have been right by a very sensitive Air Force base before it put up a corn wet milling plant. Sorry, but that's not the reason why they were doing it, but you can put up a lot of structure and you can hide a lot of things in a structure, particularly if you're looking and listening and trying to figure out what's going on and how our systems are utilized, what our communications sound like, and so forth. So, yeah, look, bottom line, they are a real competitor for us, and we're letting them in.
Let's go back to Ukraine. Why is it a good investment to be sending weapons, and what is the innovation that you're seeing from the committees you sit on? What is happening? We heard earlier today about the MacGyver effect and taking naval-based harpoons and 2 weeks later sinking Russian ships. Talk about the innovation that you see happening with groups, some of whom are here today, on the battlefield there. That's really the unwritten story of this Ukraine conflict. It's one big R&D zone from what I can tell.
In my opinion, it is a confirmation of what happened in a different conflict just a year earlier. The Nagorno-Karabakh War between Azerbaijan and Armenia. John Antal, a retired colonel, wrote a book called 7 Seconds to Die. And he went through this war that occurred in the fall of 2020. And he lays out what these two countries, who basically had organizations that were set up similar to what we might have had during the Korean War, but what they did, what Azerbaijan did was started to use drones supplied by Turkey and loitering munitions supplied by Israel. And what they did was created a kill chain that literally didn't need a human in the loop. And they came across and went into this area, and they destroyed literally 1,000 pieces of equipment that Armenia had dug in to protect this area of conflict between the two nations. And in a very short period of time, using drones and using munitions that were designed to go one way, communicate with one another, pick out areas in a defined kill zone, and then pick out which type of munition to hit which type of target without ever having a human make a decision once they were sent out. We learned from that, and most certainly our near-peer adversaries have learned from that. In Ukraine, you found the same thing happening. What you found is drones really do work. And you found out also that if you had really good overhead, you could identify positions that were fixed. You could also identify targets that were moving if you had a way to get in and ambush them. Ukraine had access to good intel, continues to have access to good intel, not just from allies of ours and ourselves, but they also used commercially available assets right now on gathering intelligence. They're using commercial satellites for finding information. They're using communications that are commercially available right now, and it's working. They were innovating along the way. They also found out that they could use something that was designed to go air or ground to ground or air to ground, and they could use it to take out ships that were on the sea. So yeah, it's been very innovative, but it has been because of the hardships they found themselves in, and the fact that they really were not prepared for what they thought. Most of them never thought that their neighbor, their relatives, would attack them. And what they found out is these guys are brutal, and the rest of the world doesn't think about war the way that maybe we think about war, and that it'll never happen. As far as they're concerned, it's a part of it, and they've changed political boundaries by using war for generations. And a lot of these folks that are in Russia right now see this as the way that they're going to fix their boundaries to what they want. And it's a normal part of human interaction, and it's not. But according to them, it is.
So part of the report card that was issued as part of the summit today talks about doing business with the Pentagon. Customer clarity got a D. Why is it so hard to do business with the government and with the Pentagon?
No, let's not call them customer clarity. The bottom line is if the federal government wants something, the federal government ought to say what they want. I mean, that's the bottom line. Let's be clear. If we need a missile, let's say we need a missile. Let's not call it an object which flies through the air, which has a propellant designed on it, okay? Let's call it what it is. And sometimes we're not very good about that. We ought to get back to the basics.
How can Congress help?
Number one, get our appropriations done on time, more than anything else. That would save billions of dollars. Number two, recognize that if you're going to expect the industrial base to innovate, they need to get paid for innovating. Next, if you're going to expect them to put a huge amount of of new capital in for a production line, it shouldn't be on a 1 year or a 2 year basis. You should tell them up front that you're going to do a contract, and the contract is going to run for an extended period of time, regardless of whether or not the political times change or the need specifically for that. The risk of having too much ammo should be on the federal government, not on someone who is building a supply line in order to get to it, or 2 supply lines to get to it.
Kath Hicks said yesterday when presenting the budget that 4 of the last 4 years of delays have come from having CRs in the last decade, since 2011. 4 years of lost time and money. What does Congress need to do to stop this CR madness? And is it time to stop having 1-year defense budgets? Should they be 5 years? Should they be longer so they're not caught up in this political cycle?
I think you could actually do multi-year appropriation plans and then do modifications to that 2-year or 3-year plan. The other piece on this that you've got to recognize is when we go through and we do these, you can have, there's no hammer to if we don't get the work done. It's just no big deal. But number one, you got to start out with an administration, and I'm not going to just point fingers at this administration. If the law says that there should be a budget ready to go in February, then put the damn budget together and get it out there. Yeah. I mean, look, we just got the president's budget, but people say, well, you don't pay any attention to it anyway. It's probably true. But you still got to do that before you can do your own budget under the existing laws that are there. The appropriators are trying their best to get the appropriation bills out. The other piece on this is we know that Republicans and Democrats are going to hold one piece hostage versus another. Defense versus health and human services as an example. Okay, bring them together. You can do a tranche where you could do 2 or you could do a third of the budget at a time. And if you started right away on it, you could actually get that through the process and complete it in September. That's the way it was supposed to work in the first place. We're just not very good at following it because nobody holds our feet to the fire.
Another report card finding had to do with talent base, D+, because the defense workplace is aging. Foreign talent pipeline is declining. There are visa obstacles. Is it time to come up with immigration reform that allows for greater talent to come into this country?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Our TFR, our total fertility rate in the United States is about 1.64 today. There is no evidence in the history of the world of a superpower remaining a superpower without a TFR, a fertility rate of 2.1. That's just maintaining your population. We can't maintain our own population without legal immigration. Can you imagine a world today if Albert Einstein had not been allowed to immigrate into the United States? Think about it. Would we have had a Manhattan Project? What would we have been like for a country today if we would not have recognized that there is a huge amount of talent outside of the United States? We need to get back to recognizing that there are people that can be very beneficial to our country, and we need a legal immigration system that works. Now, since I said immigration, I'm going to catch holy hell from my side of the aisle if I don't also say with a strong border. And the two should go together. Can you imagine any country ever surviving if they can't defend their own borders? Well, we need to have that. So let's talk about immigration, but let's talk about it in conjunction with strong borders. You have to have the talent. The other piece on this is we need to do everything we can to get back to actually providing an opportunity for kids to be able to afford to go to college or to technical schools. We broke the system. We broke it. Congress did back in the early 2000s. We used to have, and we recognized it was a national defense program, the Stafford Act. Anybody in here use the Stafford Act to pay for their education? I did. I don't know about anybody else. But the Stafford Act was the guaranteed student loan program. You could go on in, you could borrow them. It didn't matter if your folks had a little money or if they didn't have money, or if you were middle class. You had the Stafford Act available to you. You could borrow from your local bank. The loan was guaranteed. And then, okay, this makes sense now, right? Yeah. And then at the end of that time period, you'd pay it back, but you'd have 6 months after you got a job, basically, or after you're out of college. and then you'd start paying it back. We need that type of a system again today. For our national defense. We don't have that today. Not the way it's working today. Most kids that are middle class can't afford to go to college because their folks can't afford to send them. Particularly if there's 2 or 3 kids in the family. So yeah, I know a long-winded answer. Can I just?
Of course.
Let me expand on this a little bit. The items that I think we're going to have to face here in the very near future, and that and the folks in this room are a part of it. Look, artificial intelligence is huge. It's here today. If you don't recognize it being here today, you're behind. Second of all, immigration has got to be addressed. No question about it at all, and it's workforce issues. The other piece on this is computing, quantum computing and so forth is for real. You've got to recognize it and bring it directly in. You've got to recognize energy and the need for energy that we are not doing today. And it's a huge part of what we're just simply not doing a good job of talking about.
Before we go to questions, some of the biggest innovators and disruptors are in this room right now. What is your message to them?
Don't stop, number one. Second of all, don't be afraid to give us advice and to make recommendations to us. Don't give up on us, though. There really are, Republicans and Democrats alike. I will just share with you, in the United States Senate, we work together. We actually sit down together. We eat together. We go out for dinner together. We have a prayer breakfast together. We have Bible studies together. We actually get along. The challenge that we have is in this process, we spend more than half of all of our time simply doing approval of employees, nominees, okay? Matter of fact, we haven't had a single, well, 1 or 2 maybe, in this entire first year. We haven't had anything that we've actually passed in terms of legislation. It's all been, we're either doing judges or folks that are in the Department of Defense or in other departments of government that need to run through the Senate. And every one of them right now, because of our dysfunction, takes 2 votes to get through. So it's us, but don't give up on us. We really are trying. And when it comes to AI, I'll just tell you, we've got a really good group on AI in the Senate and in the House. They do as well. When you're talking about supply chains and so forth, we really do see that as another major part of the issue here. And we recognize that supply chains is something that we need to help with. We have a lot more work to do on it, but you need to share with us the shortcomings that you're finding. I think I lost one, right? I wore it out? Okay. Is that better?
Great.
No? Yeah? Okay.
Is it better? Let's go to questions. Who would like to ask the first question? Great. And do you have a mic? Yes, there's a mic coming to you. And introduce yourself so we know who's speaking, please.
Bill Chappell, Microsoft. You have a really interesting intersection of national security now in the AI caucus. How much do you worry that the assets that are emerging are on the wrong side of the ITARS barrier, that our soldiers are not allowed to use kind of what this American-paced revolution that's happening right now is spurring?
There are 2 parts to the question. First part is we worry about what's on the other side, but we also worry about our soldiers having access to equipment that gives them away and they don't even know about it. Best example, watches, the watches that are out there right now. Our adversaries basically can identify where they're at, which means they know where our guys are at. So we've got to be really careful about that. Those are the types of things that we worry about. But it is real and it is here, and innovating and getting that down to these kids, I call them kids, but these young people, they understand and they do a lot better job on innovating and using the systems once we get it to them. Sometimes the one thing that we worry about is we will never have enough talent available to us to compete with other countries who have 10 times as many people in there. But if we use the right type of IT tools and we integrate them with it, we can hold our own. Now, I'll just tell you, our cyber cores team and the young people that work on that, they have time and time again proven themselves absolutely up to the task. Whether we're talking about Hunt Forward, Hunt Forward is where we actually go into other countries that invite us in. We go through their government software and we pick out what the bad guys have put into their software. And then we share it with the rest of the world, which makes the cost to the bad guys a lot more because they've got to go back in and find new tools. So these kids are really bright, but we worry as much about them having, just nonchalantly using these items day to day and having it pinpoint where they're at and so forth and giving away information as much as anything else. If you're seeing areas where we're not allowing the use of new tools, that's where we've got to find it and push it forward. So if there are tools out there that you think we ought to be using and we're not using them today, that's where Congress needs to step in. And once again, we've got folks within the Pentagon that want to do it right, but sometimes it's like drinking out of a fire hose because the innovators in this country sometimes don't even see the applications that might be for the military, and sometimes the military does not see the applications that the innovator sees. Sometimes we need to be involved in that.
Okay, thank you for your
Does that make, okay?
Next, yes. This one at the back.
How can the debt limit be raised, and when it does, what will the implications be for national security? A lot of people in this room are very worried about Budget Control Act 2.0, which one might mark as sort of the beginning of at least 8 years of decline in the growth and ability of the Defense Department to address the emerging threat.
History says we can make that mistake. And what I hope history will also say is that sometimes we learn from our mistakes. The debt limit should be raised. I'm in favor of raising the debt limit. Let me be clear, this is one of the few opportunities we have to talk about actually getting a process in place where we can actually start slowing down the increases and appropriately managing the entire budget. You're talking about trillions of dollars every single year that are spent with nobody ever looking at it. Most of you probably realize this, but we only vote on about 28 to 30% of what we spend. We vote on the defense budget and we vote on the non-defense discretionary budget, but we don't vote on the mandatory portions of the budget, which include Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Now, if we were to bring that back under budget control once again, it doesn't necessarily mean, and in fact, I just basically guarantee you, we're not going to cut Social Security. But what we would do is find more innovative ways to deliver the product. The same with Medicare, and absolutely the same with Medicaid. But when you don't manage 2/3 of your budget, how in the world do you ever get it under control when the amount of the budget that you actually vote on, even if you could eliminate the entire defense budget and basically not fix the deficit. So this is an opportunity for us to talk about how serious it is that we actually continue to build an economy that will bring in more tax revenues, but at the same time slow down through appropriate management the outgoing costs that might very well be more efficiently delivered. But if you're not even voting on it, you're not managing it. And it's time we manage it. So that's the reason why I'm going to come back to this. I believe that we will be able to handle the debt limit, the increase in the debt limit as appropriate, but I think it won't be done without a real discussion about how we move forward. I'm not interested in something that hits just defense and non-defense discretionary. I can't support that because that's what happened last time, and very frankly, defense took it in the shorts and we haven't caught up yet.
We have about 1 minute left, so we have time for one last question, but a pretty quick one.
Thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us today. I'm just a law student at University of Virginia. Curious how you view the rollout of the CHIPS Act. Do you think it was a good idea? Do you think it's a bad idea? Do you think it's being implemented correctly? And additionally, do you see the possibility of additional programs of the kind of the CHIPS Act in other critical areas to national security?
Yeah, look, I voted against the CHIPS Act, but I was supporting the CHIPS Act right up until I got the language in it. I'm one of the guys that actually reads the damn bill. And what I found in it was so much stuff that was just noxious to me in terms of reports that had to be done by different organizations and keeping track of the types of individuals who were benefiting from it. And it was not based upon people based on their merit. It was based on either the color of their skin, their gender, their identity, and so forth, that to me it was off base. And it was literally hundreds of pages of expected reports and so forth. Could we do a CHIPS Act again? Yeah, we could. But if we do it again, I think with the House now under more conservative control, I think you'll find them getting more dollars on target, rather than what I saw as some stuff that was just simply put in it to satisfy folks that have a different point of view about where our focus should be. And I want as many people in this country as possible to be able to benefit and to contribute. And I think we ought to get back to the basics on that. Real simple. If you've got merit, you ought to be able to get the job. If you've got merit, you ought to be able to deliver to the country. And let's forget about this idea of numbers and where you're at and so forth. And unfortunately, what I saw in the CHIPS Act was a lot of that. And
But you agree there needs to be a CHIPS Act?
no question. No question about it. In fact, we tried to modify this one to actually put more dollars on target. They just simply wouldn't give us any opportunity to even have a vote in the Senate. That's wrong. We could have made it a better bill.
Well, I want to thank Senator Rounds for your discussion. It was a wonderful way to end the day, and thank everyone for being here, and thank Roger and the rest of the Reagan Institute and Library. And
Hey, one more thing. Don't you think she ought to anchor a news show and just call it Straight Facts? Huh?
No, thank you.
She could end it with, and that's the way it is.
Thank you very much, Senator. Okay.